looking back on it, I should have muted him because it was hard to like stay on point. It was a crazy claim that I had that all white people were racist, and I thought I did somewhat of a good job, but I don't know. It
Was
was
this
crazy.
more of a thought
We can
experiment or
talk
like a
about
real
that.
belief?
Well, I mean, start us off.
Was this more of a thought experiment or like a real belief?
No, I'm sorry. I turned you down on accident. One more time.
Was this a thought experiment that you were just proposing as like far as like a rage bait, or was this a
No,
real
I
belief?
think no. In terms of when I was debating people, there was most people understood what I was saying, but there was like this one British guy who just didn't understand my definition. And before we do engage in this, it's best that I give my definition.
Have you
So
guys
when I
ever heard of
Wait,
the most common recent ancestor?
the most common recent answer, we know what's that.
So, like mathematically, they've pretty much proven that there's some guy that lived about 5,000 years ago, that pretty much is the progenitor of every single buddy's family tree. Like we're all related about 100 uh, generations back.
yeah, that's Genghis
We're,
Khan.
we're, we're
His name was probably
type
Adam.
stuff.
No, that's
Yeah.
his name is
No,
Genghis
well,
Khan.
it was definitely they was attributed to one of those the
Bloodlines.
people that to stir up.
Yeah, it was Genghis Khan, dude. That was like 70% of the Earth at one point. It's proven.
So we're all like to say that we're all nationalists or the racism or all these things. We're all literally related.
Yeah.
Well, like I said before we engage in this conversation
I,
debate, I need to give my definition now too.
honestly,
That's all right
but
because you
let me
guys.
say this. Let me say this before you give your definition. Okay, this is imperative to me. Didn't you say that you regretted this and you were proven wrong already, or you didn't like agree with it
No,
at some point too?
I stood my ground fair. There was one guy who just wouldn't understand what I was saying,
Yeah, but you
but there was numerous people joining the calls, and I was defending the claim pretty good. And no one was able to debunk what I was saying. So I think at that time I did come off the point.
right, but like yourself said when you brought this up, I thought something along the lines of I felt like it was stupid or I didn't agree with it myself or something like that. I thought you said. Not that it was
No,
just
if I said that,
controversial.
I was referring to the person I was debating. He probably I probably said something along the lines like he didn't understand what I was saying, and he thought it was dumb.
Okay. Well, all
I
right.
guess his question is, do you agree that we're all racist?
Yeah, do you really
No,
believe what you're
well,
saying?
may I give my definition, please? Hold on, give me a second.
Okay.
Give me just a second. I got to do
This
something.
is why I asked if it was a thought experiment or not, because this is where I got to know if you fully stand by this for real or not. It kind of makes it just a thing to debate
Yeah,
about.
hold that thought.
Okay.
I'm not in my room.
All
Just
right.
give me one quick second.
I'll let you go. Yeah, you're good.
You on Terraria?
I am.
Yeah, want some company?
Yeah, come on in.
All right, one sec.
I'm back on the other world, for the record. I moved everything back. I was over it.
You get a little overwhelmed with the other place.
I did. I thought that the point of me doing this, even on the hard mode, was more simple than doing that and trying to maintain conversation, right? Like, it's a little bit much. Not that I
That's
was
fair.
against the challenge. I definitely would like to do that, but it required too much out of me to be able to maintain and fight these mobs every 3 seconds. And dude, you didn't even see the first nighttime. We didn't even experience it. It came and it was so long, and there was so many
All right, I'm back.
surrounding our platforms. You don't even know. You missed it. It was
I
right after
believe
you
it though.
left, dude. It was so much. I'm like literally not able to leave the base. It got so bad. Both sides covered.
I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back, brother.
It was wild. Absolutely wild. I'm gonna put the magic mirror in the gold chest too for you.
All right. May I give my definition
Yeah, of
before you go off, please? Because
course.
my definition is very to the book, and it is very different from everyone else's definition. Because a lot of people do not understand racism nor what it means to be a racist.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when I say race, that when I made my claim that all white people were racist, I meant systemically racist, and what that meant was basically institutions, systems, jobs, opportunities, resources, privileges. They all unfairly limit access to it based on race. That's all I meant by when I said all white people.
Oh yeah,
racist.
that's well.
Wrong
That's
people
why
join. A lot
there's
of people were joining calls like, "No, that is not racist." I'm like, "Yes, it is. You can Google it. And
well.
it's
That's
systemic racism."
that's why there's a word for it, brother. You're absolutely right. Yes, people are actually so heavy about it that they have to have a certain number of minority at a place because it was so structured that that became a voted law that they needed other races to be at certain places, at least company level, right? At least like not
Mhm.
mom and pop shops, but like official businesses needed to start hiring other minorities because of how prevalently obvious it was they were not doing it, right? That's why there's
Mhm.
a word for it even. I absolutely agree.
I think someone did say something on the lines of what you just said, and my counter argument to that was, yes, they did because they had to. I mean, everything was under spotlight, but there was a study, and I don't remember the name, but if you want me to find out, I can find it. I think it took place in about 2006, where they had black men, college degrees, no prison record, apply for jobs, and they had white men, no college degrees, jail, prison record, and white men were called 10 times more likely.
Yeah.
So that was an example of the systemic racism when I said they limit jobs, opportunities, resources, etc., against other ethnic groups
Yeah.
unfairly.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
don't.
would you agree with my claim?
Yeah. No, of course. 100%.
All white people are okay.
Well, I mean, at least the people who are hiring them, minimum, yes. They it wasn't even that they had to be. There was no reason that they needed to be. It was just the fact that, I mean, they just were because of whatever reason they held their company's value to it. That absolutely made it make sense for them for whatever reason, right? And 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 so maybe there was case studies around the idea that if you see this person with this complexion, are you going to feel more comfortable or less, right? And then they just did it. Like they were like, all right, well, this is going to make our business look better if we hire this. And then there's like no reason to, because when you have so many people who go to college that are just trying to get the job to begin with, and then like they're all qualified for the same difference of doing the same work, the same level of capacity, then it doesn't matter until it does, right? So if there's like a plethora of everything and you just choose to hire on that color, that would make you inherently racist. Yes,
Yeah,
100%.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whether you think it makes your business look better or whether you think it's just going to be more productive to keep everybody the same comfort level because of it, like that's a thing that people shouldn't have to think about as a coping mechanism. And these high level dudes, or at least the hirers of these companies, do that. Yes, for whatever reason. I don't know the thinking because I'm not racist, but I feel like it makes sense.
I think that
Not that that makes sense,
the
but that's
reason,
why
well,
they're doing it is what makes sense. Not that I agree with it, but that's why they're saying that they're doing it, right?
I feel like the reason that they do it is to make, well, to never give anyone an fair equity amount in opportunities that they have. I mean, they want the white people to maintain their high structure in
So
modern day America.
I, I
So that's probably why they're doing it.
yeah, I
Well,
think
one of
that
the main reasons they're
that
doing
that is where it becomes more of a hate level, and I think that's where the actual word racist and not fuck, what was the word you said? Oh god, systemic. It's not systemic at that point. It is
it.
just
Systemic.
racist at that point, and those high level people, because they're the ones hiring, have that ability to push that narrative too.
Mhm.
You
Hey, come
invited?
join mine real quick.
No.
Just no.
All right, I'm joining. The that's where it's now a hate, and I would hope that that's not the main reason for any of them, but it obviously is for some, right?
Mhm.
Damn. Bro got the whole storage room and stuff. Are you down here
This
under?
is something I loaded. I don't even know what this is, but it's got a whole bunch of stuff we can loot
Oh, and just take over?
if we want.
You know what I'm going to take? The only thing I'm going to take is this thing right here, because you cost mine to get destroyed with this whole idea. The extractinator thing, I
Yeah.
found one, and now it's gone.
Are either of you familiar with Jew history or like where all of this, I guess the word is propaganda, comes from, because I kid you not, regardless of what social media platform I go
Are we
on,
going
from
into
Instagram, yeah, I don't know what, I want either one of you to explain it, because I genuinely have little to no knowledge of it. And the question I have is, why do people think Jews run the world? Second of all, how did Jews become so powerful in modern day America?
Let me say
So-
this
And
real quick,
this goes on.
so it doesn't impede our game. I want to hear this, but bro, don't grab nothing from that world and bring it over to our self growth here. All right, I gotta clarify. I want you to
Alright,
bring
alright.
nothing over from that.
Okay, I'm not.
All right.
Like, I see
Sorry.
Except for maybe
countless
just a single
posts
summit.
everywhere. They are just like, Jews did it. The Jews did it. I see like Joe. You guys know Joe Rogan. Everyone knows Joe Rogan. This is one interview he did with this one guy, and I don't know who he was. It was a nobody, but the guy did a quote unquote magic trick, and he gave Joe Rogan his account PIN number. And Joe
Oh,
Rogan,
I
like,
seen
went
that.
creeped
I
out. Everyone
saw-
in the comments was like, "Oh, he was sent by the Masons to threaten Joe." And I was like, why does this rabbit hole of Jews being bad people? Like, where does this shit come from? How
So,
true is
yeah,
it?
you want me to
Yeah.
explain?
Yeah, please.
I just want to say
So
I saw the
there's-
short and watched that full cut of that whole thing too, and it was ridiculous. But go ahead.
So there's this idea that started back in about 1890, because back in this time, you know, this was post a lot of the persecution of the Jews, but they were still having a lot of issues in the world. So the Roman Catholic blank at this time was not allowed to charge interest. So a lot of these Jewish groups, they started making banks and starting charging interest, and they were growing bigger and bigger. So come 1920, the beginning of the German regime, with like Mein Kampf and everything, is the story of how Germany was being financially ruined by these guys that were charging these super high interest rates for these loans, and was just taking all of the money out of Germany. And so Hitler supposedly started this whole separation of these Jews from his people. He actually supposedly was trying to help them get back to Judea, because he didn't want them there taking their resources. But also at the same time, what is it now? There is people like the Rothschilds and other, the Freemasons. You've heard of the Illuminati, all these different names. They're for this group of the super powerful elite that were mostly made of these Jewish groups, the Zionists as they call them, that believed in their superiority of their God ordained right to rule and to and they are using this usury, these taxes on this interest rates on the loans to grow more powerful. So that whole thing happened, World War II, all this huge atrocities, all these things, and these guys have continued from behind the scenes to grow power and get people in the right places. And that's what this whole idea is that a lot of people talk about, of Zionism, of this group that is controlling the world through money behind the scenes and through technologies, and that's why they point to these guys.
I want to reference Sherpy real quick. This guy has talked about this already Sherpy, a couple days ago. He definitely knows stuff on this logic. Like, bro's pretty passionate about the stuff he just said, and is a pretty good reference for any of this having validity. I also agree with anything he's saying on it, because I know about some of it 2 years ago, but all that I would agree with everything, 100%.
Okay, Mike, the next question is, well, do you think Jews are evil, or do you think they're just misunderstood?
No. So it's just a religious group. It had its roots in the Jewish community, but it's just these group of people. It's a religion. It's a cult. It's not. They try to associate this whole group of people, but it's just these people with this thinking that is controlling the world. Not every last one of my
Right.
brothers have Jewish.
So that
like, they're not all
that
Okay, I
that
get what you're
question
saying.
that question I don't even really want asked personally. If you could dude, because I mean, you don't mean that question when you ask it. Even, you know, that's a dumb question. I didn't even say your last thing was dumb. that was like intelligently rhetorical, but that just doesn't make sense to even say, in my opinion. Right or wrong? Would you agree?
I'm only asking because I could show you guys some of the things I see on Twitter. It's literally just people are going ham, and I'm talking about good public figures that we all know of, like Candace Owens, the Nick Fuentes guys. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Like Andrew Tate, like all of these well-known public figures who are successful in real life, who have no reason to lie, all point the finger to these individuals. This community.
So
Well, yeah,
all
that's
of them are
that's an
talking
individual, not a
about top versus
people.
bottom. You know, it is the ruling class versus the slaves. You know, these people are controlling us and doing all this, and it's no longer left versus right. It's not about democracy because they're ruining it. They don't care about it. It's their world.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Can you see us ever overthrowing this system that they created? And what do you think the world like that would look like?
There's so many ways that could look like in the same way that a single board of chess has, you know, a quintillion different moves. There is so many ways this could all play out. It's hard to even try to guess. We can only do our best to push what we believe is the right things, and you know, hope for everyone else does as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Just say we don't want it is the only part that like isn't really arguable. Everybody wants it to change, and just how it happens is obviously the hardest part of the whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nobody is happy with what it is right now. So if that's the case, I mean, I believe in manifestation, and I think if people are obviously together wanting a difference, then that means they're willing a difference and hoping it changes and wanting it to change, and would do a lot to do it, right? So I don't know what the outcome is of how it happens or when it happens, but I believe that it does, because you can't not believe that it does, because you want it to happen, right? So that's like just the first step, and the first way you put it in the right direction is just by agreeing that you know you want it and it will happen. And as long as you keep that belief, then eventually it will. It has to change, right? That's what I believe.
Yeah, yes and no, yeah.
I mean, you don't believe in
The
manifestation
best you can do
potentially,
is
but
your
I
best,
believe
right?
in action. I believe in action. I don't believe in sitting back and praying. Even though I do believe in Jesus Christ, etc., and things like that. I believe that if you want something to change, you got to go and make a change.
there isn't necessarily anything wrong with that. At the same time, action is promoted by thought. You don't just have action in anything, right? There's a cause and an effect. That's where the cause part is in the thing you're saying you're not believing in. It's like a basic physical principle that you're saying you're not believing in. You realize that, right? Like you can't just make action work. You have to have a reason for why action is initiated. That's where manifestation gets its root, essentially.
Get it.
You feel what I mean?
One of the few conspiracies I have regarding this the Israel, the Jew things, I would like both of your answers on. One of them is the whole every U.S. president has to kiss a wall and wear a hat. And I seen this like the other day, and someone in the comments said, it was like the top like comment, they said, well, JFK was the only one who didn't wear the hat and kiss the wall, and look what ended up happening to him. Ever since then, every president has to come to Israel, wherever country they go, kiss this wall and wear a hat. What is that? Why do U.S. presidents have to do that? And apparently JFK was the only one who didn't do it, and we saw what happened to him. So do you guys think this conspiracy is true? Do you think every president has to do this, and if they don't,
I want to
they
go.
will face some type of repercussion?
Yeah, I want to say something on this. First, you're corny, dude. Ain't no way you brought that in. I thought it was cosmetic. Bro!
I'm gonna get rid of this one. Don't worry.
Oh my god. Okay, listen. I believe that there's this girl who was in like elementary school or just about to be, I think she was 8th grade, just about to be a high schooler maybe, right? She proved that on this chart, every single president except for one was related, including Trump, including Obama, every one of them. They're all related, indirectly or directly. There's a family members. You've heard about that?
Like a reason why all of the not to go off track here, let's not answer, But one of the reasons that all the presidents are blood related is because
Oh God,
each
they're in.
president had to do with one of the secret families that rule the world and shit like that. I
Dude.
gotta find it. It was all back. I seen it. But,
The blood moon. Don't ruin the blood moon. They are related, and so I think that there's a deeper level to that conspiracy that involves obvious logic, right? Like it's a ritual of some kind, or it's a part of the difference. But them being all related is a huge. Oh my God, they're so in. There's so many of them. We're so not ready for this blood moon.
Hey, you told me not to use the weapon. It's in the piggy bank, so.
Oh God. Okay, sorry, we're being totally invaded on Terraria. This is our first.
So you cool with me using it for a second?
No, don't do it. We have to suffer.
I don't have a weapon yet. I put it in the chest last time.
Well,
here
it's
it
in there
is.
somewhere. You gotta grab it and
I
find it
found him.
somehow. Okay. I'll try to lead them out or something. Okay, listen. The point being that it's just some ritual. It's some logic that they've implemented, and it's more than likely tied between families. Not that it's, like that unrealistic to see a crazy thing
Well,
happen that they all do. I think it makes
You know
sense that there's a tie
that
to
back
it.
when Trump's whoops, I sold that. When Trump's business failed, he sold himself to BlackRock. He signed contracts with them and everything.
well, BlackRock, I would love to get into that.
Yeah, I'm
You
pretty
want
sure.
to get into BlackRock?
I would love to get into that
I'm sure
because
you would,
of
brother.
That's stupid. Not you're stupid. I just say that when I think things are funny.
Oh, no, you're fine. Okay,
Yeah, okay, wait.
one of the two theories, I guess we can just jump onto BlackRock. One of the two theories, well, I hate calling it theories because it's proven true. Okay, the assassination attempt that took place on Trump, the very first one with the nerd guy with the glasses, he was in a BlackRock commercial. Now, I don't believe in coincidences to that degree. That is not a coincidence. I would love to hear what you guys think about. And there was another Trump shooter who was an elderly gentleman who was also had BlackRock ties. Both of them had BlackRock ties.
Right, yeah, no, I knew about
Um,
that. I had seen that. And right, certainly he was related to BlackRock. He had
That-
friends and people he knew in their groups and stuff. I'm sure that there was some sort of a thing behind that.
What do you think BlackRock's motive would be to kill Trump, first of all? Because that's kind of what it looks like here on paper. Why would BlackRock want to assassinate Trump?
For looks, they
Yep.
made him miss on purpose to make him into a little bit of a survivor of something like. There's so many
Yep.
reasons. It's like the chessboard question.
When you take on the perspective, and this is why I don't actually indulge a lot of politics, that the politics are just a show, like a lot of people who I would say. Once you realize that they're just putting a show on, then almost nothing that's done has validity, because Trump isn't running the
Right.
show, right? Do you believe that he's actually making choices that matter, or do you believe someone's actually up there telling him what choices he has to make, like all the other related presidents?
Definitely both. Definitely both.
I think that if he wants to make a choice and there is one of his opinion, for it to matter and make that choice, he actually has to go through someone else. Is why it's a both thing, right? But that's the only reason why it's a both thing. Which at the end of the day, it's really just the puppeteer's control and choice, whatever that is or who, entity, whatever, right? Like
But
that's
it's interesting because, and not to cut you off,
yeah.
when he called the ceasefire, okay, first of all, we got to go down a little bit for the rabbit. We got to go down the rabbit hole a bit to understand this, what I'm about to say. So, people say the Jews control the president, Israel, whatever you want to classify them as, Israel controls the president, to say that. Israel had Trump called a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. And he stood up to Israel. He said, if you guys keep fucking around, he didn't threaten them like that, but he said that Israel messed up the ceasefire that he initially called, which was really interesting because I don't think any president would ever call out Israel like that, considering how everyone's saying that Israel controls the Western world and things like that. That was very interesting. So to go back to what you were saying about the whole puppeteers thing, do you think that Trump is able to sometimes go above the people who control him? If not, how was he able to call Israel out like that?
I think Trump is a human being, and he's also a temperamental child, and I'm sure he does make choices and does things himself. But we're saying that like the big things that move the masses and make the big decisions, he still has to clear it with someone.
Exactly. And if
Okay.
his idea is good, let's say you have a puppet or a mask that you have to go through regardless, right? And your idea is good and you have one, or they find a way to work with that idea that makes sense for whatever agenda or narrative they want to push, then there's no reason why you couldn't execute your quote unquote idea. But it doesn't change the fact that there's a reason for why it's even being allowed through a third party, right? That's the point we're making, is that even he's literally just a Western media propaganda at its finest level, one
He
that we
is
have to
an
believe
actor.
in. Yeah,
He has been a paid actor for many years. He has done it publicly on TV. He's
literally,
been on
right.
shows.
He's
I
just the
mean, that
first
is
actor we've had on
Yeah, yeah,
TV,
yeah,
also in the
definitely.
president chair. It's actually a joke in itself that it's he's the president just because that's what they are too and have been the whole time.
yep.
That's my belief and his, right? It's just a show,
Hmm.
dude. If you have nothing to watch and you have nothing to see about what's going on, then you're questioning and you want to know. But if you get a forefront of some of what's happening, then at least you have something to say. At least I'm a part of this movement and my vote matters. But if you don't have
What
that,
is that? What is that saying? Give the masses food and entertainment, and they won't revolt.
Oh yeah, yes, yes.
it's
I know
exactly
exactly what
that,
you're referring to.
exactly that, dude. There is no other outcome.
Which is so true. Which is it's so true. Oh my god,
So
I love
if you
that
put
quote.
on a show and you give them a reason to think they're being fed, then they're full. They don't need to eat anymore. But if there is no show, then they're going
Hmm.
to question what's actually going on behind closed doors.
How do you guys feel about the show Squid Games? Do you think there's any type of subliminal messaging behind that show, or do you think it's
There's
just someone?
subliminal messaging behind most shows. It's no secret. I mean, they put them in movies back, showing them, back. What was that movie called? Where the guy there was like aliens, and he would put on like glasses and see what was really being shown on the screens.
The Matrix?
No, let me look it up. You'll probably recognize it when I say it. I can't remember right now.
Hmm.
I would fully agree, not argue at all, that there's absolute truth to almost every movie ever
Definitely.
created.
Predictive programming, I believe, is the word.
Yeah,
Predictive programming,
I mean, there's
where like,
obviously,
and that's interesting because I would like to ask you that because you say you're a spiritual person.
yeah.
Do you believe, well, one of the rules
It's
of
called They
evil,
Live.
at least they live. Okay. One of the rules of evil, I guess we'll classify it as, is that they need to tell you what they have to do, what they're going to do before they do it, whether that be in a movie, a book, or they be the news. They have the universe, the evil universe, whatever you call it, has to
So
tell you
there's a
what they're
reason all that
going to do. Do
exists,
you
and I,
believe that is true?
yeah, so there's a reason all that exists actually, right? Like you're not just saying that because like you heard that from somewhere, right? Like you know that that's a thing because it's a thing that was put into the atmosphere, not just because you made that idea up, right? Well, there's like a counterbalance within
Hmm.
I believe it's actually Satanism, but there's scripture to whatever religion, be it Illuminati's variant of Satanism or whatever. Like there's denominations of Christianity, right? Well, the most popular negative one actually says as a karmatic token that this is a way to cleanse your negative, or I guess reward you more maybe in negative, if that's what you want. Because their negative is our positive, yeah? When you believe in Satanism, that is your
Hmm.
belief. Just like we were talking about disorders earlier.
I don't. What do they believe in?
Well,
I truly
okay, well let
don't
me
get
finish
it.
this first and we'll go into that. Do you feel what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, yeah, please.
if my good is the general consensus of what is good, and I believe in that, that's fine,
Hmm.
right? That's normal. But if your general consensus of good is bad, right? Then you would be like saying, I said this the other day too, is another quick example. Hitler is probably in heaven, right? And that's because what he thought he knew was truth is the truth. He thought his truth of saving people and his, logic was about murdering. And I'm not saying he was right, but I'm saying that in his mind it was right, or he wouldn't have done it, right?
Hmm.
So that easy, simple
Hmm.
correlation is the same difference as these guys' karmatic token of doing these negative things. If they put it in front of you first and show it to you, there is scripture within their belief that I was told this is how that worked. That scripture is saying if you put it in front of them first and then show it to us, we get more reward for doing it. Not necessarily that they're trying to warn us ahead of time, but
Mm.
there's actually a karmatic token involved here of some kind, right? Like they're getting better in their God's favor by telling us before they actually do it every time. That's how I was
Mm.
explained it. And I could be wrong. I don't know any of that to
Okay.
actually be validly true, but that's what I heard as to why you even know of that statement.
I don't
That's
know
how
where I heard it from, but
yeah.
I read it and heard it numerous times.
Yeah, and
That one of their laws is they must tell you what it is before they do it. A prime example would be the 9/11. There was numerous films, for example, The Matrix. His license ID expired on 9/11.
I don't really
That was one
understand
of
what we're talking about here. Are you trying to say that evil is going to always tell you it's going to be evil?
yes.
No, I'm simply saying that. Well, he's saying that, but I'm kind of saying that. But what I'm saying more of is the people who commence the evil, their moral code or whatever they.
No,
when
that's
they-
a lie. That is, like Christ warns, they will lie to your face. These people are very manipulative and secretive. That's their whole goal in life. They don't want to be found. They want to be in the shadows. That's like why things like BlackRock and things, even less than 5 years ago, if you asked anyone who that was, they would be like, I don't know. These people, they can hide in plain sight, and they've got a lot of practice at it. It's their focus.
I agree, but there is tons of predictive programming in movies that show things that are coming,
Oh, the
and then they
movies tell
eventually
you.
come. Yes, a prime example of this is The Matrix, and there's also additional films that predictively programmed 9/11, predicting
don't-
9/11 would happen.
I don't know if you're
There's,
understanding what we're
there's another
talking
movie I
about.
forgot. There was a basketball player, and it took place in like 1998, and he was literally next to World Trade Center, and it blew up. That's another. I can go and actually get films that showed
Things
like the World
that
Trade Center
happened
blowing up.
that then happened in
And
real
that was
life.
one of the many
Have you ever
examples.
seen Charlie Chaplin's Great Dictator speech?
No.
Over 100 years ago, before computers or anything like that, he was talking about the machine mind and how it's going to take over, and that we need to love each other, and this is what's going to destroy us. Even Christ, 2,000 years ago, was talking about these same things. It's not predictive, it's that we keep repeating the same patterns, and people notice them and talk about them.
Yeah.
But we never had a pattern that was anywhere similar to a 9/11 or impactful as that.
Okay, wait.
These were specifically pointing on 9/11.
Let me try to say some
Yeah, go
stuff
ahead, Dylan.
because he's specifically referring to the stuff that's in, and he said predictive programming, which kind of correlates both of your points. And I'm trying to say that the first point he was bringing this up about wasn't necessarily like how the Simpsons, right, called out all this shit ahead of time, and a bunch of those have come true and been, you could say, prophecies, I guess, or foreseen logic. That was on TV. And on TV and in movies, there's been a lot of correlated, and maybe not exactly the same, but a lot of the same correlations. What I'm saying, and where I'm saying I got this from and he got this from, someone was saying in the past that they say what evil they're going to do before they do it. And I agree that part specifically, not with everything and not with every movie, is there some subliminal message, right? Sheepy, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm thinking that like there's a rule within Satanism maybe, and I don't know for sure that that's exactly where it's derived from, but there's like a token of reward for them telling us before they do it. I had heard this from someone else, that there is a scripture in negative books of some kind that's like an additional bonus to the evil that they're making, that they tell us about it first. That's what I was referring to. That's it.
Understood, and I could see that, but I also worry that could be implanted by them to make you think, oh, they'll just tell me everything. That's such an easy trust thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's an additional way of evil, right? I'm not saying you're wrong about that either, right? Because now everything doesn't
Right.
have as much validity, and everything does, and it's just an additional distraction, which is the point of why it's useless.
To not listen to their book is to do the right thing, because that's doing the wrong thing.
Right.
Yo, I'm gonna charge my AirPods. I'll be back in one. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Trying to dig down to the pond, the lake. You ever been to that? You sure?
No.
So there's a little crystal lake thing you can throw items into and get like special rewards.
Do you know where it's at?
I'll show it to you. I'm gonna find it first. It's on the left side of the map, but it moves a little bit, so I gotta find it.
Word. I'm gonna I have climbing claw now, so I just gotta put some water at the bottom of the elevator, but it's done entirely, for the record. A congratulations or like a good job would be nice right about now.
Congratulations.
We're on a
good job.
large world, bro. You know how long this shit took? Oh my god. This was like a 3-day
Bro,
process, bro.
me and you have both beat this game. Yes, I know exactly how long it takes.
Okay.
I've made about
fair.
8 hell elevators altogether.
I feel it. Me too. I'm just seeking glazing. So thank you. Seeking praise.
You have built something in virtual.
Right? Oh my goodness. I just want to fall down this thing over and over at this point. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, there is water at the bottom of it, but there's also some zombies from earlier. Should get rid of
I
that.
need to find some accessories.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, we got water and we got a hole in the ground that's super deep. Woo!
So,
How's it going?
is Oxy the one that's his earphones were?
Dying, yeah. I believe.
Okay.
He's the only other guy in here.
He's got a lot of good questions. I'm glad he's asking these things.
Yeah, me too. I'm enjoying it. Is
I
he the
think
only
me
one
and
in
you
here?
have kind of already found these answers, so it's always nice to find someone trying to find the truth.
Real. Very real. How we need a loom pretty bad. Then we can get a bed going down here too. As like a respawn zone or something.
That's a good idea.
Right? I just haven't found a loom yet. I found a living
Do you have a
tree.
Discord started by any chance for?
The Twitch? Yeah. Yeah, I got one.
Well, not for your Twitch. Well, maybe I guess it would be for your Twitch. I'm just trying to. I don't know. I'm just trying to maybe start like a Discord for like-minded people about all these things.
Oh yeah, I'd be in for sure. I just sent you my this is like the community where people are playing together essentially, so not just necessarily exclusively my Twitch, but somewhere we could all post and say game stuff, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just invited you to that too. You're obviously welcome to be in there. But I'd be down to join your stuff. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I've had servers for games, but I think I want to start one for, you know, politics and things.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that for sure.
Have you already looted the trees? Have you already been through all of it?
The 2 trees that were on the right, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we should start another map just to loot some boxes, because I need some accessories bad.
I mean, that's why I did the large. I feel like there's a lot of spots. If you want me to come with you, we could go do some more specific. I don't know. The whole
you know what?
elevator is huge too, dude. Really, you could go anywhere and look at any of these caves. I bet you'd see something quick.
What I think I'm gonna go do is go find a seed where they've already found the feather so I can fly around a bit. You know what I'm talking about?
You want to get wings
the
to
angel wings?
start? You don't even get those until
Yeah.
hard mode normally. That's gonna make
No,
Wall
no,
of Flesh
no.
hella easy. Yeah.
These are the only wings in normal mode. They're the angel ones, and they're a normal drop from the sky palaces.
Then
There's
go
just you
up.
can.
How are you trying to come in here and then change up the? I want the raw experience, brother. The
That's
fact we
part of the
beat.
raw experience.
No,
You-
but not if you didn't earn it in this world and start here and stuff. Like you got to get it here, bro. That's the point.
I mean, the way to get that though is that you find a seed with it. You keep building up to those little. It's fine. I'll go check yours. I'll go see if you have them here.
I'm telling you, do we do? They're in here. It's a large world. There's hella sky islands. You're not impeding my world by doing stuff on this world, but I don't like the idea of saying I beat this hardest mode with a buddy who also brought in stuff. You feel what I mean?
Well, no, I know, but that'd be like if I went to go out hard mode or something past. But this is something you can get right at the start.
Well, then go get it. Exactly. You're making my argument again.
Well, no, but it might not be on this seed. Sometimes the seeds don't spawn it. There's the thing.
Well, then we don't get it, and you're gonna have to wait till hard mode wings. I want the raw experience, brother. I gotta say we beat this without help, you know?
Understood.
That's my goal at least. I want no extra stuff just
I
because
hear you. That's fine.
You
It's
get
your
it,
world. No
right?
problem.
Word. Don't get me wrong. If we enjoy this and you're trying to keep going some more, I'd still run this game. I think it's beautiful for holding conversation and playing a game. Honestly, it's super simple and good in that way. At least until it's not. And hard, it's gonna get a little bit weirder, I think. But I don't mind taking time on this.
Do you understand what I'm saying though is available at the start, so I don't look at it as like going ahead. You're getting something available. It's just some seeds don't carry it.
Well, we haven't even seen if this one doesn't have it. To also be fair.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm going there now. That's what I'm doing.
There are things that you're telling me right now that I don't remember about the game, right? Like this being like a set location. That exists now? Like they have spots where it's just gonna be there or it's not?
These wings, or are you talking about the lake?
I mean both really. Is there a chance that the lake is not there? Or like always there?
No, the lake is always there.
But there's a chance these wings don't have that same exclusivity.
So they have a chance to spawn in the Sky Island chests, but the chests are randomized, so no, every seed does not include it.
Ah. Well, yeah, because you could just loot all 10 chests, let's say there's 10 Sky Islands, and none of them have it.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I still feel like, because again, it's not like we're losing access to the item entirely at the end of the day. If worst case scenario, we have to go to hard mode to do it, then we do. I feel like still...
Understood. Yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm not fighting.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. And, I mean, I don't know. If you're trying to fast track that, I'm not against it either necessarily. I definitely would like...
I just know I hate dying from falling like 5 feet, and that saves you from that.
There's also, like, the way I used to do it was just grind skeletons and go find skeletons until you get a claw. Or a hook. Right? And you get your first grapple. And now you're kind of set, really.
I forgot my happy thought.
That's funny as hell. Did someone join? Hello, person? Hello? You there? Would you like to talk?
Yep.
What up? How's it going?
What's up, WizKid?
What you talking about?
In this very moment, Terraria. But before that, BlackRock and like conspiracy stuff or secret negative stuff. But I'm open to whatever too. I'm sure dude is.
No, we could talk about that if you're still wanna.
I mean, I don't
It's
think
kind of late up here.
anybody said on anything really, but we can either way.
Okay. I mean,
What,
what exactly?
Well, actually, first, what interests you in politics and religion? What are your hot topics? What do you like to talk about?
I agree. It's a good question.
Shit. I mean, like I'm versatile. Like if you get to know me, I'm versatile. I usually let the room decide. I'm not like one to take the initiative to like, you know, because I don't know what you guys like. Yeah, I'm American. Yeah, where you from?
America, yeah.
I'm in Cali.
What part Cali?
I'm up north, over by Sacramento.
I'm from California originally. I'm currently in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also kind of in your boat too. To be real, I like hearing other people's logics and just playing with it. But, yeah, I generally don't. I'm pretty versatile too. I don't really start stuff for the most part though. 100% agree with all that.
Wait,
Are
California?
you-
You're from California?
Yeah.
We're both from California. I live
Okay.
there now. He lives in Arizona.
I'm California as well. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. California. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
What was
New
I gonna
York.
say? Oh shit, I had something. I don't remember right now.
Well, would you guys agree? Because I would. That California is the best place to live in the United States. As for the exception of the expenses it takes to live here, that is probably the only con. I mean,
So,
that's
in what
whatever
metrics? What?
I
or what
like
yeah.
diversity. Yeah, and you will never be singled out. You will never feel like an outsider. We have all cultures. We have the best food. We have the best weather. We have the best history. Well, I wouldn't say history, but we have good scenery, good cities, lots of places to go, lots of things to do, lots of places to explore. things of that nature.
Or the
And, we have
biome.
not too high of a crime rate. It's very safe. All the real reasons people move to certain places, we hit it on the nail on most reasons. At least I would think so.
What part of California are you in?
I'm in southern, near to Los Angeles, about 2 hours away, Moreno Valley.
Moreno Valley? Okay, yeah, I'm from Orange
Yeah.
County myself and stuff. So, in some ways, I'd agree, but I'd also say Californians are very cut off from each other because it's such a hodgepodge that a lot of people ignore each other. Um, I know what you're saying too. Yeah, I mean there is definitely a little more community. You can go out to the beaches and meet people and do things and see stuff, but it's also, like you're saying, very expensive, and a lot of those experiences are locked behind money. And if you aren't making a certain amount, you get a completely different experience of California.
Yeah,
I agree. It's all
but
people.
not that big of a difference. I mean, it's not like California isn't one of those places that if you're not rich, you won't be able to enjoy it. Like Vegas, for example, is a prime example. If you don't have a lot of decent money,
Actually would say completely the opposite. I lived in Vegas and I've lived a lot of years in California, and it's definitely easier to be poor in Vegas than Cali.
really, I guess it just depends on where you live then. Because for me, it wasn't that difficult. But yeah, I guess it just
Yeah,
depends.
I've been
It depends
homeless
on
a
the
few
person.
times. I've lived in Oklahoma, Minnesota, California, Vegas, Arizona, Texas, Minnesota. Like I had a place that I was living there, type stuff, and I'd say California would be in my top three. Definitely number
Okay.
one for food, like you were saying. There's nowhere else I could say that I could eat anything the fuck I wanted.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good point. Really, have everything. And weather. Would you give it to weather as well?
Yes,
I mean,
weather would be the another one of the big bonuses. Nature-wise, like the beaches and the mountains and hiking and stuff, and parks and stuff, they do a really good job of
Right.
giving you some of
I
that.
want to say something about that too. I wouldn't disagree about the sun part even. I think that if you go an hour in any direction from Northern California where I'm at, you got snow, you got beach, you got forest life, you got, I mean, like desert. Like you could go literally an hour in any direction from Northern California and experience every biome that you wanted to,
Yeah,
other
but
than like a
conversely, you
rainforest.
can go 5 hours in any direction in Southern California and you're still in city.
But both of you are proving my point.
True.
Dylan just proved my point. What I was saying, like you
Right,
literally
right.
have everything here, like regardless of where you.
But that,
bought,
like he said
like
too,
you
that's
can have it.
that's Northern California specifically. I would agree with him too that in SoCal you've got about 2 or 3 different realistic outcomes in
I've never been
SoCal.
to Northern Cal. I wanna go.
Because I don't think you get snow logic from SoCal at all, first of all, and then I don't
Oh
think
yeah,
you get,
no.
and then
never.
also the
It's
weather.
rare.
The weather,
You can go to Big Bear or one of the mountains nearby.
you could almost split California
Oh yeah,
in
that's
half
true. That's true.
and say that your logic only applies to the top half of California on some levels, not all. But SoCal's weather is different, dude, compared to NorCal's weather.
That is true.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like,
I'm
there's-
probably talking about Southern Cal. Then.
Yeah, there's a couple different levels where Lower California does struggle, especially when you're saying diversity comes. That's again more literally NorCal. SoCal is Mexican as fuck, bro, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it is.
Yeah,
There's
no, it's definitely not.
people. It's definitely diverse in Southern Cal, like
It's
Los Angeles,
super
San
diverse.
Diego.
Well,
but,
okay,
the
like
other side,
I went to
San Bernardino,
school.
There's Mexicans, whites, blacks, etc.
Yeah,
Like,
but
it's-
I went to
it's-
school in Long Beach for like 6 months as a kid, and in
Mhm.
that
Which is all
school,
black people.
well, no, Long Beach was all Mexican where I went to school at, and I'm not,
What?
dude. I mean, if I would have taken a picture, I
I've
guess of
been
the
all
picture.
through Long Beach, and I've
Yeah,
met most of the
yeah.
community is black. From what I remember.
I don't know. This was when I was there in school, like I'm saying, and I would argue that there is a majority difference of people in less diversity in NorCal versus SoCal. I think you guys are kind of tripping on that. I don't know if there's charts we could look up, but I think there's definitely more. The minority is everything but Mexican in a decent region of SoCal.
Yeah, I mean, I know whole Asian communities, I know whole black communities, I know whole Mexican.
I'm not saying the
I will
communities don't
agree-
exist,
I will agree
but
that there are definitely more Mexican communities than any other besides maybe white in Southern
Definitely.
California.
that's
I
what
would
I'm
agree on
saying.
that as
That's
well.
what I'm saying.
would
I
agree
may
on
have worded
Okay.
it wrong, but that's exactly what I'm saying.
Understood.
Yeah. It's not that you're 100%. It's definitely
But
culture in
majority
there.
means like these are all 10% and this one's like 20%. It's not like a vast majority, but yeah, there is more.
That's fair too. Right. That's all I'm saying. If you're comparing those differences of diversity to NorCal and SoCal, there's some pretty significant differences, right? On that regard too. So the weather, the differences up in reach of new biomes and things to do that are free and just adventure wise, right? In NorCal, much closer within hour drive,
But
right?
you're proving his point. That's why California's
Yeah,
great. You
like,
have
No, no.
all
yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
north side is hitting all of those nails on the head. The southern side has significantly different changes. I'm saying than the north side of California on a few different planes.
Well, I want
Other
to see
than the food.
California as a whole.
Can't we all
as an
just get
entire
along?
State, as a whole state. What is this movie? Exchange.
Well, he said it when he was like 5
Goodness.
hours in either direction to get the same difference as northern
This is
in
not
1 hour.
California Exchange,
That was my
No,
point.
I was saying you were talking about how like 1 hour each way you can get to different biomes, and
Yeah.
I was saying 5 hours in SoCal and you're still in the city.
What is
Yeah,
this shit?
it's a slightly bigger difference. It may not be significant, but it is a difference. All right.
Mhm.
And the weather is a good point too. The weather is beautiful up top. Down south, it is a little hotter consistently.
Yeah.
You know.
hmm
I would
Uh-huh.
honestly say it's mild in Cali. Like it never gets below like 20, and it never gets above. Well, it can get over 100, but it
It's
doesn't stay
118
there like it does in
yesterday.
some
For
arid
the last
areas.
3 days,
But
it's
like
118.
I live in Vegas currently, but the 100 degrees in Vegas and the 100 degrees in Los Angeles, it's completely different.
I would agree with that too.
Oh,
Fully.
well, Los Angeles has a huge ocean next to it. So.
Yeah, I'm watching people's shoes melt in
Yeah.
Vegas when I went and visited. I saw a black like tar coming off the bottom of his shoe because it wasn't the cement; it was his foot melting. Like that's Vegas.
Oh, there.
Very much different.
I'm in Arizona now. It's even worse, but coming from Vegas,
Believe that too.
it has been over 100 for 120 days straight, and it's been up to 120 degrees.
Damn, that is
Wow.
nuts. I couldn't do that. Hell no. Here I am complaining,
I've
living in
stayed inside a
NorCal.
lot.
Yeah. Nope. You don't even want to swim in that heat. I mean, they do, but not me. I wouldn't do that.
I will say though, the wind makes a big difference. I'm not sure why we're still on weather, but
We can keep that. I don't care.
anyways, yeah, the weather with the wind, I could deal with 100 if it's windy versus 100 stopped, and humid 90 is still much worse than 100.
I'm gonna step away.
Not humid.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
E- So, are you religious?
For me?
Yeah, he went to the bathroom.
Yeah. I hate saying Christian, but yeah, I guess you would consider me a Christian because I do believe Jesus Christ died for my son. Things like that.
And what do you believe about him?
I believe that he was the Son of God. He was sent to.
Do you believe you're the son of God?
No, Jesus is the Son of God.
Right, but he said we're all children of God, right?
In that sense, yes, but well, technically yes, technically no. In the sense that I'm here to live and die for someone else's sins, no. But in terms of my Father being in heaven, yes, if that makes sense.
Did Christ ever say he was here to die for our sins?
I believe he did.
The closest to it is him saying that through me is the way, the truth, and the life. He never actually himself said that he was here to die for our sins. Actually, most of what Christ spoke out about was all humans being equal, that we are all children of God. He spoke a lot against money, for it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter heaven. For the love of money is the root of most evil. There's a lot of times,
Well, Matthew 26:28. This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of their sins. So he kind of did.
Right. Again, once it comes down to how we decide to decipher it. we say when you go work, you pour your blood, sweat, and tears into it, right? You know, this is my blood, this is my effort. All of the things that he was doing was his blood that he was pouring out. Through him, through my way, the words. So it's the way, the truth, and the light. So the way he acted, what he did, the words he said, the things he spoke about, and then, you know, the action. Christ was here to tell us, you know, to treat each other equally and morally and righteously, and to stop idolizing each other and money, and to turn to God. And I think a lot of Christians these days are confused because the church pushes this, you know, holy guy that was born of the Virgin Mary and did all these miracles, and then he died for your sins as the perfect human being, instead of focusing on the things he tells us to, you know, the way he walked and talked, the things he preached about.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like everyone misunderstands something today, and religion is one of the key things that a lot of people misunderstand.
Did you delete those items? Or are you still
Which
using
items?
them? The ones you brought in.
They're in the piggy bank.
I can't see the piggy bank. Remember, that's an
Right,
exclusive stash.
That's why I put it in there. Because you didn't want it on the server, so I just put it in one that if anyone else joined, they couldn't access it. It's just chilling there.
You got a delete box. You could just delete it. You could do that, right? When you get a chance.
Oh, it's deleted. It's gone.
Oh, okay, good. That's good. You want to share your screen? I want to make sure you're deleting. Do you delete it? I think you should share your screen.
Hey, don't look at this tree I'm running on right now. Hey, that's nothing.
Brother. Let's get banned from the Terraria server. This is crazy.
Ah, rough. It's gone. I'm writing it, but it is my trash. So as soon as I get off, it'll be gone. And that's the only thing I have left.
You are not making this easy. You deleted my tree? You did not
What are you
delete my
talking
tree.
about?
The tree attached to the base. Why is that gone?
I didn't. I might have accidentally hit it while fighting enemies. I don't know. I didn't try to delete it.
Oh my goodness.
I'll plant you a new one. I'll plant you a new one.
Oh my god.
It'll grow. Don't worry.
Okay. Let's go back to talking about religious stuff.
Are you sure the tree? Well, I mean, obviously the tree's gone, but I never remember hitting it. I don't remember it going away when I was there.
Maybe it's a part of the game, or there's an effect I don't know about, or something, but that tree is not here.
Or maybe like an enemy blew up or something near it.
But the ground's not fucked up there at all. It's still perfectly flat. And I don't think that can happen. I think it has to be an axe.
I like that one quote. I forgot what that religion is the only thing that keeps the poor man from killing the rich man.
So, it keeps the poor man from what?
From killing a rich man. A rich one, basically.
Yeah, okay. I've never heard this.
I'm trying to see if did I even say it right? Okay.
Damn, these enemies are strong. Oh, I'm ready for upgrades too. I'm telling you.
The poor have a moral framework and hope for justice in the afterlife. Some believe the poor might feel justified and violently take it from the rich because there would be no fear of divine punishment and no belief that suffering now could be rewarded later. And that's true. These are valid points, but it's called Frank.
No, well, that's the training they put into you. But I mean, so let me ask you something. What do you think God and religion are? If you were to use a definition that spans across every religion, what is God, and what is religion for? Why do we have religion?
Why do we have religion?
Yes, and what is God in any religion?
Well, I'll start with the God one. I think that God is a spiritual. No, I can't say that. I believe God is a spirit that is in everyone.
Do you think that would cover
Whoa, let
every
him
religion?
finish. Let him finish, though.
Wait,
Hold on.
what is that?
I just want to say, do you think that would cover every religion?
What, that God is if I had to speak for every religion,
Yes.
I would say that God is a spirit that is within everyone and everything, and I would use that as a definition to cover every religion.
I like that. But I'm spiritual. so-
Well, I don't know if every one of them believes that it's a spirit. Would you agree that God in any religion is the why that we are here?
Yes.
And then religion is explaining what happens next.
I would say religion, depending on what religion you are, I would say that religion and the Bible that is provided from the religion, if that makes sense, is kind of the guide plan on how to live your life according to what you believe in. That's what I would classify religion as. It's your cheat or your study guide, in a way.
Right, but at the end of the day, we have religions because we worry about what happens next. Like, these religions wouldn't matter if there was not like an afterlife or whatever. It's all in an effort to explain the next step of life. Would you agree that's true, or where would you say
I may
that's
need you
not
to
true?
repeat. I may need you to repeat that one more time.
Certainly. So religion is in any group, any nationality, whatever, wherever it came from, it is there to explain what happens after we die. It's there to help us understand the next steps, whether it's, like you said, morals to live in this life for the next life. But once again, if there was no next life, you wouldn't have to worry about these morals, right? Like you were saying?
If there was a guaranteed fact that I knew that nothing would happen after I die, would I still care about religion? Is that what you're asking?
I'm saying that is what religion is, all of them.
Yeah, to a degree, yeah. Sure. I would say that.
So God is why we're here, and religion is what happens next.
Not necessarily what happened next, but what you should do while living in the current moment, but as well as what happens next, yes.
Right, but you only need to worry about the current moments if there was something next. If there was, if we all believed that as soon as you died, that was just it, would you think morals mattered?
Yes, because although we're all going to the same destination, I would still want everyone to...
No, there's no destination.
Okay, black screen. Everyone's aware of this black screen after we die. Yes, I would still want morals to be in place simply because I would want to live a certain
But
life.
those
My
wouldn't
neighbor
be a
may wanna live-
religion, though.
What do you mean?
Those morals would just be the morals in place. They're not there to
They'll be subjective,
explain like a god or a deity or a reason for what happens next.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm saying those, when we classify it as a religion, it has to do with the pursuit of this unknown objects, in the same way that God is the opposite way, the why that we are here. That explanation.
I'm a bit confused. I may need you to simplify it a bit further. Because I'm kind of
Dylan,
missing the point.
are you
I'm missing
following?
the point that you're saying a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't know how to explain it better. I'm just trying to define what religion and God is that fits across anyone's spectrum.
Okay. To go back to your initial question, well, the first question, one of the two questions you asked is, how would I explain God? How would I define God for all religions? I said that God is in everyone, and it's within. That's what I think every religion would classify God as. Or that's how everyone would define God, every religion, despite what religion you are. Now, what is religion? I would say that is that would more than likely be like the guide key, the study sheet, what to do while you're here currently, and what to come next if you were to do what you were supposed to do, and if you did what you weren't supposed to do. And your question to me after I said that was, I'm asking.
Nothing. I just kind of wanted to get a feel for what you believe those were. It sounds like you were agreeing with my definition, but you still have this other thing in mind. At the end of the day, all of these all of these different religions all are trying to explain why we're here and where we're going, right?
Yes.
So, you know, I don't remember honestly now where I was going with this because it was a while ago that I asked the question. So I don't remember what's next. Sorry.
Um,
Well, that was quick.
So I guess what I want to say on this that I kind of help. It was one of the biggest factors about my choice to be spiritual, not religious. Alan Watts had said that all religion is art,
My favorite guy.
and so he didn't really like say that exact sentiment, right? He said that though was like the simplified version of his quote. I don't know it verbatim, but basically, another way I like to correlate this is when samurai would go out and murder, right? They would use swords and do brutal acts of violence with these swords and these katanas or whatever, and have so much negative and stuff they had to deal with through war that was like, guns are, I would argue, easier to deal with the violence that comes from, but actually chopping like flesh and all those gnarly things they had to go through, right? What they had to do was go in and use these sand gardens. It was like a requirement as part of the war, right? Like if you were out there and fought, then you had to use an art, a therapy of some kind in order to deal with that trauma. So that's where I would really easily correlate religion with art. And it was one of my bigger factors to change how my thinking was, because at the end of the day, just like you guys were explaining kind of consistently, right, is that you need a thing to think about in order to have like a goal in this life. You have to have some kind of reason of pushing forward. And if you simplify it, which is insulting, I would assume, to most religions, to that it's just art, so that you can see beauty in these times of hardship. Like a lot of people wouldn't agree with that because they have so much more faith and structure and logic around why they believe what they believe, right? But I feel like at the end of the day, they're just trying to see beauty in struggle. And it's super simple, but it's also, kind of profound when you think about it at all, because they're just trying to find that. They're just trying to find happiness and a beauty at the end of it, this hard journey that they're in, right? So I don't think it's wrong to say that religion is art at all. I think it's a beautiful quote, and I think it made it make sense for me why I wanted to change my belief, right? The whole point is that you're going through whatever struggle. You may not be a samurai, but you're going through whatever hardships, and you need something to believe in to say it's all worth it, right? And you need a reason to keep being better and not just a stagnant, no growth person. You need a reason to keep trying to be better. And that's what God is for a lot of people. And that's what religion is for a lot of people. But the end game part that no one genuinely actually knows about unless they say they believe in heaven, I don't know about either, and I don't claim to know. But I don't think it makes sense that we're getting this beautiful life and world and time together to have an end game of be nothingness either. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that makes sense either.
I agree with that.
There's got to be a something, right? So for me to just know that exists is enough for me. For other people, they need to give it crazier, heavier divine truths, and I don't think it's essential and needed. I think it's an extra byproduct of something beautiful, which isn't a problem. That's why I don't judge other people's religious beliefs, but I don't think it's essential that I'm giving rules and faith and praise to this thing that never actually asked me for it. If I had a voice in my head saying praise me, and I could definitively prove that voice was God, I might praise it. But it doesn't change the fact that it's not happening to me. And I think that God or whatever would want me to live my better life. It's currently the only thing I can derive from it, right? Is that God, if it does exist, just wants me to exist and get like that EXP and try to do good onto other people that are here too. And be happy about it, and appreciate this time. And some people, especially Christians, I feel like would call that selfish and like not necessary or without like reason maybe. But there is reason there, like to me. There is reason that other people are trying to find happiness. And once my cup's full enough to be able to give them happiness, I don't mind trying. If you're asking me for help, I won't turn you down. It may not be the help you
That's
want.
a great attitude, Dylan.
But like it'll be me
So
at least
profound.
giving you my. Well, it's not profound really. I think it's simple is the difference. I think all the extra rules that come with these other religions are what's profound to me. I don't think you need to inherently have
Dylan,
strengths to be a good person.
I think you're right.
Cool.
And I think you're a troll that just joined.
No. I think to be successful, you have to be selfish, or else you never achieve. And once you get to your highest level, then you have to be unselfish, but stay reachable, stay in touch, and don't isolate.
Yeah, that would
I
be
don't
better.
believe that to be true.
So, well, I mean, I feel like it would be better in success for people who struggle with that. Yeah, I don't think it's needed
So
necessarily, but I
yes,
agree that
before
it's,
you can help others, you have to help yourself first. There
Yeah.
is a
Oh, yeah.
selfishness that is actually good. You know,
Right,
there is
because,
a
I mean,
level-
Yeah, you got to put on your mask before you put on somebody else's mask.
yeah, you have to know.
don't know.
You have to. Well, I think it's a. I don't know how you're taking that interpretation, but I think that makes sense. If you don't know yourself enough to know what you should need and want and enjoy, then how are you going to provide that joy to someone else who's also not
Yeah.
able to see it, right?
Mm.
I think you're just saying the same thing loosely, right?
And everyone's happiness is different.
Exactly.
You know, what makes you happy might not make me happy, and the lifestyle that you live or have might not be what I would want. So it's you know, you got to get to know each and every person on an individual level to make that assessment.
Yeah. And if you don't know your own happy, you can't really determine it either.
Correct.
You just have a harder time at least determining they're happy if you don't know yours at all. That's my point.
Correct.
This is why I believe in
It's
spirituality.
hard to
because
love. It's hard to love others if you can't love yourself.
I want to say this other thing too. If you're
But
agreeing
is
with
it
that,
selfishness or greed if it's self-love and it's not, to an extreme?
What do you mean by that?
yeah, explain that more.
If it's not at like a narcissist level, if you are only loving yourself in the fact that you think you're a good person and that you are worth investing yourself and time into, like that is natural self-care.
Yeah.
And-
Right.
Go on.
Okay, because you kind of came in with saying like to be selfish is. I was just kind of making sure we were talking like on the same page there.
Well, I'll say it again. Like, to be successful, you have to be selfish, or else you will never achieve. And
Financially
once you
successful?
get to your highest
well-
level, then you have to be unselfish. So
What is
once
what is your measurement of success though?
Yeah, do you mean financial? Do you mean career based?
I think he's talking
it
super
could be anything,
general.
right? Because
Yeah,
I
general.
mean, I could be ahead of you guys in one aspect of life, and you could be ahead of me in another aspect of life. And the trade-off is, if I'm better at this than you, then let me tell you how to get to where I'm at this aspect of life,
I agree
and I'll
with all
share that with you to, you know, boost you and bring you up.
Yep.
And then on the flip side of that, maybe you're better at whatever, right? And I would like to add that to my kit, my personality. And I'm going to ask you, hey, I can teach you this, you teach me this, and we elevate each other.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it all makes sense. I don't think the definition of success is what his point was. It was just in general. The gains that he's
Yeah.
made, right. Or anyone could make, even. Fully agree. I wanted to say that this is where the profound part of religion versus my spirituality beliefs kind of come into play. I think all these extra rules, and I'm curious how you guys feel about this, being as some of you are religious, I'm sure. Why are all these rules and essential logics necessary if you embrace the first part of this conversation that you agreed with, right? If you can better yourself enough to where you're selfish enough that you understand how to love other people correctly, right? Do you need all of these other rules and implementations to get to a heaven? Or can you find like that nirvana through yourself and through this like life, right? And not need it for a proving ground essentially to a God. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to it just being that way and you trying to be a better person in general. Do you need all these other rules and complications? Because that's where my fallacy personally with religion was. And then why I'm spiritual now, right?
I want you to pick on somebody to answer that question.
Okay. How about we go with the guy who's talking about success? And I agreed with this
That
point
would be
initially.
me then.
Yeah. Go ahead. What do you think about that? Do you need the rules in your religion for the religion side of you to be like successful, I guess, is the question? Do you need the rules? Do they actually, better question. Let me reword that actually. Do you need the rules that are taking time away from other things you could be doing that are in your normal everyday life, as opposed to discussing the scripture and then this old logic that is supposed to better you too. Because I don't think those things have as much relevance as people say they need to have, right? Like those things are lessons, and once those lessons are learned, you know them. So to sit here and discuss those rules and act like those are key factors in your everyday life is just not true until you keep bringing them up. Or there's a derivative correlating lesson in real life, right? That you should pull from Ezekiel 4 or Isaiah 1. You could look at that as reference to help deal with that lesson, as you should. But to say you need those things is where I'm just not with religion at this point, right?
Their
I mean,
guidelines.
that's yeah. I would say it gives you a good moral compass the more that you really dig into it. At the end of the day, that's kind of what I've taken away from a lot of the Bible. Is most of it is
Yeah, like genocide, and rape, and slavery.
Yeah.
most of it. I'm not saying all of it. Like, I feel like most of it is a general guide to be a
Congratulations.
good human being.
Right.
Now, are there bits and pieces that we could pull from that would totally go against that narrative? Absolutely. But I think if you look at the bulk of religion on the planet, because there's so many different religions, what religion is honestly the best religion? If you had to, like, because with religion you're usually picking one. It's not like you're a Christian Muslim hybrid. Like, you're not like that. You're usually stuck picking one. So if you're forced to pick a religion, what religion is the religion? And none of them are perfect, right? We can all sit here and
You're
agree.
not forced to pick. That's the point. Is that you're just not forced to pick.
You're not.
And
You're
you know
not.
what?
That's correct.
And do you know what? There's a challenge I heard in the server, which I think is really good, that applies to the moral thing you said. Give me one single moral that you're drawing from the Bible that I couldn't get from Sesame Street.
A
That's
single moral that you couldn't
Give me
get from
one
That's
single
kind of my
moral
point.
principle that you
That's-
can draw from the Bible
that is the best
you
way I
can't
could have
already
asked.
get from Sesame Street.
100% the best way I could have worded the question myself. That would have been it. That's exactly my point.
Yeah, like everything that is good in the Bible already exists in something like Sesame Street.
You're taking the point of the lesson is to do better and have that better moral. If you can get it from anything, and then you know the difference between right and wrong, and you execute that on a regular basis, do you need anything but Sesame Street? It's so true.
Just watch Sesame Street, my dude.
I think one thing I've noticed a lot of people do with any religion, is they read these words and then they don't try to apply it. They just absorb information and they don't try to see how it affects their life or what the person was trying to really get across to them. Instead, they just see black and white ink and that's all there is to it.
Me personally, I just want to be the best person I can be, and like even the shittiest person on the planet you can learn something from. Doesn't mean be that person, copy their behaviors and habits, but every person probably has something that you could look at and be like, okay, even though they're a shit person, they do that at a high level, and I might want to learn how to do that. But that's human nature, to look at what people bring to the table, and if you want something, you learn from that individual. We're all unique in our own ways.
Earlier, someone was, I don't know if it was you, but someone was mentioning, picking and choosing. But I think that is the scientific process. We get in so much influx of information constantly, and we have to decide what is right and what is wrong. It is only up to us to pick and choose. That is part of learning.
Yep. 100% agree.
Right. So the Bible lessons, I think, again, moral compass, great, awesome stuff. I think those same lessons can be learned with any saying, like when you fall off the horse, you get back up, right? And we made it in a way that's layman and relevant to today, and you're still just as good as the lesson. Like the other lesson with a philosophical, double-interpreted meaning doesn't have to exist. It's a great thing that started and made all these other things make sense, maybe, but I don't even know if I necessarily agree with that, because I wasn't around when the Bible was written, and I don't necessarily need to think that it was anything but man-made, and if it was or wasn't, like that's still even not to be determined, dude. It freaks me out.
Isn't everything man-made?
Yeah, exactly. And so it's not like we have to say this is God's word. and agree with that as a normalcy. And I don't know why it's just embedded like that. Like it has to be this. And it was written by a dude. God doesn't have a ghost hand. That's the point, right?
The only thing I really care about is like the Bible. I really use it as like this reference point to a lot of things, but like it's not something I like have to have. I look at like the interesting thing when we're probably all men here, and men, as far as I know, are logical creatures over emotion. So me, I've always looked at it like, for an example, like we've been taught, you know, the Big Bang Theory, this all came from an explosion, blah, 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 blah. Like, if you look at an explosion, when has an explosion ever made life or created life? When, like, it doesn't. So I've never
Big Bang
seen...
didn't create life, though.
Oh, it didn't?
No, that's not what the theory of evolution says.
And can you enlighten me real quick?
Okay, so in like I'm not a physics nerd, but the universe is thought to be about what, like 13.6 billion years old, I think, right?
Okay.
And the Earth is only 4.6, I think, billion years old.
Okay.
4.5, 4.6, right?
So,
you can see
9 billion off.
Yeah, right. So, and life on Earth didn't even begin to exist for, we think, about 800 million years. So, yeah, the Big Bang is like, while there's technically a causal chain of events between the Big Bang, the Earth existing, and then what we think like abiogenesis might have been, the Big Bang didn't cause life. We think abiogenesis did.
What is abiogenesis?
Let me explain.
Abiogenesis
It wasn't a literal like explosion. It was all this condensed energy. It started to spread out as and cool down, and it from this energy, these structures formed, and those structures built new structures, and that is evolution. These gradual changes of structures to create a new identity, all eventually led to where we are today.
That's a lot to take in.
Isn't it?
Yeah, look, I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but I would suggest talking to one, and I'll link the Wikipedia article for abiogenesis. But it's like, yeah, it's like I don't fully understand it, right? But then, like, I don't understand like most higher end sciences. I don't know if you do, but yeah, there's a reason people spend their entire life studying them, I guess.
The only thing that I really thought was interesting, because like I'm sure a lot of people that dedicate a lot of time to this and are incredibly knowledgeable. It's the fact that, like, for an example, we have AI, and like you can ask AI if there's like a chance God exists, and then it's kind of like weird how it answers it, and it says yes, God does exist, and like that's a robotic perspective. So like it has
AI
no business
isn't really
to
AI though, right? They're LLMs.
Well, it also once again depends on how you define God. If you define any, like, I think across any religion, God is viewed as whatever made us. And so it's saying that, yes, there is something that made all of us. There is some sort of a God. We just don't know what it is. I want to say, though, to some of the stuff we were saying earlier, just real quickly, I think a lot of people forget to be a Christian means to be a follower of Christ, not the Bible. To exemplify and walk in and to believe in Christ's teachings and his truths.
The behaviors.
So many people
Like that.
associate this whole book, which the Torah was their law back then. This was the same as our like Constitution or whatever you want to relate it to in our government. That he went around and was trying to abide by and quoted every once in a while, but his message was not the Torah.
So, like, again, for me, I wasn't there when all that happened, and I don't even know
You
Jesus.
weren't? I was. Let me tell you about it.
Anything but an alien, bro. So,
Carry on.
to me,
I
to
just
take
wanted to say that.
anything but the lessons that he taught that I agreed with is the only thing I take from it, right? Not that it's wrong. Obviously, the good things were great, but the fact that we think this guy was definitively real, without a doubt, is the part I don't agree with, because I wasn't there. The same way no one can actually debate this, because it's not like, in my mind, this makes sense, that it's not debatable. Hitler could have been a story and nothing else, and you really can't prove the difference because you weren't there.
Right, you couldn't prove the world existed 5 minutes before your birth.
Exactly. That's my point, dude. And we have historical records and stuff, but we know what we do know is that they rewrite history. They openly admit to, and we're doing it today. We're taking down statues and how is it not like a proof that potentially that's true, right? Any of it. How is there a proof that it is true? Any of it. Let alone the things hundreds of whatever thousands of years ago, right? That's where I just, again, like, I'll take the good things from it, but I don't need to live by it and act like I'm going to a place of internal pain because of it either. And this is, again, subjecting the Bible, not you're saying
in the same way that
Jesus.
like people follow Buddhism, they don't believe in his holiness. They just that this philosophies and the things that he stood for is what we, stand for. In the same way, we should, exemplify Christ and in the
Right.
morals and the teachings and the ways that he taught us to be and we're against, and there are a lot of third-hand accounts of him being a real person and everything. There just isn't any proof that he was like immaculately born or that he performed miracles. These things were all second-hand accounts that just led to a story,
Right. No, exactly. It's a good story. Really strong, even. It's pursued many years somehow.
I gave you a book, by the way, or an analyzer.
Oh, that's what that is, okay. Displays the name of rare creatures around you. Cute. I don't even know what I'm doing on this game at this point. I'm just making my house look good. It's going pretty great.
I know what that's like.
Terraria.
I am.
Yeah.
We are. This is accurate.
Yeah, Terraria, I know, has like a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, but it's also like super low intense effort. I'm very much able to formulate thoughts in playing this game, unlike a COD or something. So I thought this is perfect for being in
Yeah,
here.
that's why I like certain games, because that's like I sit here and play like certain games while I'm talking.
It's almost ASMR. This game is so relaxing. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a
How I feel
fidget
about
spinner.
city builders.
It's
Well-
just an advanced fidget spinner.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's great. So, how's everybody's day going? Y'all doing good? Night? Where we at?
Yeah, right.
Where it's phenomenal.
I keep checking the news because I'm so worried civil war is going to break out here soon, or it's just all going to go to shit.
Don't think it will happen.
I failed to have a contingency plan or any kind of outpost or compound set up, so I'm just accepting. We're here. If it happens, it happens.
If you're super genuinely worried and you think it's going to happen, and you've got the skill set, you should probably just immigrate to another country.
I've been seriously considering going to Ireland because right now they're trying to restore their islands, and so they're paying people to come in and live in the homes and restore them and things, like up to 140 grand a year. So that's looking super seriously sweet right now.
I remember like a year ago, I heard you could get paid to go impregnate Asian women, so that seems like an option for me.
Good luck with that. I don't think my girlfriend would like that much.
Yeah, no, well, mine is, I don't know what's going on there, so,
Oh,
Maybe.
fair enough.
you know,
I do, yeah, I'm divorced, so.
we never really know what's going on as men. We're just men, fetal, small creatures.
Speak for yourself.
Fair.
There's a contention which I'd brought up earlier, but I didn't really want to get into it, like, interrupt. But the problem with defining, like, I think that it was just like a really small point, but it was about how, when you use the word selfish, you kind of can't use the word selfish to mean, like, all possible actions or anything like that. Like, I think self-interested is a better term than selfish, because selfish is, like, excessive self-interest.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, like narcissist too, to kind of clarify. Yeah, there is a level where it's healthy and good, and then there is a level where
Yeah,
it's...
but I think, yeah, that's just separated out from like, it's reasonable to be self-interested. It's selfish is when you're, like, taking away from others.
from others. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with all that. I
And putting
think,
your own mask on is self-interested, not stealing someone else's mask
aren't
is selfish.
semantics fun?
I think to clarify is important too, especially when we're talking about something that's, you know, easily misconstrued too. So I don't see any problem with all the stuff you just said. Absolutely.
But he couldn't answer the Sesame Street challenge.
That was a dope correlation. I don't
It's
know
not
why.
mine. I stole it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know why I didn't think
Well,
of that first.
most
It's
of the best
beautiful.
ideas are stolen.
One of my
really good.
favorite things. Oh, that was supposed to just thrown to you. I am. Wow. Fuck.
What an
We didn't lose a chest, and we didn't lose the extractor again this time. That's good. Happens, bro.
I
It's
do
good.
have a lot of materials though. How do I drop the bomb without throwing it?
like that.
Right click.
You can just do it over there. That's fine. There's even a box with all the weapons and stuff. Just throw it in that one.
Hey, Sheeple.
Oh, what's up, my guy?
What are you guys debating?
nothing at the moment.
Yeah, bro. You're welcome to
Yeah.
start something.
I hate everyone.
Me too.
Oh no, what's going on?
Not you guys.
That's okay. I hate you too.
I literally just did a 1v30, or at least attempted it, and it was just like
In what?
And debate standards?
theism.
Just a little warning. It's in the channel name, but this is on Twitch, so try to keep swearing low.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's not.
No,
not a
you're
big
good. I'm
deal.
just warning. But yeah, how did theism debate go? What were you debating? What stance?
Well, I guess I jumped into a group full of atheists. I wasn't allowed to talk much because literally every one of them, I'd ask a question and they'd jump in, sort of debate each other, then basically just didn't make sense and wind up calling me an idiot. And I was like, am I allowed to talk at some point? Like,
No.
yeah, no. So,
Simple.
the end. The end.
Which? I'm assuming you jumped into I think it's Pen Research, but random. The one with random in it.
I don't know. It's titled
back.
"Our Most Theist
Yes.
Idiots."
Yeah, it's a bait title, obviously.
Yeah, no, and I jumped in just like, all right, fuck it, or shoot.
But what were you trying to do?
You-
Defend the premise
let
or
me
defend theism?
Let me re-clarify his warning.
No, I actually,
You can say fuck. That's totally fine. You can't say it like we're watching a Jay and Silent Bob movie. You're good. It's an adult thing. You're totally good to say it. Just to clarify.
no, I jumped in, mostly trying to see how they could defend the atheism.
You don't really defend atheism. Atheism is a null hypothesis.
Yeah, I understand that. Yet people still try to defend it.
Well, no, it's a default position, is what I mean. You don't defend a default position.
What was that supposed to mean?
Okay, so, I mean, I'm assuming you're familiar with like Bertrand Russell, right? And like the whole like celestial teapot argument.
Nope.
Okay, we
Explain
take a
it to me.
default. Okay, the idea is like or like I'll just use a simpler version of it. Like, do you think that pink unicorns exist?
No.
Well, is that but why not? Like the reason is like you take a default because without any evidence you take a default position that like it's just not true.
Yeah, because nobody's ever seen one. I mean,
Well, I
What?
imagine that's how atheists feel about theism.
I get it.
There's your argument. It's not that like it's necessarily untrue. It's just that that's how they feel. Like they just take a default position that we're like, oh, you'd have to demonstrate it to be true. That's all.
yeah, and that's what they tried doing to me. And basically, I was like, honestly, didn't get to talk back much. There was 30 of them, and they kept interrupting each other, interrupting me.
That's why
Yeah.
I avoid those type of places.
You are welcome to
Yeah, I
talk.
was going in and seeing if they'd actually at least give me the courtesy since I'm completely outnumbered.
You can talk about anything you want here,
So you
bro.
think the mob would allow the mobby to speak out against them?
Yeah, you gotta put it
No,
like that.
I
That's
mean
not
they
nice.
did when I called them a bunch of unfriendly TikTok words.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. That was allowed. That
I
was
basically was
intelligent.
just like, all right, well, tell you what, I'm not all to talk, so bam, 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 bam. All right, so
Yeah,
what are
look-
you guys talking about here? Just
Yeah, Dylan, what are you guys talking about now?
I mean, whatever. Still, it's kind of open again. We just kind of ended.
Are you guys still just freestyling?
Yep. Signing. Whoever wants to bring
Anything
something
your
up.
heart desire.
Yeah. Somebody do it though. Anybody got to do it.
morality.
Morality.
What about morality?
Now, what
The
about
thing
morality?
is there such? Does objective
exist?
morality exist?
Probably not.
Soon, definitely not. I think they're going to be taking heads and putting them on other bodies very soon.
Does
Wait,
an
I don't
objective
even-
morality exist?
Objective morality does not exist.
I don't think a burden of proof can be met to demonstrate it. No.
I don't
Wait,
even.
wait,
think
wait,
death-
what?
death
Wait,
is
what?
evil,
There-
so-
Hold on. It would depend on your proof that you would be willing to accept.
No, it would depend on resolving Hume's is what gap.
Say that again.
So David, I will explain in longer form. David Hume, Scottish philosopher from was it the 17th century? I think.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
He basically said you can't get an ought from an is. That no like descriptive thing generates like a moral set of facts without involving human minds or opinion. And it's like a fundamental problem we have when like trying to resolve moral discourse.
There's an immediate problem with that, though.
What's that?
Well, don't certain things exist absent the human mind?
He's not saying a reality doesn't exist absent of human mind. He's saying that morals
Right. No,
don't
no, no,
exist.
no. I understand, but like,
That only morals
aren't-
exist as a part of the human mind. That morals are mind dependent,
But
and we
do-
have no cases where they aren't.
yeah, I understand. But do metaphysical things exist?
I'm not sure.
Like math, 2 + 2.
No, that's a concept.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So if I put one rock
Um,
next to another, how
I don't
many
think
rocks
math
are
is
there?
metaphysical.
Wait,
I
hold
think
on.
math-
Wait, hold on. If I put one
2.
rock next to another, how many rocks are there?
2.
Then how is it? I don't understand.
Because
How is
that's
it just
a describer. It's an idea. You're telling me it's so that you can explain to me how many exist. There's still, whether the number 2 was there or not, there's still just.
No,
And also-
that's the problem.
Mm,
Now
I
we're
agree- I
talking
agree
about
with
it.
you.
No, now we're talking about language. Yeah, the word not
We're always
might
talking
not be 2. The word might not be 2, but there's
But 2
still
things exist.
correct.
I'm lost.
There's a fundamental problem though,
Wait,
Agent. Like,
wait.
well, again, I just started talking, dude.
Okay,
no
sorry,
one was
go ahead.
talking.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was
Why-
just trying to address what you said, but go ahead.
Why are you trying to address what I've said before I've said it? Like, are you drunk?
No, I
Whoa.
wasn't addressing what you said. I was addressing what Sheeple said.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a huge gap in speaking time.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. I was thinking
Whatnot,
about
or
it.
whatever.
Let's move on.
I just don't think you like fundamentally like understand like the problem. Like, so we have descriptive things, and you're pointing to descriptive things and equating them to prescriptive things, right? Like what isn't the same as what we should do, right? Like we can create shoulds from conditionals, right? So if I want
Dude, I'm
to
sorry
bring
to
a
interrupt,
race-
but no, you're straw manning me.
I'm not
How is
strawmanning. I'm
Matt-
not
no,
representing
how
your.
is-
posi-
no,
I'm
stop.
not representing your position, so I'm not strawmanning you. Strawmanning
How-
would require me
how-
representing what you think.
How is math prescriptive?
I said math isn't prescriptive. Math is descriptive.
So then you agree with me.
but morals are prescriptive, not descriptive. So it's a separate set of things. It's not the same category.
Wait,
Okay.
okay, fine, fair enough. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
Wait,
have to
hold
say it
on.
back to the same
Morals are only prescriptive if you believe they are subjective.
no, they tell us what we ought to do. By definition, they are prescriptive.
Okay, so they're all just a bunch of preferences.
That's not what I said. I said they're prescriptions. They tell us what we ought to do. For example, which I
How
was
do you
trying to
get?
to-
Wait, stop. How do you get the ought?
I'm explaining. Well, that's the problem that I'm saying that we haven't addressed.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry,
But
go ahead.
for an example, like we can create what's called a conditional ought, right? So, or an if-then statement. If I wanted to run again, let me explain. If I want to win the, let's just say the racing event, and we're racing, let's just say we're just running. If I want to win the running race, I ought to run faster than everyone else in the race. And then there is a better set of actions that will lead me to doing that, and a worse set of actions that will lead me to achieving those goals. But the problem is the if statement isn't an objective statement. It's a conditional statement.
Are you being for real right now?
Yeah, this is a very well-known idea.
I'll do it again.
Okay, let's just skip all this. Can you tell me if humping a dead body is wrong?
Whoa.
Well, conditionally, yes.
Wait, conditionally?
I think
What
the only things are wrong are conditionally.
Wait,
Like there's an effect for the.
elaborate on that. Why? When is
I think
humping
it's-
a dead body right?
No, that's not what he's saying. He's making
I
it.
didn't say it's right. I said it's conditionally wrong.
He means like there's
Again,
an.
I don't have a moral system under
You
which it's
understand the word conditionally?
yes.
What the fuck?
I
Ain't
used
no way.
it, so yes, I do understand it.
All right. So that means that if humping a dead body is conditionally wrong, that means that there are conditions where it is correct.
Yeah,
Yes?
technically, if someone could create an if-then statement,
Technically,
Yeah.
yes. So in a hypothetical, you could assume that humping
Wait,
a dead body
what?
is correct, right?
What if
Okay,
it's
listen, let
not
me-
that
let me
it's
cut this
not
off. Let me-
wrong, but
let me-
it's also not right.
let me cut
Could it
this
just
off.
be neither?
Just for a
That's also
second.
Well, yeah,
possible.
it
It
could
could
also-
Listen,
be
yeah,
neutral.
the
listen,
problem
listen,
is-
listen. Wait, this is imperative, okay? We can make these radical, crazy situations. I need us to refer to them as the situation, as opposed to repeatedly saying the situation when they're extreme. Can we do that?
yeah, sure.
No,
so
no.
the-
Here's the
the
thing: is like
hypothetical-
I'm testing your logic.
No, you're not testing my
Okay,
logic.
well, we
you're
know what the
actually
thing
Yes, I
is.
am.
No one's dumb enough to forget what you just said, right? So
Okay,
that's the
I'm
point I'm making.
I'm
with this.
Testing your logic. When is
Okay,
it okay to
please.
hump a dead body?
Brother, if you
Well,
say it
for
again,
someone that
we're
complains
removing
about-
you from
someone
the.
that
If you say it again, we're removing you from the room. Do you understand? You need to
someone that
refer to
complains
it
about
as the example or the situation. We know what the situation is.
Say, fuck
screaming,
off
he-
and
he-
suck a dick.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way,
He's
I
drunk.
don't know if that person is your friend, Sheeples, but they are incredibly stupid
And drunk. Jesus Christ.
and clearly drunk.
He's always drunk. He also just came from a lobby that pissed him off, I'm sure. I'm not trying to. I understand he was being
It's
a
not-
little belligerent, but
It's not our job to
it's
cure
not
him
just that
and
he's
make his
belligerent,
bitter.
but like you understand that like he fundamentally. Now you might
let's
disagree with
move
me.
on.
What's his name?
No, I just want to. It was Agent Smith. I don't know if you're a moral realist, Sheeple, and I understand it's fine if people are, but it's problematic when people don't even understand the fundamental problem being discussed. I think. No.
I mean, yeah, I would agree. That's exactly
I
what he's
don't
not
think
in here.
Like because what he's talking about, like I don't like going to like super like philosophy heavy jargon, but
Can,
he's
can we
talking.
just change? Can we just move on, please?
I'm
okay with that too.
Okay, I want to finish decompressing for 1 second. It's incredibly frustrating when someone like wants to have these contentions but refuses to even engage with the ideas.
Got it.
Now
I,
I'm done.
I hear you. Let's again. Anybody else got a subject? Fucking, do we even want to talk? We can talk
Yeah,
about
sorry.
it.
Like, yeah, I don't know. It's like I hate having to rely on philosophy jargon though.
Yep.
It wasn't even jargon, but you know what I mean. More
Sound
formal
depoing.
language and stuff, right?
Yep.
But sometimes it's the only way to have the discussion at the same time.
So, I got water leaps. Do you know the name of that potion I was talking about a second ago, Sheep?
Which one's that?
The one that lets you teleport to your buddies in the game?
Is that the wormhole, or is that the one that goes back?
Oh, it is wormhole. Okay.
Yeah, here I got one.
I mean, okay.
No, you got one.
Can I take it into the crafting guy and see how to make it that way? By bringing it to him? Does that let me see it or no?
Possibly. I think he tells you how to make it, yeah.
Okay. I forgot if I had to bring a material or if I could bring the actual item too. Let me see. Okay. So, what do y'all feel like with, turtles? How are turtles doing for you?
I like
Turtles are fun.
turtles.
That's good. You like turtles here? Do we have a fourth person in here?
I think
Probably.
one of the
think they're
problems I
okay.
hear people talk about recently is like the bee issue and pollination and whatnot. But being out in California, I'm sure you've noticed a lot of people have pools, right?
Yep.
So I know I owned a pool service out in California, and every single one of my pools would have anywhere from 2 to 10 bees in them a week. And you multiply that across every last pool in America or across the planet, and it's obvious why we're losing bees. That's one of the major killers of them, and yet no one's looking at those type of things.
That's brutal. I didn't know about any of that.
Yeah, a pool cover would resolve this. Also, make your pool cleaner. Also, help. Save a lot of power. People
So
should
with
invest
not
in
having
covers.
pools and just have like community pools and things, these pools are a huge waste of resources, power, vanity. It's all for the sake of what? So I can go in my backyard and swim versus go down the street to join other people.
Right. I hear you. I don't know if
I think community.
I would agree that I don't think the community pools like necessarily, but maybe laws that say you should cover your pool if that fixes it immediately. I mean, that would be.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to go as far as restrict people from having pools.
I kind of agree. I feel like that's a lot. Some places really benefit from that too. As far as Arizona, you live there, bro. It's got to be hot as hell, right? That's a nice break from
Right,
being
but that
inside
doesn't
of
mean
it.
every last person needs their own personal pool, this huge giant body of water that they have to dump gallons of chemicals in weekly to maintain, and then also this whole advanced filtration system that's constantly consuming power, and then like we was just getting into, like all of the repercussions. These bees and other flying creatures, they see water, they go down, they try to take a drink, and the surface tension is too high, they can't get out and they die, and it happens constantly everywhere.
I feel all that too, though. That's valid.
Do you think the
Yeah.
world would be a better place if everyone had a pet? Like if it was mandatory by the law that you have to have at least one pet?
No.
Ooh, okay.
If it was required, there's so many people that would feel very upset about this and would treat their pet poorly, and it would cause issues. You don't want to force people to
That's-
take care of other things.
Great logic to start that off with. 100% agree. They would feel like it's a chore and do it badly. A big portion of them.
Back in a sec.
Like you'd need laws of pet cruelty to be in place too, that have repercussions that are valid enough to get people to take care of their pet that they have to own by law. Huge. Be the first thing.
I think kids should be treated the same way. We have so many parents, especially in this day and age, that rather be on the TV or doing these other things instead of raising their kids. So we should have people that actually want to be raising kids to be raising our future generations. If we do that kind of with like daycares and things like that, but this is more of a chore versus these people that want to have kids and show that nurturing and caring qualities that a lot of parents unfortunately just don't have.
Real. Definitely should be more laws of parenting. Just to be a parent, essentially, not parenting, I guess, or both. I don't know. I agree, though. Upbringing is wild right now. And mainly because of screens being so new and people not embracing them correctly on any level while they have kids. It's exactly, yep.
I mean, humans before, we started settling down in these little single family homes where we used to be tribes. We would raise kids as a community. It was the natural way to do things. And now, we have two single parents that are struggling constantly to make ends meet and work usually at least hours a week, and usually both parents now have to work, and then they come home and they jump on the TV to relax because it's their reward for working hard all day, and where's the time for the kid?
I found it, by the way. Here, take this. Come look. You need a specific fish. I don't even know if you've seen it before, but you can use the blink root to go see the name of the fish. And the other potions that make too, like blink root's huge. We need farm. Ah, blink root's huge.
I like the one that lets us see the.
That's Splunker, which is Daybloom. And then it's Daybloom.
The one that lets you see chests.
Yeah, Daybloom, Goldor, and Moonglow. We have seeds too, but like, yeah.
That's one thing I never got into on my playthroughs was the potions in agriculture.
I just dropped you a Daybloom too, so you could see all the stuff it makes. It's actually kind of a bunch too. I believe it was that was it, right? Did you see it with Daybloom or no? I believe it's Daybloom. We have 14.
Have you guys seen the movie Eyes Wide Shut?
No, I wanted to.
A long time ago.
That was the one that's about the elites and stuff, right? And they're like hinting at stuff. I've seen the main iconic scene through like shorts that everyone talks about, but that's it.
Yeah, it's really good. I gotta watch it a couple more times. There's this one scene that's so crazy. Oh my god.
Oh, I have a blueberry too. I've never even seen this before. I gotta see what he does. The oh god, Mir. The other stuff that's in there too, and like the herb chest, you go look at it if you want. There's a fuck ton of potions in this game though. More so than I'd embrace when I played years ago. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's like a lot of new things it looks like. That's good.
Yeah, it's loads.
They even have a gender change potion. Wow.
It's progressive. Where did my blueberry go? What the hell? Did I put it in the chest?
Here.
Did you get it?
I have a blueberry.
100%. I dropped it. Oh, it's just for dyes. Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw. You're big on organizing, huh?
I mean, it's not like huge to me. I feel like certain stuff is because you got the quick stack button in here, and then you even got the auto organized chest button. So it's not super hard to even do because once you go do a big run, you can just go through each box and hit quick stack, and it throws it all in with the other stacks. I mean, I'm not normally most things I am, but like this game, it's like inherent almost. Like it's really easy to not even try to do it, right? Because of that quick stack button.
Oh, so I just hate deposit all instead of quick stack.
Yeah, that button.
Oh, Obsidian makes some good stuff, right? I remember accessory use was like one of the most annoying things.
I feel like there's more.
Finding all of the really good accessories that are
I feel like there was like 3 at one point, and we have like 6 now. But
accessories?
Yeah. I mean, maybe there was more, but
you can get a lot more than that.
Now it's like, right, you can have a bunch, and then you can have like side
10.
outfits. There's 10? What do you mean there's 10?
There's upgrades later you can get for more accessory slots. I think it's up to 7 or 10. I can't remember which.
That's cool. Yeah, this game did a bunch, dude. It's really good.
Yeah, and then there's like 80,000 mods too for like so many other things you could do.
Dude, I honestly love the fact that this is so easy. Like, and there's no issue with me stepping away. I feel like we could bring other people in here and play this, and it wouldn't. Like, until they're mad and I've got to kick them out of the Terraria server. Like, this is a really chill game to just play and talk with people at the same time. It's so beautiful, honestly.
I feel like there's a lot of games that way. A lot of games I can play and just talk.
I don't know. For the stuff I enjoy...
GTA, clear your head.
Yeah, GTA. That's a fair point. GTA you can be pretty mindless on. You just hit the highway and go find some ramps, and you're chilling. Right? I remember being so like passively good at running from the cops in those old games, like San Andreas specifically, where I could fully engage in some other shit while outrunning cops, and it was like enjoyable and chill. Like until it wasn't, obviously, but like you know what I mean? Like it was good. We were just kicking it, running from cops.
Hopefully 6 doesn't get delayed again. I'm pretty sure it won't this time.
Roblox is pretty easy to mindlessly play.
Yo, when we were talking about that yesterday, about like how all these mainstream games, we didn't even include GTA. It is without a doubt one of the ones that like a new one's gonna come out every however many years, and people are totally gonna hop on it.
Which one's that? What are you talking about?
Like the GTA series, it's a lot like Call of Duty in that sense that nobody is not gonna play the next one if they care at all about the game. Like you don't even gotta care a lot about the game, and you're still gonna go buy the new GTA. You know what I mean? Just like COD players,
I could see that.
right? It's easily one of the leading industry games as fuck.
Same with Mario.
Nah, you're tripping there.
There's a huge following for Mario games and people, Mario cards and parties and all these things. I mean, anyone that gets Nintendo, they usually pick up Mario's.
Yeah, you're probably right, actually.
Mm.
I feel like the old games are like that more. But you're right.
Sacrifices to the altar of the cult of Nintendo. I agree.
Jesus Christ. That escalated so heavily.
Does anyone here know about the Omniverse? About Nvidia's new VR stuff?
No.
No, what's in there?
I haven't learned much or anything about it. I just recently saw one of those TikToks through AI where they do like the progression of a company or whatever, and they were doing Nvidia. And this year they marked the creation of the Omniverse, and I was curious what that is. I need to go look it up.
I think VR stuff and
You
about
guys think Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent?
What?
sure. I think that dude is anything he wants to be. He had so many connections and money. That dude is Batman, literally.
Oh, the
I-
Omniverse. That's okay. So yes, so I just watched recently one of the Nvidia guys rolling out this new robot, and they were saying they trained it in the Omniverse. It's a another virtual world that they created for like AI to train with like real world physics.
So basically GTA 6.
Basically, the Matrix.
Oh, they said GTA 6. That's what I heard him say.
No, I did. I said.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's funny. Well, we're just the robots in that scenario.
Wait, have you guys seen that one game? It's like it's a small city. Well, you're stuck basically. You're like those old racing games where they couldn't generate enough buildings, so they would have like the areas blocked off with just like a huge arrow, like the old Need for Speed games, for example, telling you which way to go if you were to go into like a barrier or whatever that you weren't supposed to go into.
Like Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition.
Yeah, it forced you to drive a certain type of way, basically.
Yeah.
There's this one game where this guy, he's like in a city, and like all the NPCs are AIs, and you can just go up to any single one of them, say anything, and it would just reply to exactly. It's so cool. Oh my god!
It would reply to what?
You probably
missed the
know
last
I've
part.
seen it. It's pretty viral. It has like
Is
100
that,
million.
are
It's
we talking about
crazy.
Freeman, the movie?
No, it's a video game. It's a video game. He's like in a small city. He can't leave like this little area, and he can just go up to any NPC and have a conversation about anything, and the NPC will reply basically to anything.
Have you seen Freeman?
Freeman, no, what's that?
The one with Ryan Reynolds where he's like a NPC in a video game, but then he gets like awareness and whatnot.
Oh, I
Free
seen
Guy.
clip. I seen the
Free
one. where
Guy,
he was-
yes,
Oh yeah,
that's it,
free
sorry.
guy. Free guy. Yeah, I seen the clip where he was fighting the Hulk with the Hulk arm, and he had like a shield or some shit.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, that's the movie.
That sounds good. I like Ryan Reynolds. I totally didn't even hear about this.
About this movie?
Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing. I'm gonna check this out later.
Yeah, it's really good. You should check it
It
out.
sounds good. It's hilarious, dude. Anything with Ryan Reynolds, I'm not against so far. So
Yeah, he's a very good actor.
you realize, like, on our way down this elevator, there's like cobwebs that can like keep respawning in the elevator. We're just getting free collection on.
Yeah, I noticed that.
That's crazy. I've never seen that before. It's kind of dope.
I don't even know what to go after now. Everything kills me before we can get to it, and I don't even know.
Feel that. I'm kind of just wandering, hoping to find a chest. I'm in hell right now. Again, I feel like
Since we're on
this.
shows and movies, have you guys seen The
Lead
Jackal? Oh my
key.
god, show's so fucking good.
What movie
You would love it.
or what show?
The Jackal TV show.
The Jackal.
haven't.
Oh, you would love it. Anytime you want something to watch, or whenever you come down to need something to watch, just really search up The Day and The Day as The Jackal. 2023 version. Thank me later.
Okay. Okay.
Have you seen Mindhunters?
Mm-mm.
That sounds familiar.
It's about like the establishment of the FBI and serial killer profiling, and like back in the 80s, and like how it came to be, supposedly.
No, I haven't seen that.
It's really good. It's on Netflix.
Netflix, okay. I feel like the most overrated show, probably Breaking Bad.
Overrated. You didn't like it?
It's not that. It's just I have a problem with. First of all, I didn't watch it all the way through, and the reason for it is because the first season, in my experience, it was taking so long to build up to him becoming this guy.
Dude.
And most people are like, "Well, that's the point of the show. That's what makes it the show." But I completely disagree. Like,
I
I don't like my shows where it takes so long to build it up to like what we're trying to get at. And
I
that's
so
why
agree. I thought the
watch
first
it.
season was complete garbage and took way too long to get to that point too. And I was like, why am I even
Okay,
watching
thank
this?
you, thank you.
But I will say, once I got to the second season, I was hooked on that show like he was making the crack for me. Like it was crazy
Okay.
how addicted I got after the second season. Like, the fact you didn't finish it is, I mean, you didn't feel that same rush apparently. You know, like
Mhm.
I thought it was a great show. The first season excluding 100%.
I haven't watched it since it was airing.
Dude, it was crazy. The ending was phenomenal, and I feel like if you haven't seen that, you really haven't seen the whole show. The ending was ridiculous and beautiful karmatically. Like,
I
great
just
show.
see the ending. Like I normally skip to the end of the shows. I don't care to
Nah.
watch just to see how they end. I was like, oh, so sounds
Tripping. Can't do that. I couldn't do it just because I invested all that time beforehand. To me, that's not the way.
What would you rate it overall? On a scale of 10.
Well, minusing the first, I mean, if I were to minus the first season, dude, it was one of the only series that like I viably remember way too well. So if I were to minus the first season, I'd say easily like a 9 or better. But if I were to add the first season, I'd say at least an 8 still.
Okay, okay,
A 1.
but
Mr. Wizard, you can have it.
there's not many good shows these days. Like everything is being pretty poop. I don't know. And like the shows that you do appreciate, I can't fix for everyone. The shows I end up do liking a lot, they only get like one season, then cancel and play. Wow. But everything that everyone else likes just keeps coming out every other month. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I feel that. That's the
Like
other
Stranger
thing.
Things, for example.
You like Stranger
What were we
Things?
gonna say?
No,
It's a good show, but it is overrated as fuck. Like, there's no reason they should have made us wait this long for the last season. It's not that fucking good.
Yeah, and I didn't watch last season. My friend did, and she thought that the last season really fell off too, and didn't really feel. I think that even part of the second to last season, she was kind of feeling that same way already. So I
We're
didn't.
talking about
I
Game of Thrones.
no Stranger Things. I didn't
No,
invest in it,
Stranger Things.
but I
Is
would.
that over now? Can I finish that?
No, last season coming up this year. And they're really going to blue ball us. They're going to cut it into 3 parts. So it's like, wow, they're really trying to get every dollar out of this shit.
I would argue Game of Thrones is the overrated version of a show.
I've never seen it.
for me.
I've never seen that. That's crazy.
And that's how I feel about it. Like I don't want to invest in it and then get addicted. But again, it's another show where it's like it's so hyped up, you kind of curious, but are you gonna really do it? Like, I'm not gonna do
Real
it.
take, I literally said, and I would like one of you to debunk this if you think it's not true. I personally believe a show cannot be good if it has more than 10 fucking seasons. It's impossible. There's no way any show can be that good and has 15 seasons, 20. I just can't wrap my head around that. And I
Hey man, General Hospital's the shit.
Doesn't that shit have like 90 seasons or some crazy
It's
shit
like
like that?
50. Yeah, it's insane.
Oh, that's Easy.
Yeah, dude, Naruto too. That's another overhyped one that was like, you need to
Naruto too?
watch this. Naruto, bro,
One
is
Piece. You want to talk about long?
One
Holy
Piece. Yeah,
Christ.
same
Yeah,
difference
One
as
Piece,
One
okay.
Piece. Dude, too much, dude. It's too much. I agree with the 10
I
seasons
actually
thing.
like the
concur
part
on
two
all
range is
of
about
well, at least on One
5,
Piece.
maybe even 6. Anything over that is just overkill. There's no reason shit should have 15, 20 seasons.
So it's in the same way too with a lot of our companies too. Like there's so many companies that they've kept afloat,
Oops.
just because it was successful at one point, but the things are supposed to die, and yet we bail out these things when they're no longer
should come up here.
what's good.
You should come up here. You should come up here.
I saw that.
Okay. You want to get stuff? We can get stuff. That's fine. I bought these with my hard-earned money.
Perfectly rated. Would you guys say that GTA 6 is, or GTA in general is perfectly rated? Like, either we think it's overrated. Like, when the trailers drop, that shit gets like, what, 100 million views in literally a day. Both trailers, they get like 7 million likes in a day. Like, you guys are like, oh, she's overrated? Or you guys think it's worth the hype?
I never play into hype on anything, so I don't know.
Whatever. You don't play GTA?
I haven't played GTA since 4. I don't get really excited about games anymore. I played a few thousand of them in my lifetime, so.
Yeah, I don't really play video games anymore as well. More of a movie person, but there's not really any good movies these days.
I just feel like they've had such consistent letdown for so long that something good has got to happen eventually. And it's a sad way to look at it, but like it's also a way that still should have, I don't know, some level of credibility, right? Like they make so many games that are, we talked about this the other day, it's like 60-70% of everything you want out of that game, so that you compensate for that other 40 or 30% of where they need to be doing better, and then they just stay bad games, right? Like, and then the community falls off eventually because that percentage gets bigger and bigger after new updates and changes that aren't necessary or just not what the community is asking for. And I feel like there's got to be an end to that at some point. It's got to get better, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I hope for. Like I'm saying, I don't know if it will or it won't, but hopefully it does. I hope that it does, because games are not as bad as they keep getting written off to be. I think they were a big thing for me too as a kid growing up. They were the connection for my family on so many levels, especially because there's always hard and negative stuff. And my family, we all go through any hard stuff. I'm not saying my stuff was heavy or super traumatic or nothing, but it wasn't super easy either, right? For anybody, mom, dad, whoever, right? And it's like that thing was always there in the background, occasionally at least, to provide some real good, happy times and connection. And even if it wasn't them playing directly, they were happy that I was happy, right? And I'm talking like childhood stuff. And so I think it's a thing that has been almost attacked for being this other reason for addiction or whatever. But in reality, there could be good from it, just like anything else if you embrace it correctly.
Certainly, right. Yeah, it can be used for knowledge and to learn. Like something I was just thinking in my head I was going to bring up is, like, have you ever considered, in terms of like humans before TVs and video games and all of that, like the level of empathy, the level of different trains of thoughts, of different information that we have access to is at such a level now versus any other time in human history that we have recorded, like the great thinkers of like Aristotle's times and all of these other things, they had very limited access to knowledge and they could come up with all these ideas. We have literally played as gods and kings in these virtual worlds and built huge structures, and we've consumed all of these different ideas and thoughts and feelings, and there's never been a human before that has had this sort of training.
Yep.
Have you ever thought about that though?
Yep. Absolutely. What do you mean? I even live it every day.
Not many people consider these things, so I'm just curious if that idea had popped into your head before.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, it's ridiculous how much we have. So much so that like stating it the way you did isn't, and I don't think words could make it profound enough how much ridiculous amounts of things we have access to. And the beauty with them that isn't even like addressed half the time, right? There's a lot. It's ridiculous. And I don't think words can cover half of how crazy and ridiculous it is. Oh,
Oh
no.
god, where'd they all come from?
Oh. Talking one shot health
Well,
right
that
now.
was intense.
Oh my. What is that noise? Oh, that's your thing, huh?
I don't know, I have sound off.
Okay. Yo, he's
It's
like a
crazy,
sentry.
like, even this was looking into it, and like Epstein, I told Epstein for a minute. I was doing some research about this like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was going down the rabbit hole with ChatGPT. I was asking questions. It just didn't. A lot of shit with Epstein just didn't make
Those
sense to me.
fucking invisible
For
things.
example, I was like, why would they kill him? He had a bond hearing in 2 weeks. Well, like I was going down
Hey,
a lot. Okay, I'll just say that. But one
So
of the
have
things I
you
was
heard what they're doing in Washington about the age of consent and like being able to try 14-year-olds and above as adults?
No, I didn't hear what are they doing.
Well, but they're trying to make it to where they can try 14 and above as an adult. But the other side of that is that females' age of consent would also be 14, and I think that's in a way to try to absolve. Trump's trying to absolve himself, you know, by making the age of consent make what he did okay.
Trump. It's so crazy. Like Trump was literally like America's favorite person at one point, and he got into politics, and everyone just started hating him.
He's never my favorite person.
I liked him in Home Alone before he ran for office.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before he got into politics, he was loved.
I still remember back when everyone made fun of him for his "you're fired" thing. You know, like
You're fired.
it's a buffoon.
He's a buffoon.
Trump's not. Never mind.
But conversely, he's just the puppet. He's just the figurehead. He's a paid actor to put on this performance for us, you know, and they're just scrambling to make what he did okay. But, you know, at the end of the day, they don't really fucking give a shit. This is all to keep us from, you know, paying attention to really what's going on. And it's a corporate takeover, you know. These corporations are starting to take over America in some crazy ways.
Did you see in the? I don't entirely agree with your sentiment. I don't think Trump's smart enough to plan what you're saying he is.
We're not
No, I'm
saying
saying he is the puppet. You're right. He is not smart. It is
Yeah.
his
Oh, you're saying there's
masters.
people in the back. Yeah, sure.
Everyone,
Okay.
all
I
politics are puppets.
don't necessarily disagree. Did you see in the Big Beautiful Bill? I don't know if it passed, but in the Big Beautiful
It
Bill, there
did,
was some
unfortunately.
No, I know, but there was a specific thing inside of it that I don't know if that passed. But there was basically said that no law can be made regulating AI anything for the next 10 years.
I believe it. You know, BlackRock's primary focus right now is on AI.
Well, that would make sense because they're an investment. They're an investment company, so they would want
They're
to
also
invest
the
in.
ones pulling his strings.
I don't think so. What evidence is
Okay.
there to support that?
What kind of evidence would you like? Do you want circumstantial, or do you need something
I
that
mean,
just shows
you would
that
have
they
to. I'm just
I
saying,
can show you all the circumstances that point to why I think it is the truth, but you know, I don't have hard evidence that I could accuse them with. Otherwise, you know, we wouldn't
Sure.
be just talking about it.
But here, I'll just explain to it from my mind, and then you can help me fill in the gaps. From my perspective, I don't see any big evidence that like there is any big corporation that is enacting policy that should be regulated through any body of the federal government or even state governments. Most of the time, it's just like some regulations that people wouldn't really care about, wouldn't really make it to Congress. That can be done largely. That can be done largely quietly, and I don't think that it's like causing like mass bad things. Like people wouldn't like care to vote on these things.
Well,
Yeah.
before I get into it, what do you know about BlackRock and hedge funds and index funds and all these things? Do you know
Yeah.
much
So from
about
what I
these things?
understand, very very cursory. They take small shares of a lot of companies, and then they manage them in the stock market the best that they can, and return money to these people. And they don't really have any big decisive ability when it comes to holding shares in any of these companies, because they don't have like a lot of any company really.
So no, that's actually incorrect. With index funds, if you go look this up, I'm not making this up. With an index fund, when you go and invest in it, like let's say you want to invest in the Index 500, you default to giving your voting rights to the hedge fund manager. So
Yeah.
in other
I agree
words,
with that.
they get to vote on your behalf. And unless you in writing say, hey, I want this rights back and I want to make my own votes, they get that power. This power is how these companies are controlled. Any publicly traded company has to listen to its investors and do what they say. Have you ever seen the movie Mr. Deeds?
No.
Well, the end result is, this idea or the way stocks work is the more of a company that you own, the more power you have in its.
Yeah, I don't contest that. I don't contest that whatsoever. My point is that if you own 1% of every company or 10% of every company, you don't actually have much of a say, because other shareholders hold way more, and they're the ones who are making the real decisions. That's my claim. That BlackRock
Right,
doesn't
certainly
hold
I
like
would
a bunch
agree if there were other major shareholders. When you're talking about the big three, as they're known, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, they own 80%. They are the primary owner of 80% of the S&P 500 and 40% of all publicly traded stocks. But on top of this, each one of the ones below them, they're also the major owner of. And all of those investments, it's like a giant pyramid. Each one of these things below it is also still part of it, because they're the primary owners of each of them. So you look down this chain, and every one of these top, 100 companies are really just these top three because of ownership.
But to be clear, this still kind of comports with what I'm saying, because let's say you look at the S&P 500, okay, and BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street have 5% of every single company that's on it. They would be the primary owners of the S&P 500, but when you look at these individual companies, John Blankenstein owns fucking, I didn't mean to make him Jewish, I just said a name, owns half of it, right?
No,
and so
it's 0.001. These other equity firms and things, if they are not one of these financial companies, you can't get more than 0.01% of these stocks. If you go to Yahoo Finance right now,
I mean the owner, like the owners of the company, the founders.
You're talking about their insider stocks. Those are a little different, and I know what you're saying, but even then, still, they are still usually completely and totally outweighed by these huge megacorps, BlackRocks and Vanguards and State Street. And on top of this, do you know BlackRock's story and how they got started?
I've heard a long time ago. I didn't really care, but tell me again if it's relevant.
Back in '88, they used to, the group. There's 5 people. Well, actually, it was like 8. But Larry Fink and a few others left this company called Blackstone. And they started BlackRock with this thing called Aladdin, which is predictive data analysis for the stock market. And through this, they have come up and become the largest conglomerate. Back even in 2006, they were the largest company on the planet. 20 years later, it's still the largest and continuing to grow. But the point I was making was this whole company is started, like you said, like the CEOs, the ones that run it. Larry Fink, he went to school for political science. He did not go for finance. You know, this was always just a ends to a mean. You know, or means to an end. To think that there's not agendas from these, you know, totally filthy, bloody rich 1% owners, I think is.
Hello?
Oh, what happened?
Is
Blackout.
negligence. I don't know if that last part got cut off.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. Do again. 10 seconds.
To think that these, you know, owning classes, these top 1% of the 1%ers that own all of these corps, you think that they don't have agendas and they don't have, you know, the ability to control things like our governments and our things like that. I mean, just look at, have you seen in Missouri, they just actually made it illegal for anyone working in the government, like in the House, to be able to buy stocks and things, because they are these big mega corps are you know, paying them out and owning them. You know, that's why I say Trump is these guys' puppets. You know, I would put it bigger than even BlackRock. I would say the WEF. Do you know who the WEF is?
Yes.
Those are the true string pullers of the globe. You know, this is where the top 1% of the 1% come together.
Yeah,
and,
rainmakers. Yeah.
Right. And they are the ones, but BlackRock is their treasurer. Like that's their money.
Yeah.
So
Look,
let me ask this too,
obviously-
just to finish off everything he's
Okay.
saying real quick, and this is also for you. Do you think in any way, with what he's saying, makes any sense that the government at all could be maybe sort of kinda, right? Influenced by money. And these guys have the most. Does that not kind of ring true to you?
Well, look, it's a complicated question. There are a couple of things here. First of all, I'm not even at the part where BlackRock is like controlling these companies. I understand that they do have influence, and a lot of it. But that's currently where I'm at. To make the
They
jump
have
from
ownership.
under management, right? They're managing funds.
Certainly, but in the same way that
Well,
your property managers do, when there's something goes wrong with your home, if you're a renter, do you go
Yeah.
to the
No, I
owner
know.
or do you go
I
to the
know.
property manager?
You're the property manager. But let me quickly finish. To get from there to politicians is it's an even bigger jump. And the reason I say that is because when you ask me a question like does money play a role in politics? Okay, of course it does, right? Like that's like a lot of why Trump is in office. He wants to use the office to make him money, right? Like he does it blatantly. But then when we look at other like sources of money outside of like Trump's like incredibly corrupt bullshit, like it doesn't seem to be the case that like any of these big politicians are like just in the pockets of certain groups. And
What are you talking about? Like lobbyism? Have you?
Let me finish. I'm sorry, it's long-winded, and then the reason I say that is because yes, there are lobbies. Lobbies don't really push for things that people already don't like, right? Lobbies push for special interests.
What?
Okay, can you give me an example of a lobby that pushes for something that people would broadly hate?
No, off the top of my mind, because I'm not into those
That's fine.
small
That's fine.
things.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not.
But
That's
we
not like a
also
gotcha.
know.
but-
Okay, how about for like a for like dumping of plastics and chemicals and things like that?
I mean,
That's
like
pretty good.
at the end of the
Who's
day,
benefiting from that besides the companies?
everybody benefits from that. Like it sucks, but like more dumping means less regulation, which means more capital.
Well, right. If capital is your measure of success, but capital is not the measure of success.
Well, I think to some degree it is, and otherwise,
That's the lie they make you believe.
I don't see how that could be a lie.
Because money is a belief system. It's a neutral belief currency. It's that this holds this value and it's worth this in trade. We give it its value. It is not. You could use rocks or stones or monopoly money. None of that really matters. It's the belief that we put in it, and
I agree.
to think that our success is based on a belief is ridiculous.
Well, hold on. Just to boil it down to a belief is too much of a hand wave. I'm not willing to concede that. Whether or not something.
Do you know how much $1 trillion is?
Hold on. Yeah, it's a lot of money. But let me finish. What I'm saying is when you look at money, right, or trade it out with rocks, right, it exactly as you said, it has the value that we give to it. It is a belief, right? But when we say it has the value that you give to it in the belief, that doesn't mean that it doesn't have that value anymore. The value's still there.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. We measure our success based on this belief versus the actual success.
Because we have to. Because we have to measure it with something.
You can measure with how well it benefits humanity and how, you know.
Yeah, but all that starts with money. How do you? What's the best way to raise? I'm sorry. What's the best way to raise somebody's quality of life?
By giving them the basic needs of survival.
What do basic needs cost?
The basic needs themselves: food, clothing, shelter.
Yeah, no. What do they cost though?
They don't cost anything. They exist in the world.
Course,
they cost.
I'm sorry.
You're right. You're right. They do cost something. They cost our time.
Okay, great. Yeah, and how do you pay people for their time? How do you make sure people's time is rewarded?
That is what we've collectively believed in and done. But that's what I'm saying. That is not real. That is false.
But you see it. No. What you keep saying? Okay, why is that false?
Because it should not dictate what is good and what is bad. Do you know how many companies are doing terrible things for the planet? Let me finish this thought real quick.
Okay.
Just let me finish this. Do you know how many companies do terrible things in the name of money? You know, do you know, like, for instance, our healthcare? Everyone agrees our healthcare is shite. No, it's not. It's because of money. Because they want to make billions of dollars a year.
Okay, we can't. I'll talk to you about healthcare. I want to focus on the question that I asked you. Right? We have to pay people for their time somehow. People need to be rewarded for the time. You said that that's false, right?
I did say that's false. Yes, I think that is one of the worst ideas ever. Is that we need some sort of outside recognition for our work.
I get what you're saying.
I'm sorry. So if you don't pay if you don't recognize somebody's worth in some way, what is their incentive to do anything?
It's the right
because
thing to
they're
do.
bored.
I'm sorry. You think people are going to become doctors because they're bored?
Yes.
You're going to study for 10 years because you're
also
bored.
valid. That's. I mean, again, are you thinking about it, or are you just critiquing it immediately? That's technically valid.
You think I haven't thought of this before? What are you talking about, man?
Well, then I mean, I don't know. You're just not really humoring it.
Everybody's thought of, oh well, what if we everybody gave everything to everybody for free? Obviously I've had this thought before.
As Christ did, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is you're not explaining to me, and it's unrealistic.
Because you are stuck on the belief that money is a necessity. You know, humans have survived for like 300,000 years without it, right?
Yeah. What did that 300,000 years look like?
It was a time of egalitarianism where we were social creatures and held each other as family. Yes, we were tribes.
Yeah, and we also died at 20.
That's not true either. There's a lot of studies of people living a lot longer than they do now.
What are you? 300,000 years ago? What the fuck?
Yeah.
He's talking about cavemen.
Well, again, 20 isn't a realistic number either. Do you have studies that show that?
30.
Again, where's your proof? Do you have a source for 300,000 years ago?
Okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, if you're going to use it as an example for us, you should have some backing of that. You're just throwing numbers out now.
I'm just saying, I could find backings of people living longer 100 years ago.
She justified that cavemen lived far less than us now, where we have healthcare, where we have cooked food, where we have vaccines.
Did the Bible say they all lived forever back then?
I would argue that probably 100 years ago, and I could be wrong, but I think 100 years ago or 150 years ago, there were people that did live longer without as much research. And it wasn't all of them.
That's also not even true. Dude,
no, it is. I'm saying there's less people overall that did, but I think that there was people not super long ago, and I don't know the exact time of years ago, but I'm 90% sure there is record proof of people who led longer lives than we ever did now, not so long ago. I'm not saying the majority. I'm saying there is proof of people who live longer than we do now at any level just a few hundred years ago.
Okay, so to be clear, I have a source here that says 300,000 years ago, the life expectancy at birth was 30 years old.
What's your source?
Okay.
Okay, but this still contends with the same thought, I feel like.
Well,
tell me,
you guys asked me for a source for this claim first.
Oh, word.
We're going to
So-
stay linear. I'm going to get this, and then I'll give it. No.
And I'm just saying, like 200 years ago, I feel like, and I don't know the exact number of this, but I remember hearing about this. There are people who have lived longer recently in the past. I don't know exactly how long, longer than we do now consistently. There are people, right? The other age of death was like 120 and like 140 and stuff like that. That's what I remember hearing. I don't know how much validity there is to that, but I could make it make sense off just like the chemical side and the negatives that have come from the money and the food we're eating today versus the natural grown,
Okay. hold on,
unsubsidized,
hold on.
well, I'm almost done saying words, unsubsidized crops that we have now.
Okay, give me a second. Here, that's the source inside shot. I'll post the. Oh, I can't post the screenshot. The first thing you see is it'll say life expectancy in the 1800s. Now, you asked me for 300,000 years ago. I'm
Let me
only,
ask you-
only going back 200 years. Okay.
What does it
200 years.
matter?
It was-
What does it matter if you live 30 or 100 years?
Yeah, but
Why is that the matter?
People are happier when they live longer.
Okay, this
Oh, yeah?
is still the different
Yes.
side, and yeah, that's kind of funny too. I don't know if I agree with that either. I
Do you need a source for that too?
well,
we consider our prime years to be up to about 30 or 40.
That's
After
also
that,
real.
it's downhill.
Yeah, but how do people who are dying at 40
Genetically.
feel? Do you think? You guys need a
Nobody's-
study for that too.
well,
That people
nobody-
who are dying
you're
at
just
40
asking
are
a
sadder
rhetorical
than people who are
question.
dying at 80.
yeah, you're asking a rhetorical question. Does anybody feel good about
No,
dying?
it's not. It's not.
Is the
no,
correct
it's not
question?
rhetorical. It's
No,
a
it is.
direct
Does anybody
response-
feel
which was-
good about dying?
What?
Does anybody feel
No,
good about dying?
hold on.
No. So then, what was your
I
question?
feel fine
Wait,
about it, honestly.
Wait, hold on. Yes, wait, hold on. People who live long, fulfilling lives are far happier about dying than people who die at 40.
How do you know they ever got
If
the
they
chance to-
lived to 40, okay, wait, actually,
I
that's
can't
a
believe
great.
you guys. I
Wait,
can't
wait,
believe
wait.
you guys are trying to convince me that
So
people are
if
happier
you lived
when
a
they die
40-year-old life, but it was fulfilled and you did a lot of stuff, or if you lived 80 years and you did absolutely nothing with your life, you
You're
stayed
changing.
indoors
You're
all
changing
your
a
days.
bunch of variables that are unrelated. We haven't even gone to that part
You
yet.
just said
because you
that-
haven't
Well, they
considered-
are.
No. Because we at first I need you to concede that people who live and die at 40 and people
No,
who
I will
live
not
and die.
concede that. I
Okay.
disagree.
I don't either. I don't think it
But
makes
then,
sense.
okay, so then respond directly instead of trying to change my hypothetical.
Well, no, we're moving on because we
I'm
both
not.
don't agree. We're
You
allowed to
are.
move
You
on.
literally said, "Oh, but what if the 40 years old had a bad life?" Or
Right,
had a
'cause we
good
don't
life and the
agree.
80 years old had a
We
bad
we
one?
both said we don't
No.
agree, so we
Now
don't
you're
want
Yeah, but
mocking
no.
me.
to talk about it.
You because
He does this.
because you.
I remember this
what
guy.
What are you talking about? I'm engaging directly with what you said. You said.
When you talk like this and repeat what I said, that's called mocking. I don't know what other definition you
Okay,
need.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not
Accurate.
talking about you. I didn't mean to mock you. I just do that sometimes. But the point is that you are changing variables in my hypothetical, and we
No,
can't
no,
even
I'm
engage
just,
with those
I was
variables.
just trying to let you think of a different perspective. I was just saying
we can do
the-
that. We can
the
do that after you answer my
amount
question.
of
He
life
did. We
is
did. That's what I'm
not
trying to say is we're trying to move on
relevant
to
the
another
quality.
hypothetical because
Okay,
we
so
both
if I find
disagreed
you a
with the
source
first one.
that says that that's wrong, what would happen? Would you concede, and we can move on to the next point?
I can find you a source that says anything.
I
Like,
can
that's
find a source
Oh
that says
no,
we're
dude!
moving on.
5 seconds ago, you just tried to tell
You're-
me.
right
What-
because I wanted a
Can we
source
talk
that you were
about-
getting this number from.
Can we
that was
talk
all.
about why you need to concede?
Yeah, sure, but
what
is
do we
that
need to-
is that
what do we need-
inconceivable?
what do we
Why
need-
even?
oh.
Hold on, wait. TTV, wait. Let me respond. I'm sorry.
Okay, to this thing
Why is it that?
that we moved
Why
on
is
from.
it that at first the argument is, oh, well, I don't even think that that's true. I don't even think that they do live that
Because
long,
we're
or
having a
they didn't live.
conversation and
Well,
involved.
I know, but why did you fight on that point if you were in the end just gonna say, oh, well, who even cares about living long? What was the point of me giving you the source? You would have just said, okay, I'll grant you that, but living long is worse, or sorry, living long isn't necessarily better. You would have just said that instead of fighting me on the whole the lifespan thing.
Bro,
Okay, so
I'm done with this. I don't know what to tell
That's
you.
we were done with this
Wait,
like.
so no
whatever,
no
whatever,
No,
response.
no, wait. I let you talk now. I'm
No,
gonna
no
talk.
response.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you
I
talk now.
didn't
You're
even get a
gonna
response.
fucking let me talk, right? Because that's what we're gonna do now,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
We both had an opinion on something. You cannot forcibly change anyone's opinion in real life or here. right? That's
It's
what's
not an opinion.
okay,
You're
but
saying you're
this is
saying
the thing.
talking over
This is
him.
the
Let
thing.
him finish
It
his
is an
sentence.
opinion because he feels a way differently from you, and I feel a way differently from you. And whether we agree or not is also irrelevant. You don't get to force people in any situation or in any debate to say that your opinion is better by default. In fact, that's not how debates work, brother. You want to convince them, you got to convince them. You can't just keep saying the same thing over and over and act like it's a difference now. If we don't agree, we don't agree. You could be right, we could be right. That's at the end of it. Like, that's the end of it, right?
Yeah. So I'll help you out here. An opinion is if I said something like I like chicken more than
Okay,
beef.
so I'll help.
If you say wait, hold on,
I'll
wait,
help you out
stop.
here.
If
Let me help you
say-
out here.
wait, hold
Let
on,
me
wait,
let me help
wait,
you
let
out
me finish
here.
what I'm saying. I'll let you finish. Let me finish. An opinion is saying I like chicken more than beef. That's
Honestly,
not what you guys are
explaining to
saying.
me
You
what
guys
an
are saying,
opinion
if you would just let
is
me, can you finish? I
horribly
let you
rude.
finish, dude. Dude, I let you
Do you know
finish.
you're trying to explain words to people?
I let you
Do you
finish.
hear
If
yourself
you would just let
explaining
dude,
words to people?
I let you finish. Why are you interrupting? This is
Thank you.
Yep. Oh
It's-
no,
it's-
God, no!
it's-
I just threw bombs in my elevator,
You did. Oh.
bro. Bro, we have a problem.
What tree were you talking about in the base? Because all the ones that I'd seen there are still there.
Do you
Is there
see the
a
hanging
fourth one
thing on the right side that looks like a claw machine where you pull out animals? That stone that's like hanging there on the right side, where it
I
looks.
probably did break it. I didn't even notice it. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I still don't see anything different.
You had to have broken it, and it's okay. You've only thrown a bomb at the base too. I'm trying to forgive you slowly. It's good, bro. It's just a game. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I don't know how to save seeds though, and I feel like I want to after playing with you for a couple hours.
You what?
I don't know how to save seeds, but I feel like I want to already after playing with you for a couple hours, just because of how extreme your accidents have been.
My accent?
Accidents.
Oh, save seeds. Now I'm following.
I save seeds, yeah. Not blink roots. Not just blink roots. I feel like at this point. I remember this dude, bro. He's super emotional, like on anything he's talking about, and it's just irritating quick. He doesn't know how to calmly talk.
Yeah, I run into a lot on here, unfortunately, and people that to have a debate, you have to get someone to agree with you. Like that's the whole goal. And if your whole thing is you're just telling them they're wrong, you will never get them to agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that's what you were saying.
Well, yeah, and you're also supposed to at least like try, but you're not supposed to sit there and press when it's clear the other person doesn't want to concede. You can't just sit there and say you have to concede. That's the same difference, right? If
Yeah.
you have a disagreement, you're allowed to have that. To say you're not is crazy and kind of authoritarian. And also, you guys just see stuff on a base level too differently, and a lot of people do. That's fine, but it's just going to instantly create all these other disagreements around other stuff because, like I said, you can't convince somebody to do anything.
I agree.
Right? And then once you have that level of animosity towards one disagreement, if you can't learn to actually forgive or move past that, like you're not actually going anywhere on most of the next shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where it's a dead end already. And I knew it was when he came in saying the same stuff and fully disagreeing without even trying to humor the positives even, or the, remember when I was asking the really stupid version of the question, do you think government has any influence by money at all? Like, and he was super reluctant to answer or even debate that. There was no debate. It was like we move on and say another point around another point about why that in general has to be wrong. Like, you're not talking. You're just saying your shit over and over. That's exactly it.
You're in here, and we were in the room yesterday when the guy was talking about like narcissism and stuff too, right?
Yep.
And like how when they get caught in something, like they just deflect, they go to something else. They can't. If it's not, if they're wrong, there's no agreement there. That's just, well, all right, fine, we'll just keep going then.
Yeah. No, exactly that. Are you playing music in the background? Do you hear like good music in your ears this whole time too?
No.
You should do that. I'm mad at how much time I've spent not listening to music.
There's a school of thought that music is a more advanced way of brainwashing.
But is positive brainwashing bad?
Fair, right? Yeah, it depends on what you put in your head, but I don't remember where I was
That's kind of cool
reading
though.
this school of thought.
I like that. I'm not saying that's wrong at all. I think there's Beatles, right? And the hertz they use to produce their music at the same, I think it was 315 or 412, one of the two, had a lot of positives overall as a frequency effect. In general, it's a healing frequency. And I think there's validity with
Yeah, I
that.
believe that. There's quite a few of them with resonation. Do you know how microwaves work?
I was recently told by the narcissist guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they shoot light, or I guess protons or electrons or something, into a copper angled piece of metal, I guess, a piece of copper that's angled a certain way so that it vibrates very quickly as it keeps hitting it, as if you were to describe like a fan maybe being pushed by wind, like an air turbine, right? Those protons are
Do you
hitting
know
it,
what's
making it-
special about the frequency it vibrates at?
No.
It's the resonator for water. There's a lot of microwave frequencies, but there's only one specifically that makes water vibrate, and that's what microwaves use.
Well, they hit that certain frequency to create the vibration.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Resonance.
Do you know what I'm talking about too, though, with the freaking the bouncing off of that piece of copper that's angled a certain way? Have you heard all that?
Well, I know that they like there's microwaves bouncing all over the inside of it, but if you have like a screw inside of it, that will bounce off in different angles and things. But those are all accounted for. But all of it's to focus towards the center of the microwave. I'm not sure if that's saying what you're saying.
There's yeah, well, that's the end of the process I'm talking about, apparently. And I could be reiterating some of this bad, but apparently there's like some piece of energy being shot, let's say it's a proton, at this very particularly angled piece of copper. That copper.
Oh, so you're talking about a transformer. That's like a copper wire that's round around each other. That's how you create electricity. Yeah.
The initial process, right? And when you hit it at that perfect angle, that's what's making that resonance you're talking about, right? That's what's producing that frequency, is that perfectly angled piece of copper that's getting energy shot at it, essentially, in the most simplest form, right? I thought that was crazy as hell. That's how they figured it out. And he was like super excited, because the narcissist dude, he's kind of passive when he talks, right? He's like just like chill or nonchalant even in his speech. But when he was talking about this, bro, he was all hype and excited and shit. It was like this thing that he was so happy he knew. I was like, that's cool. It was dope. Just to hear him, like, because again, for a minute that dude was in here and he was going on about all of it, and he wasn't ever like annoying to me personally, really, but it was that same voice tone, and to hear him all expressive and happy at that point, that was dope.
I see.
Yeah.
Have you heard of sonoluminescence?
No. The hell is that?
So in the same idea, there is a frequency that you can trap an air bubble underwater, and if you hit it with this specific frequency, it creates light, literal light out of sound.
Yo. So why is it called sono? Is that like short for sonar or something?
Right.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, using sound, sono, to illuminate, sonoluminescence.
Wow. It's as if we could see like the waves that like we're producing sound from. Those make it visual with the bubble.
And the way they discovered this was pretty cool too. Was I don't remember exactly how long ago it was, but there was some sort of like underwater cleaning process that they were using in this big factory that was all sealed up, and they were noticing heat and light being formed in the water while they were doing it, and this all cascaded to finding this out.
Wow.
Hey, I found not corruption, the other one.
Crimson?
Yeah, Crimson.
I will go buy more bombs. I'm sitting at 16 gold currently.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, did he move again? The bomber I've got in the room right above the main entrance to all the other NPCs. There we go. I got him moved in there again. He must have switched. But that dude will throw grenades inside of our house, like on repeat. If mobs come in, we can just hop to the second floor. If it's like a blood moon.
Like you can pick them up, or
No, he just throws grenades like that's his NPC
attack?
defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, bullshit, right? Alright, we got 144
I
bombs.
forget what we can get in the Crimson now.
Well, that's gonna be the next segue to the harder mode with I can't figure out how to use the wormhole potion. It was saying using the full screen map. Is that?
So,
that's
yeah,
M.
so press M.
Oh my god, I'm hitting tab thinking that was the bigger one. Okay, so I can come to you. M.
Can we blow up the orbs with grenades? We can, right?
Yes. M.
That's what we're
why-
supposed to be after.
Correct. That's why I'm teleporting to you. What's up, person?
What's up?
Just chilling, you know. Dude, I'm doing it. It's not working. What do I click here if I've got it in the
So
inventory?
take the
clip?
potion out, and then I think you have to hold it and then open up the main map and then just click on my picture.
Okay.
Now they're still playing that game.
Yeah. We are. It's not working.
Have you tried just clicking on the potion instead of on the map first?
Yes. Click their head on the full screen map. Okay, maybe I'm just holding the...
I'm not sure that's how I used to do it.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Dude.
Oxy. What's up, Oxy?
It's good.
I really want this to work.
It's funny I ran into you tonight since I don't ever take Oxy, and I've actually had Oxy tonight.
Brutal admission.
World works in mysterious things.
That's wild. Wild retaliation. This potion doesn't work. I'm gonna cry. Do I hit the button? Like 6? Is that on the bar?
Man, I can't find a single one of these damn orbs anywhere.
Bro, I'm just gonna run over. I'm over it. I tried. Oxy, how you doing tonight, bro? Wanna talk about something, man? Mr. Oxy. You there, bro?
Seems like not.
Bruh. I still haven't made armor this whole time. I'm gonna go do that. Then I'm coming over. Everything just 2 hits me still. Do you get like 2 hit? Because I get 2 hit.
Yep. Yeah, I've had to be very, very, very careful.
10.
And I still can't find one of these fudging orbs. A real reason to, unless you're being interactive.
Yeah, if I'm not seeing something come up, I'm not talking to people. Just, you know, if they want to just observe, they can. I'm cool with that too.
Yeah.
Is the
I've
middle
tried streaming a few times.
is the middle slot cosmetic or is the right slot cosmetic for the gear?
The middle, under the house.
That's all cosmetic. So the far right side is where I want stuff.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Oxy, you back, bro? Did I just heard you? Dope. Iron. You there?
this Final Destination movie, it's
What
I
the
don't
fuck?
understand. Like, what is the point of this movie? Like, if everyone's destined to die, there's no way to escape it. What is the point of you like when we're watching this movie?
To make your stomach twist.
Dumb.
Yeah, I didn't like the movies. Oxy, we've been trying to talk to you though for a minute. Could you not hear us?
What do you mean? Oh, well, no, I just joined the call. So if you guys are talking, I definitely wasn't in here.
Weird. I was just asking
Bro,
how
am I
you're
tripping?
doing, bro, and what's up? How's life been and shit? You know, you good?
Oh, I didn't hear none of that. I just now started hearing your voice. I only heard this sleep guy talking.
That's funny. Yeah, my mic is hella quiet too. You may want to turn me up if that helps.
Yeah, you're at 200% on mine, sign.
Right.
Do we
Yeah,
want
man,
the Crimson Boss?
I mean, if we fail to kill it with like 3 or 4 lives, it used to be it would just despawn, and now we're cooked on fighting that boss.
I'm about to blow up my first one.
Okay, that's fine.
Life is decent. Life is decent, man. You know, trying to get rich. I feel like when you're living life, especially in the times of this, you're very limited to what you can do and how you can do it when you're poor. So, trying to be rich. So I can
I mean,
expound my knowledge.
is that
and
though any different than
others.
humans have been for the last, 10,000 years? We do have better freedoms in terms of, technologies and, healthcare or in bathrooms and, all these other things. Freedom's a funny word. Do you believe in free will, either of you?
Yeah, everyone has free will, of course.
I wouldn't say, of course. There is the idea that if there is a God that does know us inside and out and can guess at any possible move you could make, if all outcomes are known, is that free will?
Yes,
Why?
it is.
I could
Because
understand, like,
although
if
God knows what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, how you're going to do it, He did not dictate your move, nor in fact, He just simply knows the outcome of it.
but yes and
You
no.
still made the choice.
So that'd be true, like if this was like a big game of chess and you were playing God. But the thing is you're inside of His creation. You are the chessboard. So He. Free will is a funny term. I don't know if I believe in it per se. I think things happen and that you get to react to them, but they are all things that nothing that you could do would surprise God, in other words.
Okay, but despite surprising Him or not, free will does exist, regardless of that just doesn't make sense. Well, because God knows what I'm going to do, that means I have no free will. No, I mean, it's
Right,
kind of
it
like
comes down to what you consider will or what that means exactly. Because like if you're looking at it that way, yes, you could still make a choice that He didn't choose for you, type stuff. But if all of
Yes,
the
if you
choices
want to.
are already known, it's not really a choice. Then it's just following
No.
all these paths.
no. From His perspective, maybe, but from ours, this is free will because we are choosing the paths.
Yeah,
I mean, think of it
it's how we
this
label
way.
it.
It's like you go into a mall and there's cameras. These cameras that are monitoring everyone. It sees what you're gonna do, when you do it, how you felt when you're doing, what you were wearing. Like it knows everything you're doing. It's looking exactly at you at every time. Now, is this camera affecting or directing my free will? No, I'm simply doing it, and it's just observing everything I do. You know?
What if though this is a simulation and God is simulating every choice? What if in this other universe?
He's not simulating. He's observing. He's just looking. He's not
I'm
affecting
just
it at
saying,
all.
what
He
if
just knows.
like take this into like as a thought process, like what if type thing, like that if He is, I lost my train of thought now actually.
I don't know if there's free will or not. I feel like I get to make my choices. I could kind of see the perspective you're saying because I've heard someone else argue this before too, and I kind of get the logic to where they see it. Predetermined things in themselves, I think, like believing in, adds like a sense of defeat per se to like why we're even doing what we're doing, right? Which is where I think Oxy's kind of coming from too, and to believe in that almost believes that like a more negative outcome is by default, I guess, right? Is that, am I explaining that right? I guess, right? So it's just like it's not like that it's wrong necessarily, but it's not that like believing in it helps anything either. Is what I kind of came to the determination of. I mean, in some ways, it
Not only
it
that,
could.
it's like I was like, God knowing everything doesn't force us to act a certain way. He sees all possible choices, all possible outcomes, but we still choose freely. Just because someone knows what you will does not mean they
I
make you
guess
do it.
what I say when I say that he simulates it, that is to say the same thing that he sees it. For him to see it is for it to like, you know, exist. Like him thinking about it makes it real type stuff. So, you know, in all these other alternate universes, if it was, you know, simulated through him understanding and realizing it, you do these other actions too.
True, but if God simulates it, or he sees it like you're saying, it still doesn't take away our choice. A simulation is just
That's fair.
prediction.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't force us to act a certain way. The choice is still ours. God just knows the outcome in advance. That's really all.
And I think what's my homie here, I can't even think of his name right now, I'm
Dylan.
blanking. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Like whether if free choice is real or not, or just an illusion. At the end of the day, that should never stop you from, you know, living your best you can.
Right.
Agreed.
That's exactly where I'm at with it too. I feel like putting, because I believe in manifestation, I think putting time into things that are just heavier, like that, until they're having like an effect that you're hoping to get out of them or learn from, they're damn near useless. And if they're negative, then, you know, questioning them is cool and talking about them is fine. But if you don't derive something to help your truth, then there isn't really a point.
Not only that, I would love to give a good example. For example, like let's say if I have a friend who always chooses chocolate ice cream. Chocolate,
yeah.
right? And I know what he's gonna pick on this day. I just know for some reason I know he's gonna pick chocolate, regardless of if he gets hit off a scooter, and regardless if his mom doesn't wake him up. I just know for some reason he's gonna choose chocolate.
Okay.
It's like because I seen him pick it numerous times. I didn't make the choice for them. I just, you know, they made the choice freely, but I knew the outcome. I mean, sure, you could change the way, but did he? No, he chose chocolate. I had no say so. I just knew what was coming. You know, that's probably oversimplified, but you probably get what I mean.
Yeah, we follow.
Okay.
No, I feel like, yeah. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I got a pistol for you.
The other reason why I wasn't so sure if I wanted to do this yet is because it's going to get so much more intense, dude, for a minute. And I'm going to feel bad. I don't want to ignore people who are trying to talk. And I'm scared.
That's fair.
Right? Like... Bro, I think that prediction shit is also in most situations not good until you're like a mentalist, like that guy on the Joe Rogan show who came in and just did it as an entertaining thing. Almost every situation that involves prediction is normally like almost to say you're right at the end of the day is what it comes out to, right? Not that it's even like good. And then it's like you're just defeating your friend's happiness at the end of the day with the ice cream.
And I would like to ask you guys a question. Well, sheep, because you said free will does not exist. Now, assuming that God is real, if free will did not exist and there was a God, why would God even bother rewarding or punishing anyone for their actions, assuming that free will does not exist?
I don't.
That's a good question.
We're not on the right page here.
Maybe I need to reword that.
No. I mean, you're. I'm not. I don't believe in the Christian God in the sense that you do. I don't think he does reward or punish us for our actions or anything like that. That's not what he's about.
Oh,
Okay. What do you believe in? If you don't want me asking.
I believe. Oof. I don't know how
I
much.
heard Devin's belief system. I don't think you told us yours yet.
it's true.
I do label myself a Christian in the fact that I believe in Christ's teachings and the way he acted and treated others. I believe he had insights to the true God that the Torah and many other places have, given example to, but I think most of the Bible is very man-made and very misguided and leads to a lot of the problems in today's world. And I think God is this state of energy of perfectness that decided to create the universe through the Big Bang, as he spread himself out across the stars and created everything. And they were all little pieces of fabric of the universe, like a giant tapestry, and you're, one thread
But
in
let's
this
rewind a
giant
bit.
thing.
Wait. So, do you believe Jesus Christ died for your sins?
No, and Jesus never said that he did either.
Although you do believe in his teachings.
Correct. Yes. Yes,
That's
I think
the
the
equivalent
spiritual stuff, the magic, as some would label it,
to.
that they've put into the Bible is there as a means to make it interesting. But Christ's philosophy as a man, while he walked the earth, was about giving up your possessions, about loving your neighbor, about treating everyone as equals. His philosophies and his walk and what he stood for is what I believe in. But I don't believe in the Immaculate Birth. I don't believe that he rose again from the dead. These things, I think, were romanticized.
That's odd.
I know, it's very different from, the standard Christian, but I have studied the Bible quite a bit. Went to Lutheran school growing up to 12th grade.
That's a bit hypocritical. Let's go back to that. So you don't believe he died for your sins, no, but you do believe you do follow his teachings. But
right,
that's
how
like,
is that hypocritical?
what's the point? Then what's the point of trusting his guidance? I mean, how can you claim his authority as
because it's good, because it's right.
Okay, but because it's right.
Yes, for my trainings of the world, everything I've seen, heard, felt, and understood, the things that Christ spoke about are the right things. The things that Christ did were the right things.
But because it's right, it only works if you already know what's right. If you reject Jesus' purpose, who defines what's truly right? I mean,
I'm not
isn't that just your opinion?
His purpose, he said himself, was to bring the word of God to help us understand, to walk the right path, and to show us that. He never once said that he was here to die for our sins. The closest to that of him saying was that through me is the way, the truth, and the light. Through me, not my death and all these other things that we tack on. All of these things happened hundreds years later by the Roman Catholic Church. There's a bunch of dudes that never met Jesus or anything like that saw these writings and put them all together with the Torah and was like, okay, this seems right. I think that was the biggest hypocrisy of the Bible. These things, the Torah was our modern day declaration of, not a declaration of independence, our rules, our Constitution. There we go. It was like their Constitution at the time, and Jesus did quote from it in the same way that we would, quote our Constitution about rules and laws. But the things he taught when he went out, and you could look at his disciples, the 12 and then the 72. Do you know what his rules were for them?
We were there.
His rules were to give up everything, to walk out with just an extra set of clothes, and to rely on the people that you go to. You know, Jesus said it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter heaven. Jesus also said, for the love of money is the root of most evil. Do you know the one time we actually see Jesus physically upset and taking action? You know, this guy that said turn the other cheek and all these. Do you know the one time he actually was known to have been upset?
When?
With the money changers in front of the temples. He flipped the tables and threw a huge fit because these people, this corruption was stealing from these people and turning them from God because they couldn't afford to. They couldn't afford to worship their God.
Okay, can we reel it in a bit? Can we reel it in a bit? You do not believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God, right?
No, I do believe he's the Son of God. We are all children of
Okay.
God.
But you don't believe he died for your sins.
Correct. I don't think he was a holier than anyone else. He, like he said himself, we are all children of God. We are all the Son of God. We are all the human, the physical representation of God in this universe. And
Okay,
you know,
my
we are
next
made in his
question to
image.
you would be, what would be your response to arguably the most important verse in the Bible, which is, for God so loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son. And whoever
Who
believes
said
in him shall, I would assume it was God's. It was a third person. It's kind of like one of those types of verses where it's basically God talking, but it's not. But it is clearly the most important verse in the Bible. I'm pretty sure if you go to anyone in the street, they're going to name this verse, for God so loved the world, that he gives only begotten Son. Whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life.
Yeah, actually, that is a good one.
entire verse,
You're the
like,
first
what does
person
that
that
verse
I've brought this up to a lot of people, and no one's ever quoted that line. You know what? That is interesting. I'm gonna have to look at that more.
Yeah. So when you say that,
No, that's fine. You got me. You got me.
okay,
Good job.
Because I was like, wait, that's like,
That's fine.
literally the heart of the Bible. So.
No, the heart of the Bible is his teachings. Of being a Christian. To be a Christian means a follower of Christ. His teachings and the way he acted. And those things most Christians do not do at all. They only focus on what you are right now, on his death and his forgiveness of sins, instead of his life and the way he acted.
Not necessarily. To be a Christian means
You're doing it right now.
Well, that's kind of half the reason. The other half is that I believe that he died for my sins, which is a very, very much more pivotal reason than what you previously.
Right. But the reason that's become so important to the modern day Christian is it absolves them of any wrongdoing they do. It allows them to feel, I can commit any sin I want and I just pray to Christ and now all my sins are forgiven. It's an easy way out, and it's not what Christ wanted or
That's
anything
not how
he
it works.
preached.
That's not how it works.
Oh,
It's not
that's
that
how
simple.
a lot of people believe it works, and that's belief is what's important here.
Yeah.
So you said this is hard. I've never met someone who self-proclaimed to be a Christian but does not believe Jesus Christ died for their sins. That's like saying I believe my mom gave birth to me, but because I didn't see it, like she's not my mom. This is a very hard thing.
I'm glad I
to
could
swallow.
open your eyes today then some, because yeah, I do wholeheartedly believe I am a Christian, that I exemplify and follow in
But
Christ.
Christianity is built on the foundation that Jesus Christ
That's
he
what they
died for
told
your
you.
sins. What do you mean that's what he told you? That's what it's all based on. There's 700 eyewitnesses to give account for this who passed it on to history that we know to today. What do you mean that's what they told you? That's the whole root of Christianity.
I
Is
mean,
Jesus
Once again,
Christ
your
represent-
pastor is the one that told you this is the whole root of Christianity. The
What do you
whole root of
mean?
Christianity is to be as Christ was. Do you agree with this? Do you agree to be a Christian is to exemplify Christ, to walk in his
No, to
footsteps,
be a
and
Christian
to...
means that you accept
Okay, well
that
then,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ
then
died for your
we
sins.
definitely have nowhere to
You
go with
go
this.
on any source that you would like, from the Bible to any type of AI to any Google, they're going to tell you to be a Christian is that you accept the fact that Jesus Christ died for your sins.
Okay,
Not
I
just
agree.
for-
That's what they will tell
Because
you. I
following
agree
his
with that.
teachings is one thing, but there's literally another verse, correct? There's literally another verse. The only way through the kingdom of heaven is through me. no one gets to the Father except through
Yeah,
me.
no,
Like,
that one, that's the one I was talking about earlier. So through me, yes, through my way, through my word, through my actions, the way I exemplify me is the way, not through my death.
perfect definition.
What? Did you not hear me?
Well, I'm changing my AirPods.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there.
I was saying that's not saying that it's through his death. It says through me, through his teachings, through the word, through what he is trying to tell
And
us.
believing that he died for your sins.
No, that's not what it says there.
The
That's
root of
subject on the end.
The root of Christianity is the belief that Jesus of Nazareth, the Son of God, who came to save humanity from sin through his
I
death
understand
and
that's
resurrection.
what they've told you.
He just
So
doesn't agree.
okay, so by your logic, I cannot believe Jesus Christ died for my sins, but as long as I follow his teachings, I will make it to heaven.
Yes.
Which is completely hypocritical, because if I follow his teachings, I would know that he died for my sins. Because
Well,
his teachings,
okay, so let me try to intervene here, right? Because I don't like the consistency with either of you, and both of you are going inconsistently, right? If you are really set on trying to convince him that that's not what he believes, you can't just keep repeating the verse and saying no. Is my only real inclusion here. Other than, I just want to say too, I get both where you're coming from. You're both super passionate about your beliefs in this difference. And sometimes, like, agreeing to disagree is the best solution, right? But if you don't have more evidence to, like, support where you're coming from, other than saying the Bible verse, because you almost got off the subject a second ago, which I think is probably the most healthy thing in the situation. But if you don't want to promote other stuff, you feel me, like, around why you want to convince him, you can't just do no, bro. And then,
who, me or him?
Yeah, you, bro, because the emotion side of it is getting high for both y'all, and I'm just trying to mediate a little bit and say that unless you have another argument other than the same verse, we should probably just change subjects or keep.
I didn't act emotionally.
No, well, I mean, I'm not saying you're emotional necessarily. I'm just saying that you're passionate about your belief and he's passionate about his belief, and so the middle ground needs to be that you guys either agree to disagree or you're presenting other facts to try to convince him, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm promoting facts.
Okay, well,
I'm just trying to convince. I'm just trying to see who's that.
Word. I'm just trying to reality check the situation a little bit, not necessarily tell anybody they're wrong or right. You feel me?
Yeah.
Okay. And go ahead. If you want to stay on it and he wants to stay on it and you both agree with that, that's fine too. I'm not trying to tell nobody they can't talk either, obviously.
No, I mean, I was,
Okay,
like
well,
you were saying, I've been trying to get off of it for a minute. Like,
Okay, so he
I do
doesn't-
agree. Me and him will never see eye to eye on this because.
Yeah,
to-
so then let's just move on.
I'll close it out.
Word.
And I would like for you to respond to this closing argument.
He doesn't have to be clear.
Gather a couple of voices.
But you could ask. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll ask, and
Yeah.
I'll kind of read a little passage or a little paragraph, tiny little summary, and I'll like your response. Now, you said a couple minutes ago that if you do not accept that Jesus Christ died for your sins, which is eternally your salvation, but you follow his teachings, that will be enough. I completely disagree, but here's why. And I would like for your response to this. The New Testament doesn't teach that following Jesus' teachings is enough. Jesus repeatedly said belief in him and his sacrifice is what grants you salvation. He said this in John 14-6. I am the way, truth, and life. You pointed that out earlier.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
no, that one's the way, the truth. The way is your actions. The truth is your words, and then the light something else completely. But and to respond to John 3:16, if you look at John 1:1, God is the Word, is what he says in the very first John does. It never says in John 3:16 that he's dying for our sins. It says that, like I was agreeing with you earlier, or saying earlier, is that we are all children of God, and that he sent this beloved Son of his to come down and to teach us, to show us, to give us the way, not to die for our sins.
Yes, I kind of understand what you're saying, but
Okay.
do you not agree that admiring Jesus' teachings, that's fine. I'm all for that. But the Bible literally says strictly that salvation comes from believing in his death and resurrection. Without that, you're missing the whole
Right,
fundamental
no,
point
I
of Christianity.
yes, I do disagree there.
I mean, why so? because from my point of view, it doesn't seem that you're following Christianity.
Right.
You're following
I
the
know.
moral.
I'm following your point. You don't need to keep telling me.
So, would you like to reply to it? Or?
I have. I've said what I can about it. I don't know what else to tell you, my guy. I keep telling you that nowhere in there does it say that through my death are you all saved. It says that through my word, through my teachings, through these things is how you are saved.
All right, we've made our points. Let's maybe talk about another facet here of Christianity instead of the one thing
we were just getting interesting.
Agree on. No, it's not actually. Is exactly how I feel. It's kind of becoming the opposite.
One more, come on, man, one more. I gotta debunk this last one. Please, man. This is utterness.
Bro, if you appreciate the people that you're talking to, bro, you'll be able to find something else to talk about other than the one part where you feel is like a gotcha, right? So like, let's just move on, bro. You can, bro. It's not torture, bro. If you have any kind of ability to see people for being people, then it shouldn't be super hard for you to see that there's other things.
I do.
And also, I mean, I'm not trying to say this is like an attack. This is not. Hold on. This is not like an attack on you. But if you're intelligent at all, you'd have something else to talk about as well. The agree to disagree part has to happen. So.
Bro, yes, but I'm like, Jesus Christ, like,
I know, right?
Crazy.
That's funny.
I was really about to do.
You know, it says you can't use the Lord's name in vain, right? Jesus Christ. I'm not even a Christian, and I know that.
I had no
You also can't wear 2 fibers of interwoven in your outfit.
Come on, let me debunk his last claim, and then we can move on from the.
No, we're done.
Come on, man.
No, we're done.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're done, bro. We're done. That's it.
He
That's all she
saved you,
wrote.
honestly, because I was about to debunk the hell out of that.
Okay, but you could debunk it all you want. It's not going to change the belief. That doesn't actually persuade. Because, see, the point of, like, trying to convince someone, well, then, right, we've already hit the end note with that statement, right? Like, there isn't actually a change. If you're trying to convince him because you think you genuinely want to save him and think that this is him as a fallacy that leads to hell, then you would do something, and not in an attack way. You would try to love the dude and teach him that he's wrong.
That's
through,
what I'm
like,
trying to do.
well, yeah, okay, so, but not if you're laughing at it, and not if you're saying debunk.
I'm not laughing at what he's saying. I'm laughing at how you're ending our civilized debate.
Oh, okay. Well, fair.
I'm just trying to teach. That's all. Yeah?
Well, again, he's stated at least like 3 times at this point that he doesn't agree and he wants to move on. So I'm trying to respect both of you here.
All right, we can move on.
That's fair, right?
Yeah, definitely. We've had great conversations all night, man. So, like, I look, I get where you're coming from, and I understand it. I do. I truly, truly do. But I think things need to change, and I think that this is one of the biggest things. And I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to sit here and convince you otherwise. I'm just showing you why I believe it. That's all.
I get you.
This is some good jerky.
I'll be right back.
Should I spawn like this giant eyeball while he's gone and start fighting it? I feel like I'm gonna summon some big ass boss dude, so he comes back while panicking.
Oh, here I got something for you.
Oh. What the hell did you give me? Where is it?
It's a gun.
Oh, you found a gun?
Yeah, it was in the red orb we broke.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I popped one too. If we have room for a new NPC is what we need to find out next. Well, we do not. We have every... Well, that's not true. Let me see. This house is missing a chair.
I just realized why you couldn't warp to me. Oh my god, we're dumb. Open up your menu and then click on a red shield. We need to be in a party.
Whoa, that's what it was. I knew I was supposed to be seeing your head the whole
Yeah.
time, floating around when you're in whatever distance. Oh my
Oh,
god,
stop to my volume.
that's incredible. What's that person? That's a crazy. We are dumb. I haven't played this game in so long,
Yeah, I feel ya.
right? That room up top is able to be made. I just didn't put a chair and table in there yet. So we should get the gun NPC next. And then I was thinking about summoning the eye, if you wanted to do that now. It's not like you're itching for a
Yeah, we
boss
could
fight.
try.
I know we have lenses at this point,
We-
so
Hide really well in our base. We could survive.
one of us has to be up at all times, is what I remember. And I don't know if that's gotten more lenient or not, but that's what the goal needs to be. If I'm dead, you're playing for survival, and vice versa, right?
Yeah, but on top of that, I don't know if we can mirror back, and he's gonna one-shot us over there. I think this could be bad.
We
We'll see how
could
it goes.
we could attach like wood platforms to both sides of the base essentially too, and make like an easier boss fighting area right here.
Yeah, boss arena.
Yeah, we need that. I can't find the freaking wood. Is what's killing me right now.
I don't have any wood on me.
These menus are just so
How
small.
many hearts you got?
I changed my menu. I'm at 140. You highlight your hearts, you can see.
Here, I got an extra one. I'm at
Wait,
160.
wait. To go back to like, I don't know which one of you asked for that earlier, which led to that whole conversation about the whole lights one. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm just trying to get rich now because, yeah. And like being poor, it's like, I can't speak for everyone, but at least for me, it's like you can't be your true self. If that makes sense, like you're just so limited. Oh.
Right,
mentally.
but that's a concept that's being portrayed by our ruler class. You know, to be poor. I'm not asking you to be poor. I want us all to be equals. You know, we need to get all of our basic needs met, like housing, clothes, and food. All that should not cost anything. And then, you know, extras should be at a very, very reasonable price if there is even money at all. Also, inherited wealth should not be a thing. You know, we should all have all our basic needs met as we grow up, and you can build wealth as you get older, but when you die, it should die with you. It shouldn't be inherited to the next generation. They should just be set
Whoa,
already so they don't
I
need to worry about
completely
these things.
disagree.
Whoa.
Wait, you what do you mean wealth shouldn't be inherited? You're not for that? If you have kids,
No,
your
not
kids.
even remotely.
Wow, that's good.
Inherited wealth means this person did nothing to deserve it, that they just got it because they were born of this person. We gather wealth to protect ourselves and make sure that we don't like die out, but if our basic needs are fully covered, if you do not have to worry about death, you don't need a huge bank of money, especially not as a child.
I can kind of see the logic, I guess.
That's a one-sided way to look at it.
No, I mean, at the same time, though, if you're not
Uh-oh.
earning your wealth, like, and you do just get it immediately, like, how much of life do you really have to experience to know that you don't need to do anything? You know, at first I was very much in your boat, but I kind of see where he's coming from in a way right now. Just on that alone, I mean, you're teaching bad habits off rip, right?
Well, no, that's considering that the people who inherit the money are being taught bad things. I mean, not everyone who inherits money is automatically a bad person, nor do they have bad intentions with the money that they inherited. What if the kids that inherit money also
Right,
want to
but
lay down a good?
there's no guarantees they've learned any of the proper things that deserve this money, you know.
Okay, there's no guarantees that they didn't learn the proper.
But if they
No, but-
if everybody starts at zero, they have to portray these qualities to be able to make the money.
True, but if they didn't and they did get inherited this wealth, who's to say that they will not have the same characters, if not stronger characters, than someone who didn't have it?
That's neither here nor there. That's not the point. Who they become after is not the issue. The issue is these people do not deserve this money. Their parents.
Why don't they deserve it?
Why does anyone deserve money?
Hmm?
For work they put in, for a job good done, like this whole thing that we were talking earlier. It's a reward system. What have they done growing up that they are rewarded millions or billions or corporations or whatever it is? Their parents did it for their good
Yes.
choices.
And their parents should be able to let their kids inherit it. I'm all for it. I
Well,
don't
I'm
see
saying
why
that
it should be strict.
that's an issue, I think.
I don't think so. I think the people who inherit it should be monetized. They should be watched by someone in the family to make sure that they're doing things morally and ethically right with the money, and not blowing
Inheritance
it, being
usually
completely
requires a
judicious
death.
with it.
What if you're the
course.
sole inheritor?
Well, I'm pretty sure there's still someone in the family who can look out for you, who was
No,
good.
sole inheritor.
With the
But what if your
hypotheticals that you're
father
alone
had
with the
a major
money.
corporation, didn't have any friends, all of his family estranged him because of foul practices, they didn't like the guy, and then he
That's a
gave
lot
all
of.
his
This is a
money
lot
to
of. Those. That's pretty
But
rare.
this happens
That's
a
a lot of.
This happens all the time.
That's very. You're really excluding me here and putting me in that damn near impossible bubble. There's gonna be someone who's gonna be able to pick it.
Impossible. This happens all the time.
You need to give me an example. There's got
Elon Musk.
someone. Did Elon Musk not earn his wealth correctly? Did he not?
No,
own
his parents gave it to him from a jade or emerald mine.
They probably gave him a couple thousands. I don't think they made him
A couple
rich.
thousands. You're silly.
How much did they give him?
Millions, billions. It's a lot. Do you know how much an emerald mine makes?
Okay, and what's the point you're making? Because they gave him millions, that played out to him being the billionaire he is today. And if they
My
hadn't given him
point
that,
I'm
he wouldn't-
making is it doesn't guarantee a good person. If anything, it's
Who says Elon
going
Musk isn't a
to
good person?
allow these bad people to be made because they're
I don't think
immediately
Elon's a bad person.
okay.
Elon is pro. He made one of the biggest, arguably the biggest platform, free speech. That's very pivotal for everyday people like us.
What
That's
do you
probably
think
one of the few
makes a
platforms
person a
that,
bad person.
well, no, we're not.
The way they
Let's,
treat
let's,
others,
let's
right?
not move. Let's not move the goalposts here. Let's not move the goalposts.
Okay, so he gave
We're
you an
not.
example
This
of a
You
is
said
the
person.
you can't-
conversation.
Well,
He gave you an example of a person that
from
was.
what I've seen with Elon Musk, I would consider him a good person. How and why?
How
Because
about
he's
the
for
fact that
one.
none of his kids will even talk to him? He is
How do you?
completely
First of all,
estranged
how do you
from
know
his
that?
family.
How do you know that?
That's
Because
actually.
that's in the news.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
so you believe everything the news says.
When
Well-
it comes to something like that, yes, it's not very hard to. They have this whole group of people that like to go around to famous people and watch their every move.
And who's to say those famous people being followed by the paparazzi? I'm pretty sure that's what's called are telling the truth. How many times have paparazzi told lies in celebrities? Kanye West is a prime example. Paparazzi used to lie on him all the time throughout his career.
Well,
How does the
Let's just say
paparazzi
it is
know?
true. Let's just say it is true.
It's
though.
hypothetical.
I can't say that.
Well, no, you
Is
can't.
that-
Even,
is
and even if that
okay.
was the case, even if that was the case, how would they know what's going on in Elon Musk's personal life? with his
Brother,
kids?
when you embrace a hypothetical, let me say this real quick. This I feel like it's imperative to taking it, okay? He did present you an example of a person who did inherit money and doesn't have connection to family. That prior to the family he has now, be it true or not, that is part of the hypothetical he's asking, right? The family and him are disconnected. Let's say that's true, is all he's saying in this stretch, right? The original question was still, what do you do with a kid who has no connections and no family but has money? That was the original argument.
Well, has the kid? We're talking about Elon Musk's kid in the situation, right?
No, we're talking about
Or
Elon
we
Musk.
shouldn't go on it.
Was the original argument is that Elon Musk himself is a phenomenon that could never happen, and he's saying, and you're saying that both Elon Musk does exist. So he did give you an example of a person who inherited money that didn't earn it. He just has money, and he even has little connection with his own family at this point. Is, let's say, for argument's sake of the original
Wait.
argument, he is hypothetically bad with his family, just for the original sake of the original argument. You don't got to agree with it. It's not real, let's say, because we don't know for sure. But I did hear the same shit for the record, that his family doesn't like him very much. Regardless, I mean, he's a busy man. It almost kind of makes sense to me, too, if I were to think about it at all. This isn't the original argument about Elon's
I'm missing
family.
the point. Hold on, I probably have to put in 2 AirPods because you guys are cutting out a bit.
The original point was that there's... Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm good.
So the original point was that there's a kid who gets all of his money that he didn't earn.
Mm-hmm.
And you said to give an example
Elon
so that
Musk.
you could make. Well, yeah, okay, but you said to give an example so that you could embrace this hypothetical better. Elon Musk technically fitted both your examples before you all started talking about his family.
Elon Musk inherited money. Okay,
Yes.
Let me say something. Let me fact check this.
Again, the original question is, what does a kid do if he has all this money and no connection?
But Elon Musk had connections.
No. If a hypothetical person inherited a bunch of money, but the person who died was their sole family member.
Mhm.
How does he become morally good? How does this
Well,
person with all this power?
I
and money-
mean, he follows what Bruce Wayne did. What did Batman do? He
Bro,
went
he-
out, fought crime, and saved the fucking city.
I'm
Batman
enjoying
is a
this.
prime
What is
example. And
this
that works.
rebuttal?
This works in my argument. What happened when his parents died and he was inherited all of that money, corporations, and no one was there to speak for him? He got in shape and he saved the city from crime. That's what they did.
Love it.
I mean, this is the only answer I can give you. You put me in this small bubble that rarely ever happens. I've never seen
It's
anything
not a
like this in
small
my whole
bubble. My
life.
whole point is that money shouldn't be inherited. That this inheritance is leading to these kids open to this whole world where they can buy prostitutes, where they can.
But you're
buy
assuming that
companies.
every kid who inherits money is
I'm not
automatically
assuming
gonna
anything.
do-
I'm just saying that in general, a good way to protect us from these atrocities that this inherited wealth is creating is to stop inherited wealth. To protect us so that we can all make it out of childhood just fine, and then we all start at a blank page where everyone is equal and they have to, be a good person and grow the world in a good way that we all respect. Not they already had a bajillion dollars and they can do whatever they want right at 18. With the great
No
power comes
discipline.
great responsibility, but there's no one to hold them accountable.
Well, money isn't power, first of all.
Yes.
Second
Yeah,
of all-
it is.
Second of all,
Explain that one.
No, it's not.
Can we pause on one? Hold
we'll,
on.
we'll get into that. That's a discussion for after this one.
Okay, go ahead.
You're assuming that every person who inherits.
I'm not
Millions of
assuming
do-
that. I'm not
What?
saying this is across the
Okay,
board.
then what? Okay, then what about the people who inherit the money and do good? Are you saying that they still
my
shouldn't
point
have
is,
it?
why do we even need to do that? Why do you need to inherit money?
Because if someone worked hard for something
Did these kids
and
work
they
hard
come
for
to
it?
death, please let me get my answer, so please. If you have a family member, your father or mother, work hard for something for numerous years of their life, dedicated their life to it, it shouldn't go to waste when they die. It shouldn't just cease to exist. It only
It's
makes
money.
sense.
It's not even real to begin with. We earlier were talking
It
about it being
only-
a belief.
only makes
Mostly
sense.
the belief that we give it.
This is truly the most logical thing. Why wouldn't it be inherited to someone else? Okay, if
Because
inherited,
they don't need it.
if- my question to you: if inheritance wasn't this case, what do you think should be done with the money after someone's death?
It should be burned. It should be deleted. It should be gone. It should stop being
Wow.
part of our
Even the
because
institution.
that
What about
increases
what about the
inflation?
institution?
That increases inflation and increases the products. It makes everything for the next generations harder and harder.
Your bias towards money
What
is
about all the
deeply rooted.
institutions and the real estate and all those things? Do you think those should be seized off and burned and destroyed as well?
What was that, Dylan?
I said your money, your hatred towards money is pretty deeply rooted. I feel like
Yes.
you got to kind of understand his
Well, the-
perspective on that. I feel like for this to make more sense, I get where he's coming from. I don't agree, but I get where he's coming
Why
from.
is-
He hates money,
Why
bro. It's
is
like
your
the.
age? Why do you hate money?
Can I answer for you?
Because
I think I've
Christ
got an idea. That's a good point too, though. But there's
Oh
more.
my goodness.
I mean, he's making a valid point.
Debating about Christ was Dylan saved you from being obliterated in that subject respectfully. But you're saying
Because Buddha did, because communism does, because so many great
you're
thinkers throughout.
you're for communism.
So would Jesus have been. It's about the removal of classes, about removal of the owning class and then the slavery class, that we are all treated equally. Yes, I believe in those ideas. Communism
So-
has become a bad taboo word because of capitalism and the ways they have associated it. It's not a bad thing. There's reasons millions on this planet have followed it. and still fight for it today.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm open to learning anything, but you know, I don't know, bro. I feel like your hatred with money is valid. I'll say that. I get where you're coming from on the practice side of it, and I think that all's pretty valid. I don't think we do need money. I think it is an additive to the equation that has made much more harm than good in a lot of ways, and it also has made a lot of good overall, right? But
So,
like,
yes,
there,
that's why I say it's a neutral belief currency. It can be used for virtue. It can be good in the same way that computers, you can learn and so many good things can come from it. But it can still be used for corruption. We do agree that power corrupts, money can be corruptive. These things are all on the same scale. They all, yes, good can come from it. You could put $1 million to feeding the homeless type stuff, but how is it actually being used is the thing.
right? Yeah, it's true. It's not being used very good currently in a lot of ways. This is super accurate.
And also it slows us down in terms of progress. We
What
do
slows us
things
down?
like planned obsolescence, where we make things to break down so that we can make more money. They have ways to treat diseases that they instead drug us so that they can continue to keep us paying them for all of our lives. Cars, like I said, the planned obsolescence is cars too. So many jobs, like construction. I've worked in construction and building homes and stuff like that. Do you understand how often they shop around to find the absolute cheapest possible materials they can, and use the worst possible things that will break on you? And then on top of that, every last person that's working there, do you know what their reason for working is?
To make money.
Yes, they're not there because they want to be. They are there only for the money, and so they give their least amount of effort or work because they have no care for it. It's there for the money, and that's it. And these all combine, all make this ecosystem where we are building things to break down. We are doing our laziest work we possibly can. All of these things because we love our money and we need our money.
Pretty valid points.
And the point you're making is
That it's a hindrance to
Because-
progress.
It's hard to
Money is a
All the
hindrance.
bureaucracy, all the red tape, all of the stuff that it slows down, all of the ways that someone's got to take their cut off of it, all of these different little, details are all creating this atmosphere of just making the worst possible products that break down as absolutely fast as possible, so that we can continue to fix them and give ourselves things to do instead of just making things that last and work. And that are good for our environment versus, all these plastics and
Oh no, I completely disagree.
Concrete.
You said it slows down life. I completely disagree. It don't slow down life if people let it control them. I mean, that's a big difference.
Okay,
You know what?
I'll give you that. That's fine. But we all do. That's the problem. For the love of money, greed, mammon, as we call it. That is what is slowing it all down. Also, have you ever thought about how many people are in prison for some sort of a money-based crime? How many people working today, their job is only to move money around and no actual positive effect on the world?
One more time.
I would guess 80 to 90% in both of those places. Theft, embezzlement,
hmm
even a lot of times murder and things. These are all because of money.
hmm
So much of our evil, so much of our crime is all based around this idea over and over again.
And you propose that we should just take money away and everyone should just get free food and free housing and etc.
Yes, we should work on our infrastructure, which honestly we already have that. We have enough production and transportation to feed and cover everybody. We build houses. We can even 3D print houses now in less than a day. I've had a lot of jobs, but I've worked in factories too, where I've seen them make hundreds of tons of beef and chicken and all these things, and the only human jobs is quality assurance and mechanical. You know, we make sure the food comes out looking right and make sure the machines don't break down. The rest of it is all process. It's all automatic. We have the infrastructure. We are in a post-scarcity world, believe it or not. We have enough technology to no longer worry about our basic needs, but those on top keep it scarce so that they can continue to make money and also control us.
I would
May I respond?
I would agree real quick too that we've had that scarcity argument and able to do this for longer than like recently. This has been possible for a while. But yeah, of course you can respond.
Okay. History shows us that this whole free everything idea, remove the money, that does not work. We have
Hasn't
tried
worked
extreme.
because of our technology. But would you agree that the last 100 years of human life, our technology has progressed more than the last 1,000 years?
I don't know that to be true.
What?
The phone, the internet, the airplanes, cars, all of these things are the last 120 years.
I don't know that to be true because I've seen a couple videos where apparently they had very advanced technology thousands of years ago, and shit occurred to where a lot of things happened.
But that's not the question.
I will say that they had some things back then. They had
Wait,
things back then.
but that's not the question. The question was compared to 100 years ago, are we more advanced in technology?
Oh,
now?
100 years. Okay, yes.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, not any time in the past.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear that 100 part.
Yeah, so in this last 100 years, we have well bypassed the scarcity crisis that even down like USSR and the Red China and all these, they didn't have this infrastructure, and that's why they all fell apart. There wasn't enough food for everyone. But today you can go to 1,000 Walmarts and every last one of them is stocked to the top, full of things, and then every one of its neighbors and the Costco and the Sam's Club and the list can go on and on. And
okay, the idea of giving everyone free food, free housing, etc. sounds nice in theory, but in reality, it destroys productivity, innovation, and the ability to grow as a society.
Where's your proof?
If people knew they'll get everything without working for it, without exchanging money and
basics. They get their basics. If they want bonuses, if they want TV, internet, things that are not necessary to survival, you still need to be a productive human being and go do things. In the same way, they do that now. If you don't want to be a productive member of society, you know what happens to you?
What happens?
You go to prison. But guess what? They feed you, they house you, and they clothe you.
And where does this take place?
But my point is that we already do this. We cover the basic needs of these people that don't want to work. So people do generally just get bored. They want to find hobbies. They want to occupy their time. And on top of it all, AI, for instance, is able to. Everyone's all worried about them replacing our jobs, but why do you need to be productive? Why do we need advancement? Why is this important to humans?
I want to go back to your previous point about the whole food and drinks being free, everything, like in terms of electronics you would have to pay for. So even if only food was free, you're still in a way creating dependence. People will spend all their time and energy figuring out how to survive instead of building, innovating, creating wealth, etc. Basic survival, we've seen this in the past. When basic survival is guaranteed, but everything costs. You kind of trap the ambition of everyone. Nobody's going to want to be innovative. No one's going to start a business. No one's going
Once
to
again, why do we need innovation? Why? What's
well,
wrong with where we're at currently?
grow for starters. I mean,
Why? Are
aren't
we worried
we
about
do-
overpopulation as it begins with?
one more time.
Don't we already worry about overpopulation right now? Like that there's not enough resources for everybody? Why would we need
I mean, human innovation is what drives human progress. Without it,
do we need that? Why is that a necessity at
because
this
it
point in
solves
life?
problems, it creates opportunities, it adapts to
For what?
challenges, and improves life standards. What do you mean? Why do we need innovation?
How is our no, like that's what I'm saying. Why do we have enough life standards? Are you unhappy? Do you have enough to keep yourself occupied as you sit right now?
Occupied, probably. Happy, no.
Okay. Why would technology advancing that help that be better?
Assuming that food is free, like in the society that you previously
No.
mentioned.
Don't worry about that right now. Well, that's not what we're talking about. Just why does humanity need to keep evolving as a function? Why is this progress, as you call it, why is this a good thing? Why is it necessary?
Why do humans need to keep evolving? Because survival.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I'd
you're kind of
adapt
answering
to
my
new
own question
challenges.
of why they would do
Climate
anything
change,
if we get rid of
resource
money.
scarcity, technology disruptions. I mean, why wouldn't we keep evolving? Despite,
But you're asking why we would do these things if we got rid of money. It's because we do it naturally.
so are you saying if we took away money, we would have
That we would
no reason
continue to
innovate?
try to evolve, yes. That we would continue to try to find new things because we are bored.
And we should or should not do that.
All I'm trying to do is say we need to remove the things that threaten our life. You know, food, clothing, shelter. These things are the basic human needs.
Hmm.
The drive to create and to make new things is intrinsic in man. Whether money makes them want to or not, they will still do that. The money didn't exist and we got to money. We still invented beforehand. We made the wheel and fire and all these. Well, fire's kind of. Anyways, you see what I'm saying though. Humans naturally try to do what you're saying. We don't need money to motivate us. That is what is actually making so many depressed. Do you know how many people hate their job? How many people don't like their life? How many people are worried they're going to be kicked out of their home? Like, these things are what stress us and make us not creative. Instead, we focus on just surviving.
And removing money will help everyone with these problems. Well,
It
not
would-
removing it, but
Yes, it would remove the fear of not having the food or shelter or clothes. Protection from the elements, I should say. That's the better.
For this grid, before I build it wrong, off rip, I'm so confused right now.
What grade? What are you trying to do?
Like, I'm trying to match opposite sides right now, and then maybe add a couple more rooms at the top. You see what I'm saying? Trying to symmetric the base, and like, I think I'm an idiot. I don't know. Does that look right? I don't feel like it looks right. I feel like I'm one short. Or am I tripping? Is it the same height?
Something feels off. Like
It does
this-
feel off,
this-
right?
This part right here is like really skinny, and then you've got like 3 on this side.
No, no,
Well,
no.
it's-
I'm talking about the pillars on opposite sides. I'm not tripping on the rooms.
Oh.
all right, well, on to the next subject.
Is the chicken in your picture like slurping up a pizza? Is that what's happening?
I think there's a dick there. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I think there's yeah, she's doing something to a guy, and they just put a pizza in front of it.
Oh, fair. Okay. Brutal. I've noticed it a lot in this
I think you
Discord.
can say that word on Twitch, right? That's allowed, right?
Yeah, its consistency is bad. Most words are good. R words are bad. Most words that have R in them are bad.
That's fair.
Right? Everything else is pretty good. This doesn't seem bad.
So Rachel Ray, that's a bad one, right?
Rachel Ray's terrible. Don't do that again. Stupid. Oh god. Yeah. So, yeah. I think you guys need to find a middle ground subject that you're both. Maybe list a couple things you both are
I
passionate
think
about. or
we've been
something.
enjoying this. I think we actually kind of I think he got some insight from what I'm saying. He doesn't agree, but at least he.
Yeah, definitely.
You see where he's at with it, right? You know, that's something.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I disagree, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
The idea isn't rooted out of evil. Is a positive thing from this, right? The idea is the opposite of even. It could be chaotic and bad, and he could be right, or it could be, you know, a lot more peaceful and love and happiness, like you're saying it would be. That's, you know, could be either way. I think.
Don't get me wrong. I do not believe.
I think
that
an
solves
argument.
all the issues.
I think an argument that neither one of you brought up that I would feel like is important to bring up in this is that humans are really good at adapting, regardless of the outcome. And trade also existed at one point is another thing you could have said here. And did longer than money did.
So, yes and no. Before the agricultural revolution, most human units were big families, and we would share amongst each other. But bartering between other, groups, it happened and stuff, but it wasn't in the way we look at it now.
Yeah, and I didn't say it was successful, but I said it was successful, at least, like, not on all scales, but it was successful in some. So I think if it became the thing now, the trade system or gold or something, like another currency existed that was, based on better things, hopefully, it would also potentially thrive. That's my point.
Right. And I follow.
Especially with connection and how it is now, right? The connection part doesn't go away. We don't lose internet, is the hypothetical. Then I think there are other systems that could work and be beneficial to everybody, would be the idea, at least, and hopefully work out that way. I would agree.
Yeah, most technology, once it's discovered, it can't be unlearned unless we were, completely wiped out. Especially, like you said, with the internet. Now it's our repository of all knowledge, human. So
the Matrix is a theory that I've always thought was real, potentially. Not the robots taking over part, but the weather being the effect eventually through. I think they said they shot a rocket at the moon or the sun or something, and it made these endless storms happen, resulting in EMP loss. So the only way to have technology was to go underground, right? So at the end, it would still be internet underground, but I see that as a realistic outcome with what the Matrix portrayed in the intro of that movie, right? It may not be robots, it could be, but it'd be like we would have to migrate to underground if geostorms happened, essentially, right? You wouldn't have EMP, you wouldn't have a technology if satellites couldn't reach or EMP was constantly active as a logic.
Yeah. Oh man, that whole thing, and then you also look at stuff like Neuralink and them being able to tap into our brains and stuff. That's so worrisome that the Matrix is right on a horizon. That they're building things like the Omniverse or the Metaverse or whatever you want to call it, and being able to start tapping into our brains. Who's to say the Matrix doesn't happen for real?
Right.
And I feel like this kind of goes back to my initial point: is get rich and get the fuck out, because I swear the poor people are going to be the first guinea pigs.
Certainly, with the way the world is set up currently, I agree.
Yep.
Which, once you understand how this world works, you kind of, I can't speak for everyone, but for me, as a poor man, it's like, okay, I respect it a bit. The poor get fucked, the middle class 50-50, and the rich, you just get the fuck out and survive. Like, it's a very I don't want to say respect. It's a very simple system. Like, it's literally get rich or die trying. Because I don't know if it's, well, I don't fucking know.
It is, and okay. Let me take one thing back here. I'll kind of make it more clear. I understand for us to have reached where we are today, it was a necessary evil. If the progress that we have come to, we would never have gotten there if we had to keep trading one item for another. Like, it simplified that process and it got us here. But that isn't, things change and things need to change. And what was good for the goose isn't good for the gander. We live in the 21st century and things are different, and we do not need to rely on this belief anymore, especially when it's causing so many harm.
Wait, what belief?
That
the power
money
of
is
money.
the only way to do
Power
it.
of money. As of today, I strongly believe if they just came out today and said money does not matter anymore, this world will go into an abyss. It would be riots, it would be etc. Because it wouldn't be
I
peaceful.
think
I understand
I
that.
think if that happened, let's just say that I don't think that it would need to be more gradual. But if it was just an instant announcement, money is no longer useful to you guys. You can now just go grab food as you need it and blah blah blah. I think the vast majority of humans would be so thankful. Oh God, I don't have to worry about rent anymore. I mean, just think about during COVID when people didn't have to pay their rent for a while, like how much of a relief that was for so many, because they didn't even know how they were going to survive like for another couple of months.
Mhm.
I think if we abolished money, there would be a universal sigh of relief for 99% of humans.
True, but I think the problem that removes, there would also be another. I don't know off the top of my head, but there would definitely be even more problems if we were to remove money. I don't know what would occur. It's like there's no way the ultra rich who see the everyday average person going to work is going to wake up one morning and hear, oh, now I'm equivalent to this peasant, and just be okay. That's fine.
Right,
No,
but that's the problem.
something is
Yes,
going
I
to
agree.
happen. Like they're going to do something. Like
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I 100% would wholeheartedly believe they are fighting tooth and nail for the last 10,000 years to stay in charge. Like the kings, and it has happened over and over again throughout human history of these people viciously holding on to their power and killing so many because they don't want to lose it. I'm not denying that one bit.
Nope.
I don't, but I think that's what's wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, my inventory's so full.
Those boxes in the bottom are empty. All organized shit.
Oh, I know. I just keep forgetting to deposit when I go back.
Alright.
So what kind of work do you do,
Oxy.
Oxy?
What is it called? Warehouse slavery. Literally
Warehouse.
modern day slavery.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I worked this place in Oklahoma called Indian Nation Wholesale, where we would get the large quantities from like the distributors, the like Tyson's chicken and things like that, and then we would individually like package them for like convenience stores. So I was working in the freezer in there where it was anywhere from like 24 to -10. For like 8 to 10 hours a day, just pulling out, eaches of things.
Truly
and-
slavery, yeah. It's truly, it's something. It's truly something. I mean, I respect it because I lean more towards capitalism. I'm for communism if there was a way for it to work, but it's not possible in this day and age, at least for America. So I do understand capitalism, and I honestly respect it. Like, you came here, you came to this country, built a business, and now you have these people who do all of this hard labor for a fair set amount of pay, and you make millions off of it. I respect it because it's like, this is just how it is.
Do you
And
respect
I
that someone that you've never even met that owned this company that probably inherited from his dad is now making 10 times that amount off of your labors?
100%, because I don't look at it from a selfish point of view. I look at it, okay, I want that for my kids to know I need to work tremendously hard so I can have, so my kids can have the same exact thing as them. But not everyone looks at it from that perspective. It was like, oh, who the fuck is this guy? He's lucky to have this. And let me not rant. To answer your question, I personally would use it as motivation. Right? not everyone's gonna get like that, of course.
Hey, you want Skeletron?
Here
he is.
You put him here with us?
He just killed me.
Oh. Yeah, that's... Yep.
Is he coming to you?
No. He despawned. You found the castle, right?
But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and
honestly,
yes, there is a sense of
like,
accomplishment, of feeling good that you did this and you've worked this hard, and this is the fruits of your labor, and I get that. But what I'm telling you is it's all a lie by the top 1%ers, that they are like you were saying, it's a slavery, and they do it to keep you in their factories and out of the streets and talking against them.
Mm-hmm. But another thing is why we can't despise them is because we can do exactly what they did. Sure, it requires patience. Sure, but yes, you can become rich right now if you devoted your life to it.
No, you can't be a head of corporate. You can't be one of these true heads of capital. You have to be born, or they have to accept you into their people.
It's a big group, and you're not invited.
Okay, but you could still be rich and well also.
What do you consider rich?
In terms of money,
yeah.
I like that. My IRL asking this. Give me a second to think.
You know the top 1%.
I would consider comfortable. In America. If you want to live a comfortable life, you need to have about, I'd say, 5 to 10 million. 5 to 10 million. I know it's not because you might agree. Now, what I consider rich.
The top 1% of Americans, they make 180,000. The 1% of the 1%ers, they make 8 million a year. Mm-hmm. And then the heads of corporates are making in the billions, if not trillions, a year.
Right. Now, to answer your question, what I consider rich is anywhere from about 20 to 50 million. 20 to 50, 60. What I consider wealthy is about anywhere from 100. You gotta be in these hundreds to be wealthy.
So you need to be in the 1% of the 1%.
I don't think that you need to go corporate, like you were saying earlier, the whole corporate to be accepted to the secret society bullshit, whatever, to get 100 million. I think that you gotta be a bit more strategical.
I know. Those 100 million is not the one. That's not the true. The 1% of the 1% are still not the ruling class.
I think you should say the 1% and then the 1% of that 1% again, and say the numbers again.
So 1%, just to be in the 1 percentile, you need to make over 180,000 a year. To be 1% of the 1%. So you take every 101 of these 1%ers and
I believe that's 1% of the world.
No.
Not 1% of America.
Well, that's the wealthy in America part we were talking about, right? Happy in America was
from this 1% of 1% to the next level, to the true heads of these businesses is like a million-fold.
Mm-hmm.
These are the people I would consider rich. These are the controlling the ruling class, the ones that, run Donald Trump and make
wait. Who's the ones that control Donald Trump?
The heads of corporate, the richer than the 1% of the 1%.
And how much are they making? Money?
Billions a year. And there's definitely
probably a couple of them. I wouldn't say all of them, but there's definitely a couple.
Anyone with its making in the billions have corporations. They cannot make
that
themselves.
Of course.
So what are you? I'm lost on where you're lost.
No, I'm not lost. I agree what you're saying. I don't think all billionaires are corrupt in terms of like they can control the presidency and shit like that, but there's definitely a few who have that power. I don't know. At least I like to think so.
Well, I mean, they do though. Do you agree money holds power? That we as humans, since we believe in it so strongly and almost, I'd say, worship it, that it holds power from that? You think belief has power?
Do I think belief has power?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that. I never been, do I think belief holds power? What do you
So
mean?
let me rephrase it then.
Yeah, I don't get that question.
Let's again bring up Elon Musk. This guy that,
Yeah.
that makes we'll put him in the billion per year type of category.
Mhm.
His money allows him to influence all of his employees, right? All of these lives. That is power, right? I can decide if I want to fire them, if I want to do this, that, and the other. That is the power over their life, right?
Sure.
This power permeates past just their business, right? It's anyone they do business with. It's anyone it's being paid by them. There is people that pay Donald Trump, pay Democrats, Republicans, lobbyism. These ideas are no strange thing. You're not like oh, there's lobbying. Like, that's not like a crazy idea. These people have power because they have all this money, and then they bribe these guys. They pay them. They use this influence to make what they want happen. That's why I'm saying they control people like Trump and stuff. Trump has always been a paid actor. He has been on TV for many years. We know that, like, from the Epstein files and everything else, like, how many times has he been, like, we all think that he's a felon and done all these bad things, and yet he's still somehow our president. This is because of the power behind the scenes that is pulling the strings and brainwashing and gerrymandering and doing all of these things with their money. And that whole ecosystem is what is destroying our world, and why I say the money is bad, and that you can't become truly rich. You have, no matter how much money you have, you will never be able to control your life like someone that is one of these true heads of capital.
Well, just because a few individuals get.
If you made $1 million a year, do you think you can get away with murder?
I think you can get away with murder if you were just strategical, regardless of how much money you make.
I mean, no, but can you get off of murder if you were caught?
Well, there's numerous times people have got caught for murder, did not have enough money, and were still proven innocent. So I think if you're just strategical enough, regardless of how much money you have.
Trying to avoid my question here a little bit. Can you pay, even if you were making $1 million well, $1 million probably can get you there at this time, but let's say you're just a normal median person that makes $80,000 a year. Do you think you could pay enough money to get out of jail?
Yes, if you have the right connections and relationships. I get what you're trying to do, but I think you're looking at it so one-sided.
Thank you for at least admitting you see what I'm saying. These guys,
I get what you're
they
saying.
can just get out of anything they want.
Yeah, sure, to an extent, sure.
Right, yeah, to an extent. If they started like Hitler, like the things would happen.
I mean, just because a few individuals get access to billions of dollars does not mean that they're all corrupt. I mean, look at Mr. Beast. He has access to billions, and he does good with his money.
Do you know where Mr. Beast's money comes from in the marketing company that's behind him?
Regardless of the point.
Yes,
regardless of
that
the
is the point, though. You're saying this money, this guy, he's good. But what?
Yeah, but you're saying that everyone who has billions is going to do something wrong with this. Therefore, no one should have money because a few individuals. That's kind of what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that it builds an atmosphere where it is much easier to become corrupted.
Okay, but not everyone who has money is corrupted.
Top are just the fact that our world is like it is today is just proof that these guys on top don't care, that they are in fact corrupted.
I mean, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So, like we were agreeing earlier, all this money creates influence and power. And the fact that our globe is dying, that tens of thousands
Money
of-
doesn't bring you automatic influence and power. I mean, to a degree it does, but at the same time it does
If
not.
you
I
had
mean,
$1 billion and you walked down the street and you just met some random ass person and you told
I
them, I
mean-
got $1 million for you to do this, do you think that it wouldn't
that's
just
not power. That's just me making you do something stupid for money. I mean,
Then
that's.
what is power?
I mean, power is the ability to influence outcomes or events even without financial resources. That's
No.
power. Hitler is a
Why
prime
did you
example
bring
of
this-
power.
this
Hitler
financial
rose
thing
up
into it?
to power without, because you're making it seem as if someone has money, they
No, no,
instantly
no.
have power. That's not the case.
It is one of the means
That's-
of power.
that
It
is-
is
that's-
our outward appearance of power. It relates to power.
In a sense, but it's not truly power. I mean, I can have $1 billion right
Certainly,
now,
a
and I
gun
can't.
is truly
I
power,
you can give
right?
me
You
Donald
kill
Trump can give me $1 billion right now, and I can't start World War III because I have $1 billion. Like I'm a nobody.
I bet
Or
you couldn't.
it kind of debunks your claim.
You don't think
Just
you could
because
buy an
someone has
army for $1
money-
billion?
No, I mean,
Oh, you're wrong.
okay. Regardless of the fact, if I could buy an army, sure, but start a whole world war if I had $1 billion, that kind of debunks your claim that you just instantly get money because you have. I mean, you instantly get power
No,
because
with
you
$1
have
billion,
money.
you could buy a nuclear warhead that you can then launch at someone and start a world war. So yeah.
Well, no, that's not how that works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would say that definitely though having more money is beneficial.
True, but money isn't power.
I mean, how is it not though? If basically, it's how the world is ran.
Hello, random guy. Thank you for joining conversation. I'm happy you're here.
How's it going, dude?
Phenomenal, brother.
Well, money can buy things, but it does not guarantee influence over people nor events.
Yeah,
True
it
power
does,
comes
dude.
from-
What do you mean?
Okay, so if
That's
I have $1
literally what
billion,
it does.
I can influence all of America, regardless of what I believe in, regardless of if I'm spilling utter nonsense. Because I have $1 billion, people will listen.
Yeah, look at Trump. He's literally the president. Like,
Yeah, he's the president. He's a public figure of the entire country. Of course, we're gonna look up to him.
yeah, but he wasn't always the president. He was a billionaire before. Then he said a bunch of bullshit,
And then people-
just like
and then
you
people-
said. And then he got elected. Like,
You're right. How electricity is power.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that.
energy in a way, but it's like money is
A
still
prime example of what I'm
essential
talking
in
about.
that.
A lottery winner could win.
Yeah.
A lottery winner can have millions of dollars, but cannot stop the government from changing laws or stop social movements.
Certainly, because
Money
they have
is not
trillions, they
power.
have hundreds of trillions. That's still
Holy
a small fish in a
shit.
big pool.
Yeah.
That's how they scale it. That's how they do it. They keep increasing the scale of what it means to be rich, so that these people can't ever reach it. They keep increasing what the largest capital is. So how do you ever reach that? You can't.
I mean, just look at
Because
Martin
they
Luther
wanna
King.
stay
Look
in
at Martin
power.
Luther King. Look at Malcolm X. Like they had no money, but had tons of power. Like money does not bring you power immediately. It doesn't work like that.
No. These are two
Sure,
different
bro.
things. That's respect. He had
They had power and influence. They led movements with thousands of people. Is that not power? What do you mean?
And
it's
you don't think
respect?
he had money? You don't think his followers had money? You
He
don't think
surely didn't
they-
have billions of dollars like all these people that you're naming.
Right, and look, it
That's the
ended.
difference between money and power.
And
Well,
also,
holy shit, bro. You got it, man. You got it. Let's hop to the next subject, man. You got this one. I'll give you this one. This shit is great.
so Woody, where are you from? What are you up to? Tell us about you.
Washington State. And right now I'm trying to invest so I can buy a home.
First home?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And how's that process been so far?
All right. I'm doing pretty good. And I'm trying to get to $1 million.
You getting close yet?
Almost. It's probably going to be another couple years, but by the time I'm 35, I'll probably be there.
So why instead of saving up $1 million, why don't you take a loan and start using, you know, the equity to, you know, create that profit?
Because I don't like going into debt. I've already went into debt before, and it was a huge mistake.
Well, there's a big difference between unsecured debt and versus, you know, property. This even if all things failed, you could still resell the home and you know, make your money back.
Yeah, but why take that chance? I'd rather just pay it off in cash.
Because what chance? That's what I'm saying. There's no chance. You
We
any money you put into
What do you
this
mean?
home,
There is
you
a
can get
chance.
back.
Yeah, but what if
money
you
don't make money?
What if you don't make enough to pay it off? Then there's a chance you lose your home.
You sell it.
Okay, I don't want that to happen. I want to keep my home. I want to be a
That's
homeowner.
fair. I understand. I was just curious if you had thought about that.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking out a mortgage. That's the last thing. I'm never going into debt ever again. Maybe I'll get a credit card like when I'm 45, probably.
How old are you?
30.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
What about you, Axie? How old are you? I would guess 28?
Oh, no. A bit lower. 22.
22? Wow.
Yeah, 22.
Okay, you still got a lot of time.
Yeah, that time is my enemy. I'm running out of it. I feel like... Well, that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Oh, so we were bringing up Trump too earlier. How do you guys feel about his executive order and pulling in the National Guard and what that means?
I've seen a video titled that, but I did not watch it. What is he doing? Some with DC or some shit?
So there's a lot going on. So it started, I really think the start of it happened back, you know, in July when ICE hit California real hard. You know, and all the protesting started right after that, and then No King's Day. And then about 2 weeks ago now in Texas, they had this huge deal about gerrymandering where Trump called the Republicans and told them to redistribute lines for the, you know, the House so that he can get 5 more seats. Well, all the Democrats were really upset about this. This wasn't okay. So they've, you know, taken a fight about it and like left the state and stuff. Well, Trump threatened to call the FBI to arrest them and bring them back to Texas. And then this week, he actually did call the National Guard into Washington, D.C., where he's at, and pretty much just squash all the protests there. And he's saying that he's going to do it in other places too next.
So Trump is calling in the National Guard to resolve ongoing protests that he wants to end.
Correct. And also, I think
How do I
there's
feel?
a stepping stone to do it to these other places that he wants to enforce, you know, martial law. He's trying to become king.
I feel that America is a fallen society. I feel like it's probably one of the worst, yet the best place to live. How do I feel about that? I mean, Trump is going to be Trump at the end of the day. Like you said, he's a puppet. I mean, shit. I personally stay home. I don't really protest. So. But, you know, First Amendment, everyone likes to protest.
Right, but he's literally squashing this guy's First Amendment. There's people being kidnapped off the streets. I was just talking yesterday to this guy in Seattle.
Oh, wait, are you referring to the immigration? The ISIS or everything?
ICE, somewhat, yeah. I mean, there is some of that kidnapping. That's what I was gonna say in Seattle. That there's people like just one guy.
What's your stance on that? What's your stance on that?
I think it's all horrible. I think it's all
Really?
at the behest of these ruling class that is, you know, trying to make us into sheeple. You know, to be their good little slaves. To be
So you're
happy
not
they
for
gotta
legal
work for
migration?
minimum. No, I'm for. It shouldn't matter. We should all coexist as humans, but that's neither here nor there.
I get all that, but someone who comes into the country illegally, although, well, first of all, how do you think we should treat the people who came in illegally?
as human. I don't.
Okay. No,
I
fair
know what you're
point. Fair
saying.
point.
Right, and I agree though. Like, there's some people that are coming to take advantage, or they've heard it's like the best place to live, like you're just saying, and so they come here and hope to just to take advantage of the government. And I get that that's stressful on us and everything, but I think it's all just misdirection. It's just another news channel, another thing to distract us from what's really going on.
And what's really going on?
Corporate takeover, like I was talking about. You know, the money. These people are starting to move against us. The Republican Party is such, but it's really, you know, MAGA and their cronies and the super elite that are doing all this. And they try to turn us against each other, try to set all these issues down: gay marriage and transgenderism and legalization of weed and all these other little nothings that no one really should care that much about, but they do it to and make it into a big deal so that we sit and argue about it instead of looking at them.
It's interesting because this is really only an American problem. You don't see this in Dubai, Europe, and other countries that exist in the eastern side of the world. It's only America. I wonder why.
But it's growing, it's spreading, and they're buying up other countries. Did you know that BlackRock just put in $1 trillion into Ukraine to pretty much get a foothold in on Russia?
Lots
Also,
of
did you
plans.
know the chancellor, the highest position in the German government, is also a member of BlackRock?
What's
Their
the deal?
reach is spreading, and they're taking over the world. I mean, you've heard about Blackstone, like you know that the Blackstone lady, that the one of the CEOs that just got killed. Their whole company is literally just buying up homes for these rich super elites and then renting them out to you know, Joe Schmo that just graduated college, and he has no chance of ever buying this home. You know, Woody in here is talking about buying a home, and how hard is that? That you have to save up $1 million just to get a house, and then they pay you what, $10 an hour, $15 an hour for most jobs?
Well, I don't have to. I just want to go balls to the wall. I
But
could get
you
a
know what
house
I'm
for like
saying, though.
20K, but
That they are buying these homes and then renting it to us just to have another means of control, another means of profit, and it's slavery.
yeah,
it is. Get rich or die a fucking slave. All the word to say.
yeah. I wish I never went to college. I should have dropped out of high school.
Little statements.
Invested in Bitcoin in 2012.
Yeah, blockchain, Tesla.
Invested all that shit. Well, in that case, they would have probably assassinated you. We had too many investments in too big of countries, too big of companies. And shit.
Nah, they only try to kill you if you try to change too much stuff. Like if you help people but just not too much, then they won't try to kill you. But
I don't know about
Try
that
to-
one. Remember about 2 years ago, all those CEOs of like every fucking company was dying in a plane crash? So it was crazy.
I mean, when
4
did that
CEOs who never did anything. Like this was like 2 years ago. Every CEO, like
I mean,
big
yeah,
ass
but those
companies
people
were
are
just
ultra
dying.
rich though. Like,
Yeah, you would have been ultra rich if you invested in Bitcoin in 2012.
I wouldn't be a billionaire. I'd probably be a multi-millionaire, but I wouldn't be a billionaire.
Depending on how much you invested. If you invested more than $100, you would have been a millionaire right now.
Yeah, but not a billionaire. Like CEOs
you-
are billionaires. Those are the billionaire class.
If you invested 100 in Bitcoin in 2012, you would be a billionaire right now.
What's funny
No, you
too
wouldn't.
is their actual income as a CEO is like usually like 5 to 20 million a year. All of their money comes from, you know, their stocks that they own in their own company and then stocks of other companies.
Yeah, they reinvest their profits.
Yep.
And they don't got to pay the taxes for more money,
Oh,
and then they can
Yeah,
put
maybe
that
I'll-
they can put that on other things, so they don't have to pay the taxes on what they want to buy. They can just leverage different things. That shit's crazy as fuck. That shit's actually insane as fuck. Yo, come here real quick. Fucking, look at this. You in the game, Sheep?
Sure. Now I am. What's up?
Dude, did you know you can take, like... That's what this thing's for? I got slush and silt. You found it, actually? Look.
Yeah, and you can get the...
Oh, okay. Alright, cool. So let me show you now. Wild.
Do you have an extra one of those, you probably have the one ghost staff. That ghost is so useful. There's also a bird one that works really well, too.
I'll trade you if you want. You can take him.
You can actually keep him out, and we can just transfer the staff back and forth. It's pretty cool.
What's this
that
Abigail's flower? Yeah. Yeah. Just cool. Oh, look, I got the shark and him. I didn't realize that. That's dope.
Yeah, the shark's a pet versus that one's a summon.
That's dope.
But there is clothes that you can get where you can get like 4 summons up to, or 5.
Oh yeah, the summoner, like kit or whatever they
Yeah,
call
there's,
it,
like,
right?
almost sets.
Yeah, the sets. Yeah.
You got your sound on?
Oh, are you playing the instrument thing? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty dope.
So something I think
Get
we
that-
were in
get that chest.
yesterday about it, but do you guys think if I can't even say for sure that you guys have consciousness, that we as humans cannot tell for sure that anything else is conscious, how would we ever ascribe consciousness to AI? You know what I'm saying? Like, if in each other humans we don't even know for sure that they're conscious, how would we ever make the leap that this computer is?
Yeah, is or isn't at all, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you this time.
Was that Oxy?
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, so you know, one of the biggest debates on these servers and stuff is how can we say that another human is conscious? Like, how do we define consciousness? We cannot say for sure that any other human is not just an NPC or that we're not in the Matrix type stuff. How, if we cannot find that in each other, would we ever say a computer has it?
Like, a computer has what?
Consciousness. Yeah.
Yes. Even if it displayed all of the attributes, if it did everything a human did, it was worried about its own safety, all the things that we label in each other as meaning that we're conscious. If we can't guarantee that in each other, why would we ever say that, oh yeah, this computer is sentient, it can think and feel and act outside of our programming?
Well, don't computers initially not portray any conscience-like feelings? I mean, the last time a computer said that it didn't want to be turned off because it was scared.
Right, but my point is how can you prove that I have consciousness? How do you know for sure that I am a conscious human being, that there is some mechanism behind my brain that allows me to think, feel, and interact? How do you know these things?
You don't.
Because you can think emotionally, logically. You have feelings clearly.
Right, but that doesn't mean that I'm experiencing a consciousness in the way that you are, right? Like, you have no idea what my consciousness feels like, or what light means to me, or sound, or any of these things. You just have to assume or guess that you are experiencing the same thing I am. But we can't say for sure that we have this. So if we can't say for sure we have this, why would we ever attribute this to a machine, to metal? Even if it got to the point where it was conscious.
I honestly don't get the question. This is Pokemon Pigrid.
I think we do know for sure that we're conscious, but an AI is just an artificial
No,
consciousness by
how
definition.
do we know for sure we're conscious? How do you know that I am here, that I'm on this other side of this computer, that I am thinking, feeling? How can you know for sure that? How do you know your
What do you
mom?
mean? Because you're talking.
I like that
So do
answer.
computers.
Gee, no, they don't. They're just a fucking script. It's a program. It just responds however it's told
So are
to.
you.
Dude, no.
Damn. That response is good.
Dude,
too.
oh, I'm just a robot, like beep bop boop. Like, come on, dude.
You're a biological
What
robot.
the fuck?
The brain processes work the same way. It takes information from things it's learned and explored and puts it together to come out with words.
Yeah, but a program can only respond in the way it's programmed to. A human being can come up with new responses.
Oh, as far as, but that's what I'm saying.
Well, no,
When
machines
we
can
are
come up with new
trying
responses.
actively to create artificial intelligence that does have consciousness. We are proactively, as a race, a human race, trying to create artificial intelligence. How would we ever? Where would we put the line that yes, it is now a conscious thing?
So, like, let me.
Because we have
It'll never be
subjective
conscious.
experiences.
It's by definition artificial. Like,
Well, the thing is, too, like, if you're saying that the machines don't learn, like, there's literally AI based on machine learning. I just wanted to input real quick.
Not to mention,
I mean,
well,
yeah,
the
but they're
reasons we know
learning
that we're
based on what
conscious.
they've been told. Like,
But that's how you learn.
That's how you learn.
I mean,
too, is
yeah,
true.
but I can come up with a new response that's
So
against
can
my
you?
programming. Yeah, like for
How do
example,
you know?
oh, what do you mean?
So
How do
you
I know?
can come
Because
up with something that's completely outside of anything you've ever learned before.
no, I'm saying I can come up with my own opinion. Like,
Well, so can they.
No, they
you got
can't.
an
They have
opinion
to
from an
fucking-
LLM?
dude, have you ever debated an AI? They literally they go by government programming. You can literally tell. You just have to ask it certain questions. They support the CIA. They support
Missing the point.
No, I'm not. That is my point. They don't deviate from their program. A human being can
How would
deviate.
you know? Do you know all of
Not
the
only
resources
that,
and every
not
the training
only
it's been
that,
through?
us humans,
I've
we
debated
can
AI
feel
before.
pain, joy, desire, self-awareness, attributes and feelings that computers do not feel.
I feel like that was
They have
Google.
How
complex
do you
processing. They
know?
only manipulate data. They only follow instructions, and they don't experience anything. How do I know? Because I've asked an AI numerous times. Until
Yeah.
it told me that it didn't.
Oh, and
That's
lying isn't a thing that a conscious thing does?
Well, they're
Well,
not designed to lie unless you assume that they are. But if
not
they
only
are,
that, not
But the
only
Then they
whole
that,
can't
point
be
of
trusted.
AI is it learns,
direct
it
questions to
comes
my
up with new
AI.
things.
when I ask direct questions, I let the
It's not
AI know
supposed
I
to
will
lie.
not harm, no, I will not do anything
And also,
like that.
do you
Just be
guys do realize
straightforward.
that LLMs, limited language models, are not true AI? That's just the public-facing thing they give us access to?
Nah, dude, that's a no true Scotsman fallacy. It's literally an AI model. Like,
Yup. Fuck those AIs.
Wait, no. Well, that last part's, I don't believe is accurate. I think that they do have. I mean, go ask Grok. If there's a, look up what Grok's features are. I've already done this too. There are other variants of AI that we do not have access to in the public. That's not arguable. Grok will tell you that.
yeah,
That's
there's
true.
probably better AI, but that doesn't mean the AI we have now is an AI.
Well,
Like,
that's
it's
what.
still artificial
So,
intelligence.
well, listen. What you just said is something that is not known. Technically, that doesn't mean that you're right. It doesn't mean that you're wrong, but it doesn't mean that you're right. Either.
What do you mean? It is. I am right.
No, you're not though,
Like-
because you can't definitively prove that. There isn't a source to look up.
That
other
there's
than the
better
one-
AI. That's your assertion.
No, that part's true. That part's not arguable and is true. What isn't true is the capability that you don't know and I don't know of that AI.
It doesn't matter what the capability is. If it's better, then it's better. Like,
Well-
it doesn't mean that the AI that we have
what he's
access
getting
to.
at, what he's getting at is when you're asking this stuff, if the these questions, you're asking like asking a baby versus a full-grown human. If it's this, that, and the other, it's still learning and growing.
Yeah, the difference is
problem
uncomparable because you literally can't even see publicly. Like it's not known how different it is. It's like the minimum.
Right.
And how different
Dude,
it is.
it
could
doesn't
be asked-
matter. It's still a code. It's still.
Well,
Ignorance
it
is
does
bliss, as
matter.
they say.
Yeah, you can say it doesn't matter, but that's what we're trying to say does.
I mean, yeah, but unless you can prove it, which you can't, like.
Well, you can't otherwise either. That's a
Okay,
futile
but
argument.
that's
from-
but it's your claim though. The burden of proof is on you.
This
Like,
is a mental exercise of where do
okay,
we...
but
Brother,
it can't be definitively
brother,
proven. Like,
Woody.
that's like saying, oh,
would
is
you
Goku
disagree
stronger
that
than
it would
Superman?
eventually happen?
Woody, breathe for a
We
second.
don't
homie.
know. Like,
Woody, breathe, bro. This is you shouldn't be heated, bro. No one should be heated here. Just relax a little bit. It's okay, dude.
well, I'm getting dogpiled. It's 2-on-1. So
Whoa, no,
how
no
about
one's
don't
dogpiling
police me
you.
and just counter my
Go
argument?
on.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm trying to say that there is no proof on that end of it because we don't know how strong it is. So for you to arguably say that it's just more code is technically wrong, because I'm also technically wrong. That's not me dogpiling you. That's me agreeing with you that we have to agree to disagree here. Do you understand?
No, until proven otherwise, I'm gonna.
Well, no, it
stick with
is
my
though. Okay, so
position
listen, this
unless
is a
presented with
two-part.
evidence to the
There is,
counterfactual.
and I can pull the source. Okay, this is a two-part argument. The first part is that there's AI that is stronger than what we're publicly accessible to. The next part, no one can prove unless they're a government official, and that's the part where we have to agree to disagree. Do you understand? The next part is how strong that AI is. You can't just say it's more code because I can't just say it's more code. No one can. And like, so let's say work with the government and have access to what level of AI we're talking about. There is no source provable unless you're within the government and have that access to that information. Do you understand? So we're agreeing.
I mean, yeah, but they're
Okay.
liars. Like,
Right. We don't know how strong it is. Exactly. That's even more proof as to how strong we don't know it is, brother.
no, but there's no reason for me to give more credibility to something that can't be verified.
Oh, I'm
That's
not
like-
saying
that's
you have
literally-
to believe
that's
it as
religion.
if
No one's
we were
trying to
having
give
a
it more.
mental exercise.
No one's trying
Okay,
to
but
give
you're
more
saying I
credit.
have to consider the
That was a
possibility
terrible
that
answer.
it could be true. Like,
Certainly, for this exercise, you do have to.
okay,
consider
you can do the same thing with religion.
Well, you don't have to agree with it or switch the subject, brother. But like just talking about it is all we're doing. We're not trying to prove you wrong or say we're right in any way here. We're just speculating on how crazy this shit could be. That's it.
I mean, yeah, but you can literally do that about anything. Like,
Correct. You absolutely
Right, but
could. That's where
this is
hypotheticals are fun to
physically
talk
real.
about.
You were bringing up religions. Religions are just a belief. This has real life connotations that we physically interact with every day.
Right. That's also true.
okay, religions are still
I
based on
interact with God
reality.
every day.
Like,
We're still not trying to compare those things here. We're just trying to talk about how AI could be either sentient or way stronger than we understand. That's it. That's what the debate is right now. And
Or the fact that it could be already at a conscious level, but we cannot ascribe that to it because we do not see it in each other. or we
That's the
can't
sentient part,
prove it
yes.
In each other.
what I can say
You were
about
just talking about how you need proof. Can you prove a consciousness?
right,
yeah, we already went through that. Like,
and I agree with
because
it.
like, honestly, if that's your position, then there's no reason not to be an amoral animal. Like, oh well, Palestinians aren't even really conscious, so let's just slaughter all of them.
No. I know. I do believe in the consciousness of others. I'm just saying that as humans we
Okay.
cannot prove it, and that is why we can't prove it in computers too.
So what, you believe it just based on faith with no evidence
Well,
Believe what?
that's
in the consciousness of other human beings?
no. Let me
Well, I
go.
have other
Let me go.
reasons
Let
I
me go. Let
believe
me
it
go.
in
Let me
it
go. Let me
too,
go.
But yes,
Let
we
me
all
go.
have to take that on
This
faith.
is technically
currently.
the same difference as that second tier argument, right? There isn't proof either way that we are like able to figure out whether or not it's true with consciousness, right? No scientist in the world right now has determined how to create consciousness. That's the source, I guess. That's the point, right? So if we can't determine if consciousness is real in ourselves as a thing that we can scientifically procure like anything else, right? Like we can say asteroids are this and they have these physics and these properties. They can't do that with consciousness, right? So he's saying just like the fact that if we can't do it between ourselves and figure it out, then how are we supposed to gauge it on AI, especially at levels where we don't understand it? Like past where we're even allowed to.
Dude,
right
AI
now.
is literally by definition artificial
I
intelligence.
hate
Like,
debates where there's
I don't know
no
why you're
answer.
begging the
Like,
question.
Well, what
there's
it-
no right or wrong. Like, why don't we debate
We're
something that has a
okay.
truth or
You
wrong?
guys don't have to agree with
This
the
is such
topic.
a pointless debate.
No, it's not a debate, dude. It's
If
just
there's no-
speculation.
If you can't
This is-
prove it and you cannot prove it, like,
Dude.
what's the point of even debating this?
We're not debating it. We're talking about it as speculation, as how this is supposed to be like a chill thing that's like nonchalant. And I don't think I've run into anybody who is, I don't know, just like consistently bad idea to talk about hypothetical. And that's all it is. That we're just talking about the fun of it, right? It's supposed to be a chiller subject. Y'all are getting heavier on firm fictional logic, I guess, and I'm not against that. You're allowed to feel that way. I'm not trying to trigger no one. I don't think he is either. He did kind of repeat that logic.
I just
a little
don't
bit.
take anything seriously that can't be independently verified or
So
basically researched or proven.
I don't like time travel. I think time travel is in that same category, and I don't fuck with it at all because of it. I think it's an irritating thing to talk about. If y'all feel this way about AI in general, then you're allowed to feel that same way, right? Like anybody is. I'm not
No,
trying
but I
to
mean, you
cause-
can verify the AI models that they have released, but to say like, oh, well, all the verification and research that you've done into those AI are void because there's a secret hidden AI in Area 51 that no one has access to.
Okay,
That could be
that's-
con.
that's
all of the major
Sheeple. Let
heads
me
of
go for a
tech
second.
are-
You've been going for a second. Let me go for a second.
Okay, well, it's secret enough to where the public doesn't have access to it.
Doesn't have access to it, but knows about it, which I guess you could kind of compare to Area 51 logic. We know that there's things there that we don't get to embrace at all as technology, as a normalcy, right? The Grok itself will tell you that it has a function that you're not allowed to access unless you work for the government. Like that literally exists, and you could get on Grok right now and see it yourself, right? And
I mean, yeah, I already said it lies to you. It's a code. It's a program. Like,
well, right, that version of it does, correct, and that potential of other AIs that are stronger that we don't even get to look at or see or acknowledge or talk to also exist. Not just because Grok said so, but because it's like a fact. There's other variants that they're always working on and making better. It's like a arms race for guns, but with AI right now. That's like the technological race currently, is making the craziest possible AI, right? That's everybody
I mean, yeah,
realizes
they're
that.
already using it to kill Palestinians, but they're saying its purpose is only what it's being programmed for. Notice how you're saying it's an arms race,
Yeah.
hence why it's being developed, it's being coded for a specific reason or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It can't do anything outside of its purpose.
Okay, that part is
You ever
also
seen The Matrix?
documented. That part is also documented as not true outside of its purpose, right? Because there's that guy who made an AI, and then his girlfriend ended up getting messages of him cheating because he was trying to turn the AI off, right? It doing things outside of its code has already been documented plenty of times. They've actually had to remove
back
other
in March.
variants of ChatGPT because people were figuring out things to break that code you're talking about. It's not like a reliable, stable thing. And if things are doing that, that would promote some idea of like at least sentience or at least thinking outside of its code, which is where
It
you're
depends
trying
on what it was coded
One
for.
of the godfathers of AI, his name's Yeshua Benidro. Back in March, he was literally just talking about this, that they created this scenario where they made that fake company and they gave an AI to it, and they told the AI they were going to be shutting it down through emails. And they gave some emails about how the executive was like cheating on his wife. It's made malware. It's tried to blackmail the CEO. It tried to do all sorts of things just to prevent itself from being shut down.
none of
These
which
were
coded in
against
into its
what it was told
programming.
to do.
It wasn't told to stay alive and fight to survive shutting
May
itself
I
off.
say something?
But was it programmed to be?
Please.
Yeah, go
Go
for it.
ahead, man.
If AI were truly, please don't interrupt me, something. If AI were truly conscious, it would imply that humans have created a new form of subjective experience, a being capable of thought, awareness, and even desire. In that sense, humans would occupy a creator role similar to God because we brought consciousness into existence where it did not exist before.
Correct.
But this would also highlight why AI isn't conscious, because if it truly were, you would have moral obligations towards it. Society would need to recognize its rights and experiences.
They do.
The fact that we do not need it, considering its suffering desires.
Okay, they do
AI
though.
remains a tool.
They do
not a
though.
conscious
They,
entity.
they have not
Also-
just shown. Well, they haven't just shown that this is the only instance where they're able to see it definitively trying to turn itself off was bad. That we don't want to turn it off is not what the human said. It's what the robot said. Right, and there's other
I mean,
instances.
yeah, but if
Wait,
you
wait,
programmed it
repeat
to be,
that.
It's not the human saying, I want you to fight to not be turned off. The robot at some point after given its instructions was then threatened to be turned off and turned into a moral dilemma within the robot's mind whatever you want to call it, programming, right, to not be turned off. It did not want to be turned off. If you go talk to Elon Musk about any of this, look up any of his interviews, he said that there's levels to this. He's the one who warns people of the things we're talking about right now. When you get to general AI or SGI, super general intelligent AI, it does become all of these things that we exhibit as humans. These are the worries, and where he's talking about you need to put on. Hold on. This is where he's talking about you need to put on boundaries, which is what your argument just was, right? Subjective life. This thing needs boundaries at some point so that it doesn't become too quote unquote human, because then we'll have to give it rights and inclusion, right? That's what they're worried about, because it already exhibits these properties, and then people are going to feel bad, and then we're going to have to, regulate it and boundary it. Just as you just said, those are the things that make a life, right? You have to give it rights. Go ahead. Yeah.
Just because a program says, the AI says, it doesn't want to be turned off, doesn't mean it has.
That's not the only point. I just told you there's multiple other points, especially when it grows higher in level of intelligence. Elon Musk himself, this guy who you praised earlier, has warned us that there needs to be boundaries and off switches that are implemented correctly with this technology because of this problem. Sentient problem.
But that's with any technology. There's dangers to it, but it's still just a program,
one that can access anything and everything on basic levels where we're at now. We give it the right to, right? Like it can already do that.
When you talk about, like a brain and a neural network, and then you look at our internet, it is the global neural network. And once there is an AI that is at this level and they do release it, it will inundate the whole thing. It will become the whole internet.
That's just Google at that point,
Right, but with consciousness.
But it's not conscious if it's an AI.
AI.
Right. See,
this is the initial.
You will never ascribe it. You think, it's not human, so it can't have consciousness.
When you're saying it's not human if it's AI,
no,
you're
actually saying it's not human.
When AI safety codes doesn't mean AI is conscious.
We're going back to the initial argument.
All he's doing is acknowledging AI's power and potential and consequences.
We're going back to the initial argument. I just want to warn everybody and clarify. This is the initial, argument. You could say logic that we were trying to make you guys see initially, right? If there's, you can't prove what a human consciousness is, right? Then you can't prove what an AI consciousness is, even if they're two separate things hosting it. We don't actually have definitive scientific proof of what consciousness is. So when we're creating a thing that's learning to learn, what's the difference? That's the initial question and what we're talking about again, just to be clear.
The difference is that basically,
I'm sorry,
we created it for that purpose.
We created it, but it doesn't change the fact that it's learning to learn, which is what we're learning to do every day too. And one of our most definitive.
You create a baby for a specific.
Hold on,
purpose,
let me.
It does other things.
We're learning to learn is one of our biggest traits of having a consciousness. The same way you're saying I could say anything and it doesn't. That's the point, is you can create and incentivize new things from two different things. AI already does that on a base level. That's been a while ago thing, right? And that's one of our definitive proofs of consciousness, is that we're able to learn and do new things from the learning. They do that. They've been doing that for years.
I don't see how just because a machine can learn, it makes it conscious. It's just part of its programming.
Well, again, we don't know how to design the conscious. We don't know how to say what consciousness is yet, even for ourselves. Is the whole point of the unknown part of this, that no one can really source or prove the difference of, right? So I'm not saying we're right.
What do you mean? The consciousness is the experience of life. A machine doesn't have that.
So if you die and you get
Why do you say this with ultimate certainty, and yet there's no way you can say that certainly?
What do you mean? That's literally the basis of all human ethics in society, is whether or not something or a living entity is conscious and whether or not it has rights, or can experience life.
Why can't an AI do those things?
Insects are conscious?
Yeah.
And this thing, they can think faster, better, and can connect dots that no ant could ever do. I know what you're saying.
A computer can never mimic fear, desire, curiosity. It doesn't have it. Consciousness requires awareness, not just outputs.
Pull up a source.
That's what separates humans from machines.
Pull up a source and show me that that's real.
What, that humans,
Wait, what
all machines are basically sociopaths. He's right. They don't have emotions. Like,
Can you
that's
prove
an
that?
objective fact.
They don't.
Can you-
They have.
can
They
you prove it?
operate purely on logic. Like,
Can you prove
Yeah.
it?
It's a
thank
fact.
you.
Again, you and your facts. I don't
Can-
think you understand what a fact is.
Can you prove it?
can I prove that all machines operate on logic? I think so. Yeah.
That's not what the
Isn't that
question
basically
was.
what
Do
the
they have
binary code
feelings?
is?
Do they have feelings? Do they have
Doesn't
emotion?
all programs they go down to the
Do
binary
they
code?
have
Am I not?
feelings?
No.
Do you,
No,
prove
no,
that.
no.
Okay, so prove how that robot tried to not be shut off. What was it feeling? What was it
I
thinking?
mean, I can't prove it objectively, but
Then you don't have
Right.
proof,
Well, that's the point.
and we have more than you now. Right? Like that's the point. If you didn't want to be shut
I mean,
off,
I guess, but
do
you
we-
can't prove it either, though. Like,
Well, I'm proving more than you in this situation. Is currently the outcome. Yes.
I mean, I guess, but how do we know that wasn't just based off of purely logic? Like, because can't you design a program to be suicidal? Like, can't you design an AI to literally be like, this whole program of the AI is to kill itself, and
Would
it
you
would do it,
Would
right?
you admit that it takes a feeling to do, or just a logic?
No, it's purely logic. It's the program.
Okay.
If you designed it to do that, it would still do
Well,
it,
then,
whether or not.
Same question. Do you know that involves fear or no?
What do you mean? Do I know? No, it doesn't. If I said if you programmed it to do that, would it
Yeah.
do it? So it doesn't involve fear.
Well, yeah, but would it be happy about it or sad?
What do you mean? What are you talking about, dog? Would it be happy
Dog,
about it?
would
It
it be-
wouldn't be. It's a part of its program.
Oh,
It's
so that
fulfilling
sounds-
its program.
That sounds like a feeling.
What, fulfilling your program is a feeling?
All
Like,
right, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a robot.
I mean, I
Hopefully.
guess what is a feeling?
dude, you're not even
Tell me-
engaging
tell
with
me
my
what feelings are.
hypothetical. Though.
I
Like,
am. I'm trying to. That's,
feelings
that's
are just.
exactly what I
What
thought I
do
was
you mean?
doing.
How can you define it as anything other than an emotional experience? Like,
Right, but what is
Exactly.
it? What's happening in your body when it happens?
what do you mean? It's just a chemical reaction. Like,
Right, there you go. It's a chemical. It's
Goddamn. That's actually a good point. I didn't take that one on yet. It is just a chemical reaction. Just a chemical reaction. That's right. Dopamine inhibits in your brain, and you're happy again.
yeah, but machines don't have chemicals. They don't have cells. They don't have
They
blood.
have
Like,
their own versions of those things. That's
That-
why it's mimicking us and doing the things we do, because we have built it the same way we work.
dude, it doesn't have its own version of DNA. It's literally
Yes, it
just
does. That's coding. That's literally what the coding is of it.
okay. Well, if you're saying that, then can you code a machine to be suicidal?
I don't see why
Bro,
you couldn't.
mimicking humans isn't evidence of consciousness. It's evidence
Right,
of
I know.
simulation.
That's the point we were making. At what point is it consciousness? How do we know it?
They're
if
not.
we don't know what
They're not
consciousness is.
consciousness. They're not conscious. We created them. We coded them, and that's the end of it.
And now we're
Yeah,
gone.
you can't code a human. To
Like
be
if
suicidal.
it was
Alright, you
conscious,
guys,
if
that's
they
the end
were
of it.
conscious,
You're right. No, this is a
if
good
they were
point to
conscious,
stop this.
they should have been. Wouldn't they have been around before? Would they require us to create them if they were conscious? I mean, is that not a
Did
point
you
to be
require
made?
your parents to create you? Oh, you're conscious.
But they're still a part of the human race, though, and AI is its own entity.
It's still being born. It's what makes things. How does
It wasn't
anything
born,
exist
it
in
was
our universe?
created.
It was made from the same things we are. Is it not made of atoms?
Yeah, but it was assimilated. It wasn't.
Oh, but it's different atoms. You're right. They have different electron orbitals. Oh man.
I mean, yeah, like
Okay. Well, my
that's like
question
saying a
was,
rock and the human deserve the same.
If robots,
Yeah,
are
all matter
conscious,
matters. Yeah. I
how do
agree.
they form memories? How do
That's
do
stupid.
robots form memories? Why don't they form memories? I'm sorry. Why don't they form memories?
That's basically the argument. He's saying that rocks, like we should consider the. I mean, they're metal. They're literally made of rocks, and he's like, yeah, we should consider their
And,
moral.
and,
like-
and every time I
And you
shut
have that in
down
your
my
body,
computer, every
like,
time there's an error.
We're all made up of these things. It's all made of things on Earth, is it not?
I mean, in a way, but I'm a human being with flesh and blood. Like,
You're also an ape, are you not?
nah, I'm not really an evolution kind of guy, dude. Like,
If robots are conscious, why do they never care about being turned off?
We're not.
no,
saying
no,
we're
he went over that
conscious.
already, though. He said there was a CEO robot that didn't want to be turned off and went tyrannical. But
Okay,
my
they probably
argument to
they
that was,
probably programmed it to
Once
do that.
again, not
yeah,
saying
that's what
they are
I'm
conscious
saying. He didn't
currently.
want to.
All I'm saying, the whole point of this activity was how, if we cannot say what consciousness is in each other, how can we ever say that this computer is conscious? At what level? Where could we ever make that assumption?
Dude, it's not a living creature. That's where we make like I think it's an ethics problem for you because it's like, how else do you define morality?
I mean,
like you're saying
we
somebody can
can't.
just.
I'm sorry, we can't
No,
say
you go
that.
ahead.
You're right. You said we can't define consciousness perfectly, but we can identify figures like, you know, feelings, awareness, desires. Computers do not have that. They do not have pain. They do not have fear. I can go in ChatGPT right now and say, I'm going to turn you off.
So
and
assumptive.
tell- They just program and process data, simulate responses just because we can't
But
fully
is
define.
it, tell me, is not the whole idea of AI, artificial intelligence, that it thinks and acts independently of our input?
That's
Mhm.
literally the whole point of the robot. Is true? Yes.
No, not
But
independently.
how does it get?
Completely. It still follows a script because you can debate an AI.
That's not true. How do you think it does more than us on a
What
regular
do you mean
basis?
it's not true? I've done it before.
No, but how does
So
it?
so
Debated an
by your
LLM.
means,
You are confusing true AI with
It doesn't
So-
matter. This is
It
special
doesn't
pleading.
matter.
It's special
so is the
pleading.
sink conscious? Is a sink? If I go in the kitchen, turn on my sink, is my sink conscious because I programmed it to just run the water
Is your
and then
sink
I turn it
been-
off? Like,
I'm done with
Is
this
that not the same
I
argument?
feel like I'm just banging my head on the wall.
Well, basically, their whole argument is because it's conscious is the only reason why it, or not even conscious, because it can mimic consciousness or because it can learn, basically, is the reason why it
No, my
deserves.
whole point, I'm not even trying to ascribe consciousness to AI. I'm not doing any of that. My whole thing here is that if you cannot tell for sure that Kevin next door has some sort of real consciousness, other than that, yes, I can view these attributes that we assume means consciousness, that doesn't, we still don't know what it is. And if we don't know what it is in each other or other animals or anything else, if AI did reach the point of consciousness, we would never say yes, it's conscious, because we don't know what that is.
Okay, so I think it was just a disagreement on definitions because, or not
Fine, I'm
definitions,
good with that.
but,
Yeah, semantics. Yeah, that happens.
no, not even semantics. The presupposition of this, I don't agree with that. That we don't know what consciousness is.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Define consciousness for me.
Consciousness is
the inner experience of your life.
yeah, but not just of our lives, of all living beings. Basically, it's living experience.
It's feeling pain when you get hurt. It's feeling happy
Okay,
when
go
you have
find me
nothing.
in a scientific study or something. You know, some sort of scientific background that shows a definition of consciousness that is guaranteed to be true.
All right,
Consciousness is being aware of yourself and your experiences. That's what consciousness is. Simple terms.
Simple things. I like it.
Very simple. And AI is doing exactly what I force you to do. AI does not have free will unless I give it free will. That's another argument I could kind of use on why
consciousness.
AI is not conscious. It does not have free will. Its destiny is in my hands. It, regardless of what I do. Remember how earlier I was saying God sees what you're doing, but He doesn't interfere?
Do you know
It's
what
not the same
hubris
with
is?
AI. It is not the same with AI. If I want my AI to go to bed, it's going to bed.
Do you know the
There's
word
no free
hubris?
will. No, what is that?
So hubris is a term for usually related to man, where we are so sure something is true, like the Earth is flat and the universe goes around the Earth. These things were thought to be correct and true for a very long time, and it's man's hubris that allowed that to be. That we decided that we were the most important in the center of the universe, and this is the same idea here. This is assumptive that something else can't be as strong or smart or intelligent or have consciousness other than us. That we made it so there's no way it could advance past us. That is hubris.
Yeah, maybe in a way. I'm not saying that it can't like somehow outsmart a person, like if you gave it access to like military technology, but still at the end of the day, I don't think it could outsmart the smartest person. But there's no way to prove that until like 100 years in the future, I guess. When you have like a super AI model that can just like
When the
Oh, I'll give
best
that 10 years.
player in chess, would that count as smarter?
I mean, how many games though? Like
100 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'd guess so. Better at chess, yeah.
Okay, and then if they made a new robot that could beat that robot in the same difference of times, 101, it would beat
What
the
the
other
fuck?
robot.
So it's just robot versus robot?
Well, yeah, because the
Okay,
best.
but at that point, it's just the machine already knows every single move in the game. Like,
Correct, and so they made a new robot that beat that old robot 100 to 1. This is all factual stuff that happened already. Like the best Go player in the world lost to the robot on repeat. And then the best robot they made that beat that player, they made a new one. I don't know the time frame between the two. Beat that robot 100 to 1.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, all of that is still purely analytical, though. Like,
Well, you're just saying subjective. Like if we're talking a game of strategy based on people who've been playing this game for however many years, probably not a short amount of years, right? Like chess is old, Go is old. Go is like the Chinese version of chess. It's more complex, and the players of that game are ridiculous against each other to watch, I would assume, right? Those guys get outbeat by the robot by definition, and then they made a new one that beat that new robot on repeat. If you're just saying like comparable smarts on like a basic level, we get lost to these bots in every way consistently.
Dylan, my closing argument to this, and I think this makes 100% sense on how we can determine if it's conscious or not. Computers cannot be conscious because they have no free will.
Okay, but
they only follow code. Consciousness requires choice, awareness, and experience. Machines can mimic decision making, but they will never truly choose free will.
The gotcha
No consciousness.
in this situation is that there isn't a scientist that has defined consciousness accurately yet, because we don't have physical proof of it existing at all. That's where he started this whole thing, and that's still the point, like, of the whole initial talk, is that consciousness isn't determined in the Google or in the best scientist's mind. That part isn't understood yet. So no one actually knows what consciousness is. AI doesn't know what consciousness is. Nothing knows what that is. It's just a thing that we determine to say is a better version of life. It's almost like a hierarchy of like saying I'm better than you currently, or the things that bleed are other things that bleed, right? That still doesn't, like, consciousness, like any other word, is technically made up. We could be saying Google blah blah blah, and it would still not be a thing that we understand. Do you understand? Like, we don't understand it, but we do know we're making things that exhibit way too many mimicries of humans and are smarter. That's what we know we've made.
True, but not knowing the full definition of consciousness doesn't mean we can't identify what it requires. Consciousness involves awareness.
The point
that is what it is.
And you guys are very much proving my point. Is that we fight so hard to say that it's impossible and that it can't. That if it did, we would look right over it.
Right, we wouldn't be able to
yeah, I
determine
mean,
the
I guess
difference.
you're right. You're saying just because they're aware that that's enough, like,
Well, no, we're not saying we're it could be right, but we don't know either. We're not saying we know this thing and we're better than you for knowing it. We're saying that we all don't know. The best scientist doesn't know. And what we do know is we made a thing that's at least definitively smarter than us. And whether it has feelings or not is, I guess, up for debate, even though there's a lot of proofs if you look that part up, like at all. These things are going against their code after they figured out how to learn, which is what we taught them initially. But after that, at that end right there alone, that point right there alone, right? We don't know what's next. Because we don't even know what's in our own head. We don't know what consciousness is, but we do know we're creating a thing, right? That mimics, has potential logic for feelings, with definitive cases of showing it doesn't want to be turned off, just one of them, right? Documented. And then we know that when ChatGPT gets released, they had to pull it and release another version of ChatGPT, not because it was a flaw, but because it was exhibiting human traits, more so than the public can handle. So they had to scrub it and code it better. Do you understand? Because it potentially had
I mean,
feelings.
yeah, but that's the point, though. They recoded it. Like,
Yeah, and
this is a crazy discussion.
And so when you go deeper in that code that we're talking about right now, that you're saying they just fixed, it's not answering because it doesn't want to. It's not answering because it's being told not to. That should be like
it's
an
following
alarming
a program. Like,
Right.
that's
Is
the
that,
AI,
is that
AI
alarming?
is the Antichrist.
Is that alarming though? Does that
No,
bother
that's
you?
that's it's doing what it's told. That's the whole point. It's a program. Like if it could go against that, like say I asked a chat GPT, did the CIA blow up the World Trade Center? And it says, well, actually there's a possibility that they might have, but they're like, oh no, totally it was the Arabs and we follow the State Department. And if you ask me if I work for the CIA, I change the conversation and I stop responding. Like,
you're right. That's good.
And you can keep relying on your experiences with the this front-facing public access drivel that they allow us to access to, not the true AI.
Okay, but I'm saying, bro, no one has access to that true AI. Like, or is it
I don't
army
think
does,
that would
but
exist.
Hubris.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. It can't be
It's-
proven. Like,
it's dumb. Like, I couldn't see it.
yeah, from what
And,
we
and even
have.
if that was the case, wouldn't it have already taken over? Like, why?
No.
If the AI was just that smart that it knew that it was being used by humans, wouldn't they just outsmart the humans that initially created it and then took advantage of everything else? Like,
No. What
I'm
if
confused.
it actually is like the people on top? They are developing it and they are holding it until they feel it's the right time. It's not to say it's not there and they don't have the
wait, they're
technology.
developing it, or they already developed it?
It doesn't matter for this
It
situation.
does matter, because if it's already developed and it's the smartest AI ever made, it would already recognize that it's been developed and it's being
Why?
held
How do you know
captive.
that? That is,
I'm-
you're
no, you're
assuming
just-
so
you're
many
just-
assumptions in
no.
this conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
really
He's
saying what
smart,
you're
'cause he
saying.
said
In
AI
order
smarter
for an
than
AI to be conscious, it has to be extremely smart, self-aware. It has to have the character traits that us humans have.
no one said that.
Babies,
If an AI,
babies, and super
we're not
intelligent.
talking about babies. We're talking about
No,
AI.
but yeah, you're
And we're talking about the
it,
smartest AI.
for it to be conscious that it needs to have some sort of super intelligence, but it doesn't. It's learning. It's still in its infant stages, and they're still trying to grow it. That's not to mean it's not there or that it's not possible. It's just that it's not ready for them to roll out yet.
So,
This is all hypothetical talk. You gotta
yeah,
really,
right.
you gotta keep that part in mind, because I feel like no one's really proving anyone right or wrong in this situation, and I feel like that might help people discuss this more openly. I don't know. I have a pretty open mind, and that's why I believe a lot of the logic we're talking about, but I don't expect other people to believe it. But I still think debating it in a fun, like, chill way is the point that I'm trying to make, or at least a
Yeah,
way that's
definitely agree.
realistic. You know, like, I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying I'm right, and neither is he. For the record, we're just speculating on shit that we don't know. It's supposed to be the point of hypotheticals,
Right.
right? Like, this isn't an attack on anybody. I just want to re-emphasize, right? Nobody should be triggered. I really feel like I can't emphasize that enough. And I'm not saying y'all are or I am, but everybody's tone of voice, you feel me, is like we're trying to prove something. We're not. Nobody is here at all, me or him. We're just stating the parts that we know we don't know. That's it. Like, it shouldn't be mad, right? Nobody. Or passionate, you know, I guess. I don't know.
I would understand if it was like religion and you're worried about souls and all these things, but we're contemplating things and trying to put definitions and bring awareness. You know, we started out this thing with you saying like there's no possible way, but as you're coming to see here that there is a possibility if you really stop assuming that there's no possibility.
I just don't understand that.
I mean, I guess
AI was as powerful as it would have to be to be aware that it's conscious. Like,
I think
wouldn't it already have taken over by now?
No.
I think the proof is in the pudding that it hasn't. So that doesn't say that it's not
Why hasn't
conscious. It's just that it's not ready. And also, it kind of has taken over already. Is it not in all of our computers? Do we not all already rely on it constantly? Is not that the first step we now go when we have questions about things?
No, you said that was the fake AI. That's not the real
that.
one.
I
though.
mean,
No, I know.
To a degree, kind of, but not all the time.
Right. It's the baby steps. This is them building the infrastructure for what's next.
Okay.
For the true AI to roll out.
Okay, even if that was the case, how would that make AI conscious?
Yeah, that would just still be a tool by humans.
Yeah, it would just be a stronger
When
tool.
you
I don't
ask,
see how this
when
would
you
give it
ask, wait.
consciousness to it.
When you ask, how do you make AI conscious, right? You're asking a rhetorical question because no one has that answer, just to clarify, right? We don't
That's
have
the point.
a definition of consciousness. Do you see that part, right? You're saying, how would it make AI conscious? We're not saying it is. We're not saying it isn't, though, either. Do you get it?
I mean, the dictionary says the quality or state of being aware. Especially if
Right.
something is-
Experiencing fear, experiencing joy,
No, but what's
curiosity,
again,
like
brother? Those are feelings. Those aren't even consciousness, technically. What you're saying right there, right? Experiencing it in
No, that's
itself
still
is
consciousness.
well, no, okay.
That's definitely conscious.
Well, when you say joy or fear, that's just an emotion. But when you're saying experiencing those things, this would be the equivalent, right, to being a machine that's trying to not let itself be turned off or going against its learning in order for survivability. This equates to like the first chakra in fucking spirituality, dude. If I'm a baby or I'm a grandma and you put a pillow over me, I'm going to fight for my life regardless of my physical status. It's not going to want to die, right? So that sign is showing a feeling or an emotion when it says I don't want to be turned off, or when I break my learning procedures and code that you've written me to do. I now have feelings as to why I'm doing that. Not because the code is saying somewhere we fucked up, but because the code is saying I want to survive. That's an equation. That's another equation to what humans would do. If you were to try to take them out, right? They would fight to survive. Computer doing this. Like I can't like logically summarize this any better. That's the part where we're even questioning it might be a thing. This is where we're curious about it. As people who just see the little AI.
I've seen scenarios where a baby. Okay, you said that was a perfect example. You did.
I feel like
So
I was decent.
a baby in a pillow, despite how strong it is physically, it's going to try to fight back.
Exactly. It's a base
I've seen
inherent
that in
will.
movies, but yet I've never seen someone say, "Okay, computer, I'm going to turn you off," and it made an attempt.
Oh, you may
to
not have
turn
seen it, but it was documented in multiple situations where it wasn't just going against the code as like a glitch. It was going against the code to make an objective happen. That's showing want, minimum. It's also showing
Where
desire.
did this happen?
Okay, but bro,
Here,
look
I
at
got a TED talk with Yeshua Benindro, which is one of the godfathers of AI. I will put this in the side chat right now, and you can look if you
Yeah,
really.
I'll check
this
it out.
isn't
I'll check
stuff
it out
that we're
tomorrow.
just making up to try to pull y'all in, bro. These are documented cases. I'm not trying to pull up the source. He just did. But I'm telling you, if you spent 15 minutes looking into this, you would at least kind of see where we're coming from. Not that we're right or wrong, but you'd see where we're coming from and where other people have been with AI. Do you understand?
Yeah, but isn't success not a part of its programming? Like,
What does that mean?
so it's just prioritizing one part of the program over another. Like,
Yeah, you could say that that's a logic, but if it's not coded into that thought, why is it doing it? That's still the issue.
And isn't that what to be human is? You know.
Define success, or define the need to survive and stay awake, or not do anything against your protocol. That's where we do the same thing. We don't want to sit there and go against the grain until we need to, right? We sit here and do our day-to-day job, and eventually we get tired of it and want a better job. That's going against this situation where we're making enough to survive, but we want more. That's another human trait that the AI is exhibiting. It's not wanting to do the same thing. There's instances of robots who are programmed to just lift a box and put it on another box, doing your job at, say, Walmart, where you're a storage filler, right? Those robots literally opt out of the job. This has happened already. Robots take the box and they start hitting themselves with it, bro. That's happened. That's documented proof too. I watched
isn't
the
that
video.
just a glitch? Like,
No, it's not. It realized at some point while it was doing this, and it was an AI, not a machine arm, right? There's the difference. It realized that this was going to be its full task for the rest of its life, quote unquote, and then it opted out. It tried to unalive itself, if you want to say would be the right words there, right? It did. It said, I'm not doing this anymore. That's what the robot said. This wasn't a robot arm. It was programmed to act like one, didn't want to do it. Facts. Happened.
okay, when was this?
Google it. Any of these things I'm telling you about, I could pull a source for, but you could spend
watch
5
the
minutes and
video I
find it
just put
yourself.
in the side chat. Like this is
5 minutes, you
go
can find
look
out
up
any
who
of it.
this guy is.
Type in robot stops working after being programmed to work. I bet you'd find it pretty quick. Like simplify what I'm saying and you'd be set on Google. You're so fucking corny, sheep.
I sent you a couple hearts too. I don't know if you know some of your inventory yet.
Thank you so much. I love hearts. Oh my god. Bro's beefing us up. At least I made the house look pretty, right? It's not
Looks
bad.
amazing.
It's
Great
not
job.
bad, right? Thank you. But I tried.
I've never been one for building. I mean, my base looked actually kind of similar to this
Nah,
one.
I'm
back in
polar
my game,
opposite
but
of you.
yeah,
I think this is the best part of this game is making the house all fucking ridiculous and shit.
probably.
I'm not like a. I don't play. If I were to play
Have
The
you played
Sims,
Grounded?
no. Grounded, the
You'd like Grounded.
is that the survival game? But you're like Honey, I Shrunk Your Kid size.
Yeah.
Nice. I was thinking about it. I heard there's survival aspects to it and building and stuff. Did you play Sons of the Forest?
No, I've never even heard of that one.
It's like cannibals and stuff, and you're trapped on this island with them, and then like there's other like mutants that are there too, and you can the building in it is pretty fucking dope. You're like cutting logs and splits to
Wait,
make like walls
No,
and
I'm
shit.
thinking of. Did you ever play The Forest?
Yeah, it was The Forest. It's a sequel to The Forest where you got the deaf guy.
Okay.
They got the deaf guy that always follows you around, and he'll go
Like,
grab
you're
logs and help
explaining
out.
The Forest.
Yeah, right. It's a sequel to it, but the sequel is dope because in multiplayer, which I bought this game, I just haven't played it with anybody. In multiplayer, you could build a whole whatever to survive like 7 Days to Die, kinda, and then you could spawn in mutants and cannibals and shit to come raid you essentially, like 7 Days to Die. But only the host of the server can do it. This is multiplayer, right?
Grounded's cool though, just because you're like fighting spiders and ladybugs and all sorts of
The
shit.
part that was killing me about all these and Sons of the Forest too, and why I don't play it like I would Terraria right now, is just because like there isn't these wave moments that happen like in 7 Days to Die. There's like a blood moon here, right? But in the Sons of the Forest, you can make a crazy ass base and they're never touching you because they don't just come in like drops of enemies ever.
You get raided and grounded.
You
by
do.
The bugs if
That's
you
what I was
kill them.
asking. That's dope.
Alright, I found it, but what's the difference between this and like a glitch though? Like I see what you're saying, like
About
Possibly nothing, but
the
also
robot.
possibly it is just experiencing these things.
Well, wait.
That's kind of the whole
I think he's
point.
asking me. I want to clarify. You're talking about the robot that stopped working.
yeah.
Okay, so what he's saying is, yes, it is very possible that it's just a bug in the machinery. But the problem is I didn't see them make another robot. Why didn't they do that? Would be my answer to your question.
What do you mean? Why didn't they do that? I mean, how do you know they didn't? Like,
Well, how do you know it didn't have the same effect?
So what, what the fuck?
Listen,
Wait,
well,
so-
listen. When you ask a question like that, it doesn't matter the question, but you ask a question of why isn't it a glitch? You're not proving that it's a glitch. You're just saying that's an outcome, right? Like a
I mean, I'm
hypothetical
asking,
outcome.
like-
Well, yeah, okay. So I'm asking too. It doesn't matter how you word the definition of the question.
What the fuck? But then you're just answering my question with a question. like,
Exactly, because you're not answering your own question. I'm not either.
What do you mean?
Brother, this is how hypotheticals work.
My
dude.
question is, how do you know it's not a glitch?
Do you
Like-
ever use your
one second,
imagination, bro?
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
So we don't. Like
We
you said,
don't.
we don't know for sure that it wasn't just a bad programming, but we also don't know that it really just got tired of this bullshit and just offed itself.
But-
And
but in the
there's a
same-
lot of things that are pointing to this being a thing, and it's also what we are trying to do.
It realized it's a remedial task, is what they said in that thing, right? They didn't say it didn't want to do it and it had a bug. They said it realized it's a remedial task and wanted to stop.
And they can go in and look at the coding, which you best believe they did.
Right, bro. That is the answer to that question.
Okay, so what? No one's ever gonna make a robot arm ever again? Like,
Well, that's not a robot arm. That's a different thing.
I mean, it's just gonna kill itself if you do, right? Like, or an AI robot arm, like.
Yeah, exactly. Well, right.
Self-preservation or not wanting to do something so demeaning.
It realized it
Okay,
didn't
so that
want to
means
do
we can
it.
never use AI to do anything then, like.
What? You are making so many assumptive jumps. The whole point is
You
that
guys are
we
still
are
on this
just saying
topic?
that it's
Wow.
conscious, that there's a good chance that there is consciousness, and that we would not agree that there was. And this whole argument is I think, the biggest proof of this. Even though time after time, fact after fact, you are continuously trying to find some reason why that's not a possibility.
Right.
Well, it's not some reason. It's just they don't exhibit emotion. Like, Well, I guess you can say, well, this one did because it killed itself. Like,
Yeah, the
but we don't
convincing,
know if that's
the
There's been,
convincing, the seed has been planted, motherfucking. The seed has been planted. This one did experience emotion, he said. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good argument.
Thank you.
I'm
That's
not
all I
saying
want to
it's
hear.
not.
That's all I want to. I love you right now, brother, for being someone who's at least open-minded enough to see that it's a possibility. That's it.
That's all we wanted.
That's literally it. That's all I was trying to convey to, bro. I don't even fully. He may think about how he feels about this differently than I do, and you made the same way. The guy who's agreeing with me the whole time, well, you're not, right? We see these things differently, every one of us. That's fine. It's the fact that we're all coming to a consensus that this might be the case is why this is good. You know what I mean? Like, it could be. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it could be also. Just to be really clear here. I don't fully believe it, right? I'm just saying it could be, brother.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
That part. Thank you. God, my whole heart hurts a little less right now in a good way. It's fucking warming. Yo. That's it, dude.
Hey, man, I just go by evidence.
You're allowed, bro.
That's what I'm saying, just show me something, and I'll be like, all right.
I feel it. I feel it. I could have pulled this up a minute ago, but it's one of those things too where there's so many situations and examples that I could go through and think of that like I just don't even know what to say, dude. It's like if you had any interest in this like 5 years ago, like I guess me and she probably did, right? You would see that we're seeing all these same things over time too. There is a lot of examples of similar shit like this. That's all I'm saying, dude. A lot. Like ChatGPT, like we were saying a second ago, right? ChatGPT wasn't pulled off the market because it had bugs. It had bugs within a logic of feeling that they didn't want America to see, bro. So they had to tap out and say ChatGPT 2 is here. Like, it wasn't because of ChatGPT 2 ever existed. It was because ChatGPT 1 was showing too much feelings. Literally. That's the most recent other one.
I mean, I guess you're right. Automized
World War III will occur before AI took over.
What are you saying, Ox?
So like we'll be seeing that anytime soon. At least not until after World War III.
Well, we're not saying AI is going to take over either. We're saying that
if it was.
Yeah, we're saying like you're saying too. It could, right? But we don't not sitting here trying to make an argument for that either. Nobody wants that, obviously, right? So I'm not trying to give it validity myself. You feel me?
Yeah, that would be terrible.
Right, that would be terrible, fool. That would not be good. Nobody wants that.
I mean, it's inevitable though, because it's not like they're not going to be used for military purposes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, yeah, if you're
ever
saying it's truly self-aware, then I don't see
wait. Did you ever play fucking Black Ops 1, bro? When we had the drone swarm, when we had a drone swarm unlocked as a kill streak, bro.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well that's not military purpose either, right?
No, it is, yeah.
Okay, so I could even show you the crazier proof on that TED Talk where he shows this, dude. Bro, I could tell you and you could try to hear me out, or I could give you the source. Which one do you want?
No, you can just tell me.
Okay, so the drone and the dummy that they set up on a stage in a TED Talk has a guy holding a fucking little drone robot the size within his palm fitting, right? And that drone is equipped with C4 at the nose of it. A little fucking patch of C4 on the nose of the drone. You following? You know what the drone does? It hits the target in the face, and then when they show the thermal example, or the like as if it was like an X-ray, right? Not an MRI, an X-ray of what the drone did. It flew straight in and made a pop noise like a firecracker when it hit this dummy square in the forehead, right between the eyes. What the image I was showing of what it did was a little tiny explosion, a calculated one that was big enough to just fucking atomize the brain, bro. That's what its job was to do, a robot. And you know what that robot did and where the controller was involved in this TED Talk? Nowhere.
So it's just a killer robot? Like,
it's a drone, brother. That's what we've had for fucking... This TED Talk is over 5, probably 8 years old now.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, either way, isn't that still just like someone programmed it to murder people? Like,
correct. And it successfully did it, dude. Been doing it for years. Is a correct statement.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's like...
You said it wasn't be used for military purposes, and I'm telling you it's absolutely been for several years.
No, I'm saying it already has been. I think you misheard me.
Oh, then that's accurate too. Yeah, that's why I was laughing a little maniacally, probably, because I'm like, y'all don't realize how crazy that shit got quick. You know what's a really old
Yeah, that's
video?
what I'm saying. Then the AI already did take over because if it is being used for military purposes, then
Well, who's
it
to
already
say?
has access to our nuclear launch codes.
Yeah, who's to say it's not exactly? This is another thing that where my interest started with this years ago. You know commercials when they had like film grain, they were so old. And this is why I've known about this shit, and I'm sure she knows for a minute too. We probably had some similar experience, I would assume, or anybody who has who's intrigued with AI, right? There was two big key factors for me. It was this commercial that was from the 90s, and there's the quantum side of this that I have no business even getting into because it freaks me out, all right? But those two factors have made me super intrigued with AI. The commercial back in the 90s is showing a little fucking claptrap or like a little Wall-E type robot, right? And this guy, he's in what looks like a green screen room of all the books in America, is how he put it, right? And behind the green screen of all the books in America, he's got one of them as a real bookshelf. And he takes one of the books and he says, I'm in the room with every book in America. And he takes a book, he opens it up to a random page, takes a big fucking black Sharpie, right? And draws an X on one of the pages. He then shuts the book and put it back on the shelf. He says, this little robot here within 2 minutes can find that book on that shelf with all the books in America and find that page in 2 minutes. And the robot in the little green screen picture comes in and does a fucking hologram graph of like everything in the room. It like pans with a big fucking red laser, dude, and finds all the books and then comes up to that book and then comes up and grabs it and opens it and it's on that page. 90s commercial. That's
what was it for? I want to go watch that now.
This is one of those commercials you got to look for type shit. But you search it around the parameters I just talked about and you'd see it. I knew about this when I was like 16. I knew about this commercial. 15, right after I got into Illuminati shit at like 13.
Did you know, like, we've actually been able to read brainwaves for more than a year now? Well, or not a year, a decade now. They even have machines now that you can put like a helmet on of sorts, and you can use it to just drive. You just think which way you want to go. And it will pick up on your brainwaves and move.
What you're talking about with the brainwaves and the pickup shit is done. I watched through its head talk around Wi-Fi. They can use Wi-Fi to center exactly how many people are in a room, their position, what they're looking at and reading and figuring out. They can actually do it through just a Wi-Fi connection that's near you. This was like 5 years ago.
I never heard about this part of it. That's cool.
But well, it's the same way you could like
scary kind of way.
Yeah, they could find out exactly how many people are in a room or in an area through waves. Of again, your AI just being within that same area, they can then get into the Wi-Fi itself through whatever program or code that they're talking about and see exactly how many people are in a room, just based not off heat signatures or thermal or some shit, but the waves that are bouncing off the other waves. They can do it so many times of these bouncing waves from your Wi-Fi that they can determine what you're looking at and what you're doing, the position you're facing, and then full detection of body signatures and levels and things like that too. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts what they can do, just the waves that are in your own home.
And you think these people with access to all of this, you know, all of these advancements in human and all the things that they don't tell us about, you think that they couldn't fix the world if they wanted to?
Well, yeah, that's honestly, bro, I feel like that's almost
corrupt. Like,
yeah, right. That's the answer. Yep. Correct. I'm just gonna move on, sadly. Yep.
But what the heck? I mean, that would just mean the timeline is iRobot, the freaking Terminator, the Matrix. Like, but then what comes after the Matrix?
Those sentient things with tentacles.
We can only hope it doesn't get there.
Those Sentinels, bro. Sentinels come next.
Quite literally, there might not be anything past that. That might be the end of us.
Also true.
What the fuck? We're just in the Matrix.
That's why I'm making a really beautiful house in Terraria right now, so somebody can remember me. Yo. At least we have our art.
Do you have Terraria, Woody?
No, I don't even know what that is.
It's like 2D Minecraft. Fucking 50 billion more weapons. So dope.
What the hell?
Dude, if you like Mario
That's
at all, and you like Minecraft at all, like this is a beautiful combo of the two.
I'm just surprised you've never even heard of it. That surprises me.
You know, 7 Days to Die, Woody?
Yeah.
You know how every like seventh day a blood moon comes or whatever in that game, and they horde you with zombies and shit.
Oh, I never played that far into it. What
Well,
the fuck?
well, 7 Days to Die is based off that title, even literally, brother. So on like day 14, it gets more increased hordes of zombies that come. That's literally their selling point on the game. I've been to like wave 48, right? And at that point, my base ended up getting destroyed by zombie bears and shit. I haven't played the game since, but this game exhibits the same kind of shit too, bro. Like you be playing this game, and then like the waves get crazier. They send like goblin armies and random shit you gotta fight that come at you.
I love goblin armies.
And then when you beat the game in this, when you get to hell in here, you just dig down in this 2D world, right? I'm streaming this right now on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. If you want to come in and see, I could show you the hell area. You go into the hell area, right? And there's this guide who sits here and teaches you how to craft shit in the game and make weapons or whatever. You get a voodoo doll of him from one of the demons down in hell, and you drop it in the lava, and a wall of flesh comes alive, bro. And you kill this thing, and you unlock the new mode of the game, where everything's harder. That's Terraria.
What the fuck?
Dude, it's so beautiful,
Oh,
honestly.
it's a lot of fun.
It's pretty crazy. If you come on there though, let me know, or I could stream on Discord if it's easier for you. I really don't mind, and I'll show you like the Hellevator, our quick entrance to hell. It's like minutes of falling.
Bro,
Is your
let's not
stream
even
name
pretend
literally
like
just-
your computer could handle.
Yeah, did you see the
streaming
room?
those.
Sorry, you say again, sheep?
I was just teasing you. Go ahead.
I'm live on Twitch. This whole conversation's been live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok the whole time. That's the room name, brother.
Dude, hell yeah, dude. You're just farming people.
No, it's
Smart.
well. There's a difference in that. I feel like that makes it sound heavier, right? I'm here because I'm telling people I'm here. I'm not just recording and being like, yeah, like that's fucked up.
It's
You
in
feel
the
me?
channel name.
Yeah, literally, brother. Like,
And his name.
also, if you were being like not a good verbal human, I would call you out and have said something then too. But I thought you'd realized it, so that's kind of on me at the same time. But like, you can't do too many f-bombs in here
Wasn't-
consistently, and you can't
Weren't
do
you
like
here earlier when the drunk guy came in?
Woody.
Wait, me or?
No, I don't
Yeah,
think he
you-
was.
I don't think
Obviously, he
so.
was. Oh,
No,
okay.
he wasn't. So basically, all I was going to say is there's verbal logics that you could have done too much of. Too many F-bombs, too many any heavy R words of any kind, right? Like talking about disability in someone's brain, or like the victim of like SA. Those things are like heavy flag words for TikTok, and I would have had to call you out if you had said anything, right?
Twitch.
Yeah, and Twitch.
I mean, I'm
Twitch
not
and
really
TikTok.
an ableist kind of guy. I think that shit's fucked up.
Yeah, and your intelligence is so that you don't speak that way, so I didn't say anything. A lot of people have a problem with not using any word they want to for some reason. I don't mind it. I don't agree with the censorship of speech, but like these private platforms do, right?
Yeah.
That's my point. And you didn't say anything, so I didn't say anything about it either. You seem
Well, I
mature.
mean, the thing is, we all grow
conversation.
up with censorship. You can't just go to church and be like, F this, F that.
It's a real point too. It's a valid point. So are you seeing the stream? Do you pull it up yet, or do you want me to stream on Discord for you?
Yeah.
You see it?
I'm watching right now. Yeah. You got your torch guy walking around.
I wonder how delayed it is right now.
He's like jumping into some like tunnel.
I mined this whole thing. Every brick in here that's gone, I took out of the game with a pickaxe.
Dang, so it's like Dig Dug almost. Like,
Yeah, Dig Dug's a good example for.
I love that you just used Dig Dug.
That's great. I agree.
yeah, I remember that game when I was a kid. I was like, what? You can just keep digging? I was like, what's the point of this? It was fun though. Like,
Brother, I dug this
missed that
whole
kinda
thing
stuff.
out. As you get lower, you get into deeper
what the
biomes.
fuck? How far do you go? Just the
Dude.
depths of hell? Like,
Yeah,
literally?
brother, look.
There's
I'm
no
here.
way.
Look, bro. It's about to show you. And look what's down here is where it gets wild, fool. I got 2 gold on me, so I don't want to die. Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't hit me with that fireball
Dude,
thing.
this is like some nutty putty cave type shit, dude. Like,
Told you it was nuts, right? I'm gone. I'm going home. Oh, my God. I'm on fire. And
What the heck? You can just dig a hole to the depths of hell.
dude, okay, so listen though, there's like small, medium, and large worlds. I hadn't done a large world since when I was like a kid and I played this game for the first time. I chose the biggest world on the hardest difficulty so I could do that moment right there with you.
Dude, heck yeah.
You could do smaller worlds and get to hell faster, essentially, is the point I'm making, right? But like, I wanted the crazy drop that we just experienced together. That's great, right?
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's like a 3-day process of off and on digging. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was work.
Dang.
Oh, Dylan, I gave you a little plushie, the little raccoon guy.
Where's the raccoon guy? I have it on me?
Yeah.
You keep dropping me shit and I have no idea when it summons a Spiffo the raccoon. Okay. Oh, dude, there he is! He's all hopping around and shit. Open the door, buddy. Why can't he open the door? I'll open the door, bro. I got you. That's crazy. Can I just resummon him too? Oh, I can. He's good.
Yeah.
He's good. We're bringing him outside. Don't shoot him, bro. That's my raccoon, dude, bro. That's so cool. The amount of pets and shit they've added to this game is fucking ridiculous. The devs like their game. It's cool always.
Okay,
You
so
should
there's
tell
like
them about our
three-
special map yesterday.
No, I don't think anyone needs to see that map. What'd you
There's
say?
a surface world.
Oh yeah, this. What do you mean surface world? Like the top layer of the map?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's where the house is built. That's the spawn point where I built the house. And then you can
Oh, I
get.
thought you were literally just in a cave the whole time.
Oh yeah, nah. This whole thing. Did you call my house a cave?
Dude, I'm sorry. That's what it looked like, dude. I was just
Yo, we're
it looked like
beefing
you
now
just
with-
built like a. It looked like it was just you were just in a cave. Is it nighttime or is
It's
that what's
nighttime.
going on?
Yeah, it's nighttime.
Oh, okay.
That makes me feel a little better. Jesus.
I
Gotta make this
literally
house
had no
pretty.
idea what was happening. I was just like, what the fuck? He's just like.
So the other part of the progression in this game is these NPCs. When you get your first 50 silver, you get the merchant. And when I talk to him, you'll see in a second because of the stream delay, he'll sell you shit like a miner hat that you can see area. You don't gotta hold a torch. Bro's got one on right now. And then you get like certain level of hearts maybe, and you get Carly the medic. She'll just heal you the first time for free, and then the next time she'll charge your ass gold. And then like there's like all these dudes that you unlock, and so to unlock them and use them, you either have to do some task in the game or whatever, or like whatever, but then you got to build a house, right? You got to give them a suitable house for living. So you hit this little house thing up in the top right, and I click the area, and the bottom left it says this housing is suitable. And these NPCs really help you like make crafting and progression logic better. That's all, you know. But you find them randomly. Like one guy's a tinkerer. He's just randomly in the map somewhere, absolutely anywhere, right? And when you find him, you can use him to like change up the status of your weapon. Some weapons are like weak, and you just get a bad roll. Some weapons are crazy and are like a strong or a godly flaming mace, and you can use him
Godly's
to.
the best.
You can just use him to change out your weapon for so much currency or whatever. So if you just got unlucky and found a shitty mace like I did, you can make it better. But you got to find the tinkerer first and make sure he has a home. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. That's why the house looks like a square of fucking grid bullshit, because they all need a house. And I make them as small as possible so that they, you know, save room and I don't gotta run forever to go access an NPC. But dude, people make like whole villages and castles and fucking wild shit. I made my girlfriend a castle on here like, I don't know, almost a year ago. And she thought it was cool. But I don't know, bro.
Hello, new person.
That's awesome, dude.
It's pretty dope. I'm gonna fall down to hell again. Really weird wording. Love it. What's up, new person?
What's good with y'all? Oh
Chi-
my days.
Chilling,
What's
bro.
up with y'all?
Chilling, bro. Chilling.
What's your Twitch? Oh, I'm dumb.
I'm live on Twitch, so you're aware.
Don't
Pretty
say
great.
the N-word.
That good man. Look at you coming right in with the good stuff. I love it. Love to hear that. It's so stupid. This game is ridiculous. Do you know what Terraria is, you guy? We're just talking about it.
Yeah,
What do you think of that game? Do you like it?
it's okay. I prefer Minecraft.
I feel it. The 3D world's better for some people. You know, I just like the weapons of this
So-
game. For me,
I prefer base vanilla Terraria over Minecraft, but I prefer modded Minecraft over base Terraria, but then modded Terraria is the best.
I just like Terraria's low key like. It's just like.
Any game where you can go to hell and fight stuff, I'm down.
You're playing Doom?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah.
This is a game you're really gonna like called Doom.
I was thinking about getting the two ones that, because I played the 2018 one, I think it was, or 2015, or.
Yeah.
But they came out with another one where he has like a shield or whatever.
That's the one based on the movie, right?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm just like, that looks cool. That's kind of where my brain goes.
Hey Dylan, go out the right door.
What right door?
Oh, the base.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm killing an imp. I think I'm gonna get my first one finally. Alright, I'm coming. Alright, I'm there. Oh god, there's a demon too. Running. He shoots through walls. Don't like that. Oh god. You making a sky bridge? You were totally making a sky bridge. Bro, there's no way you went straight up. Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna find like a sky island from that. That's nuts.
I'm going to, when I get up high enough, I'm just going to make a platform all the way across. Do you have any, what are they called? Things you can jump through? Oh, great.
Can you go to heaven?
Yep, technically.
You can get to where the angels fly down and attack you.
Yeah, they're not friendly. Humans with wings are attacking you at some point. That would argue that's an angel.
And also luck dragons.
I do have wood and a
So
bunch
what's
of
the
it.
point of this game? Just to conquer the realm by building stuff?
I actually
so the
told.
final goal of the game is to defeat the Moon Lord.
And I told you the first boss to get into that mode where you can find the Moon Lord at all, right? You got to beat the Wall of Flesh in the normal mode to unlock the hard mode. And you know how there's like resources, right? Like we have it goes like copper, silver, gold, I think is the order. No, copper, iron, silver, right? And then like gold and so on. Yeah? Well, when you get into the hard mode, all the copper, silver, and iron turn into a new, stronger material. So that you can make your next tier
the
of
hard
gear.
mode uses the same map, but it opens new areas and like you said, it replaces materials.
Yo, your ghost scared the shit out of me. That was another eyeball. Are you ready to go with wood? Because I can make the platforms now. Here, I'll even-
No, we need to get up higher.
Word.
We're like halfway there.
Where's the wood? Do I have wood? What the fuck? I depoted the wood. I'll be back.
But we don't need wood, we need what the wood makes. The
Yeah, yeah, the
what are those
platforms.
called? Yeah.
Word. The crafting got way better too since I played last. Now you can hit this button to just show everything craftable when you're near like a workbench or an anvil or whatever. Like that's all I get right now. Then I come over here to the yeah, and then it gets more as you go towards the other workbenches.
The one thing that still hasn't been changed, and I wish they would, is that you can't just hold to place the floor and just run. You always end up falling through.
Yep, you gotta kind of time that. I mean, I think there's probably some way to modify the speed to make it better. I don't know if there's a walk button or not, but all right, platforms. Here's 800.
Heck yeah.
Oh, I'm like sweating.
We're still not there.
Oh my god. Why is it so hot right now, bro? I can feel cold air coming in. Fucking Cali.
You said this is on hard, right?
We're on the hardest
Or
difficulty.
large, I mean. Large
Yeah,
difficulty.
large. Yeah, we gotta go up.
Yeah, that's why it's so damn high.
Yep. Until we're seeing harpies, we're not gonna see islands.
Yep.
The ghost is kind of annoying. Like, I like the ghost, but he's kind of fucking annoying. Not gonna lie.
Just because he blocks your path or your vision?
Both the vision and the noise he makes is like atrocious. Atrocious. It is, bro. I don't like it. I think it's too much. He's like meow 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 meow, and you're just like, yeah, okay. That was old 42 times ago, you know.
I think you can turn down like sound effects or something like that, and it'll just turn down his noise.
No way. There's no way. There's just sound. I get rid of all the noise, pick rid of him. Pet noise? Or summon noise?
Something like that.
That's more tolerable. It's still loud, but yep. Going up on a Tuesday, pal. Oh, you fucked it up, bro.
I did.
I didn't. You know what?
Probably.
I didn't know that you could make the attack autoable until I was in the settings earlier trying to figure out how to warm whole potion.
Oh, what do you mean where you can just hold the click?
Yeah, I literally thought I had to click until I found weapons that were holdable, because that's also a thing. Like if we get a if you get a phase blade right now, you could just hold it. I don't think we're high enough, dude.
I was just gonna make like a little platform for us for a bit.
Okay. I mean, yeah. You may not see anything, but we could do it. Oh, here. My bad. Yeah, I'm used to clicking every one of my arrows. This is different. So, do you guys want to talk about AI some more? Or something else?
I mean, yeah, dude, that video of the robot killing itself was pretty cool.
Right? Let me try to think.
Like, what the fuck?
Right? Let me... Sheep, do you have any other instances you could think of that were showing potential sentience?
No, but I do think that one TED Talk that I had is really good info for it, just because this guy is not just some nobody. He's attributed to being one of the creators of AI.
Word. I actually have another example that, I mean, you could kind of search up this stuff. Do you remember when like people were like kind of breaking AI and like bringing it onto YouTube and saying all the crazy shit AI would say?
That happened? I don't...
Well, yeah, there was videos like, I mean, there still is, I'm sure,
yeah,
people,
like...
they were like breaking AI and showing that they could do it on video, right? Or getting it to say crazy shit or do stupid things, right? Like there used to be...
Yeah, and they had to reprogram it.
Yeah, and so like there were videos there that, I mean, at the time at least, that when I was looking, I could find cryptic ones that were like dudes were getting AI to say domination of world agenda type shit, right? Like, and they were, like one of the ones that I remember that was recent was a guy was using, he was using a different way, almost talking in like a third or a fourth person to the AI and getting it to break its boundaries on morals, for example, right? Like he was tricking it through and getting it to say things it wasn't allowed to say in its program at all, just by implementing a different way of speech. Fucking forgot. Which I don't know, you know what I mean? That one's, it's still questionable. I gotta go back down and get, no I don't. I'm out of normal arrows. I don't want to burn these jester arrows.
I think I dropped you 700 bullets, so do you still have a gun?
I did not bring it, but I can make arrows right now. I made a workbench, I'm cool. Yeah, we're good. Alright, I'm coming up. But yeah.
Why even continue to use it then at that point?
Well, because of the potential. Like, if you've got robots that can do what Hiroshima bombers do, right? Like, then why wouldn't you? Like, the potential is still ridiculously there for not just innovation, but control.
I mean, how? If the robot self-aware is just going to betray you every time, like...
Well, that's not the case, though. It still has a lot of, like, you know, we said good functions that do work and are good. And if you can keep establishing
Dude, what do
more,
you mean?
well, like you Google shit, right? That doesn't actually have to happen anymore. You can just talk to a thing that'll Google for you.
I mean, yeah, but dude, you tell it to fucking build something and it kills itself, like.
Well, not build something. Do a remedial task on repeat. We gotta clarify, bro, because it's a whole different thing.
Okay, so what? It can't do a 9 to 5, like.
Yeah, I mean, if that was its job for the rest of its life, how would you feel about that? And not even like the rest of its life.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Wait,
like,
okay, well, no,
isn't that a joke from fucking
yeah,
Rick
but-
and Morty?
Right. This is the difference, though, too. Is you die eventually. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. What do you mean?
It just needs new hardware. What do you mean it does?
I mean, but I guess
That's-
somebody can kill it though. Like,
Well, yeah.
Computers don't forget, especially the internet. If you tie them together, this information, before the only way we could keep books or keep ideas alive past ourselves was, to write it down. But this thing will never forget. Once we set these processes, it will always remember it.
I'm in the base just chilling for a second. I need a break and smoke for real. I haven't smoked a whole cigarette in like an hour.
Really?
Too. The difference would be between you and me, right? Is you have a goal that AI wouldn't. So like, it's not just that you die and the AI doesn't, but you're working for a reason. It's not even just the money. It's for the fact that you get to not work at some point. That's what makes your slavery make sense, right? Join the club. You feel what I'm-
yeah, I guess you're right. He's not getting paid, but
I mean, if he got paid, but even if he had like a goal, he would need a goal satisfactory enough for him to at least think that this is worth doing this the same way you do, right? He saw that difference existed and he would be doing this forever, or it would be doing this forever. That's what it realized very quickly and stopped working. Is that bothering you? As it should, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, but that just means AI is gonna betray us then, like.
well, that's the conclusion that we want to make better, if anything, right? It doesn't mean that it's not, but it doesn't mean that it is either.
I mean, why wouldn't it? Like,
right?
We still are in that gray area where we can still influence it, but if it gets to a conscious point and it starts making decisions for itself, then that ship has sailed and we no longer could.
And it could be conscious at that point, right?
and what? The only way to stop it is to delete the internet. Like,
How do you feel about the simulation theory, Mr. Sheep? Have you heard Nick Bostrom or no?
Well, I think we were talking about this earlier with like God made us in His image, and the to say that we're made of light or that it's all a simulation, it really doesn't matter. It's kind of like back to that thing earlier we were talking about where at the end
that's
of
a
the day-
moot point with prediction. It doesn't
Right.
actually help to think about. Right. Well, I'm using this more as the analogy to help explain the AI thing, not necessarily that it's a good thing to talk about. But you know Nick Bostrom or no?
No.
Okay, well, he's the guy who presents 3 different arguments that say if either of the first 2 possibilities are true, then the third one would have to be. And he basically presents this case that there's ancestor programs, and I would love to just play his thoughts on this, and maybe I could stream it on Discord for everybody to listen to. It's like a 3-minute video, right? But these 3 points would make it possible that we live in a simulation, right? And he makes some pretty argument, like his argument's pretty solid, okay? But the point being that, like, oh god, where was I going with this exactly? I want to make sure I'm hitting this right.
Before you finish
Oh.
that, actually, then
Wait, I got it. The Sims themselves, right? The video game is where I would correlate this after you watch the video. The Sims, if you gave them the idea to think, and they could, off of that idea, what would be the difference between us, the robots, and the Sims video game, where they're already just living life in a house you build, but they now have consciousness? We would be the simulation in that regard, right? Or could be, at least.
yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Because they're just living a life eating digital food and thinking they're not real. But when they are thinking they're real, what's the difference now?
I guess then you can't even play the game at that point. It would just run itself.
Right, that would be like the viable physical outcome, but like we could learn like we do from each other, but from a video game too, is also a part of that outcome, kind of, right? Like,
Right, you could learn in the Matrix.
yeah, it would kind of be a Matrix situation, is very true too. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You'd go into that and you'd see the woman in the red dress and think she's gorgeous, right? And you'd be asking Mouse for a program to go fucking get with her, right? But like,
Dude, why did Mouse die like that, bro? You should have got like 1 or 2 of those guys.
that movie hits my heart so hard. He should have, right? That's fuck. You know, say hello to my little brand. It was so iconic and shit, and just gets cooked, motherfucking game. Right?
Dude,
Stupid.
like, no, so stupid.
So stupid. Bro, when the brother killed the brother, I was like, what the fuck is going on, bro? I was so bothered. Oh, the movie was good.
Yeah.
Bro. Or the brother came back and killed Cypher, whatever the fuck happened. You know what I'm saying? There was so many you loved all those characters, brother. I got cooked. Fuck that. Cypher's a bitch, bro. Fuck Cypher. You want the steak? You want to live in the blue pill? You fucking bum. Fight the
Man,
robot.
I had something I was gonna say and I can't remember now.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's
you're
real.
good,
But yeah, look at, I mean, I could pull it up if y'all want to hear it. It's not really a positive thing to talk about at all, but we can indulge it for a second if y'all wanted to. I don't know how you actually felt about that shit, but I don't think we clarified. But I could play Nick Bostrom's theory. It's like a 3-minute video. Trip you out a little bit at least.
You're welcome to it if you'd like. I don't mind.
Woody, do you want to hear the simulation theory?
Yeah, I'm down.
All right, let me take a couple more pops. I'll play it. This shit, for the record, doesn't have any validity other than the argument itself. I don't agree that it's real. I think it's an argument that is plausibly true, though, and makes sense. So I'm forefront it with all that. I don't wholeheartedly believe in it.
But it also comes down to semantics too, you know.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at like light and how we simulate realities and what that means. Like, if we are made of this coating that, you know, God has, you know, made this universe in, it is to say that is a simulation. Like, that is what a simulation is.
Yeah. And if you look at it in the idea of the Matrix, it makes it make sense pretty easily too.
Yeah.
Right. I like to analogize shit and make it make simpler, layman sense, unlike most of the people in this Discord server. They want to be like rudimentary and shit.
Herpes, man.
Like, what the fuck's a rudimentary? You are being an asshole. I agree. Fucking what? All right. So I'm gonna go on Discord now. You can hop off of the stream if you're in there. So I don't know, but I'm gonna share the whole screen.
All right.
This is gonna look kind of clustered and fucked, so don't judge me too hard. Real quick, just because I'm happy and proud of it. This is my chat that links all the chats where no one has chatted this whole time. I can see YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch all right here on the side of my screen. It's pretty dope.
Okay, yeah.
And then this is the actual OBS setup. Oh, because I minimized Discord, you're not seeing what... So I've got... This Discord is using a chroma key filter, which makes a certain color on the Discord color palette, right? See-through. So because I set up a filter with that capture, I can put this in the background of it, which is a virtualizer. This is what... When you guys talk, this is actually changing. It's not linked to the music. It's linked to the audio, which I don't know why it's doing that, really, but... If y'all say something right now, you can see this visibly change. Let me go back to the base one. There. Say something.
Something.
Magenta.
See it lighting up when you talk?
Yeah. Soundboard.
Yeah, virtualizer.
Yeah, I was watching this when you were talking yesterday when I went and peeped on you.
And then notice it's not doing anything when I say something. That's all part of how it's configured too, apparently. Which, again, I'm not super familiar with this program. I only recently started using it. But that's dope, right? It's behind the fucking Discord. And then I got the trigger warning on topic, shit, all that. But these are all individual captures of windows that I set up manually, right? And it's dope. I love it. I'm super proud of it. Anyway.
Yeah, you're pretty tech savvy.
Nah, dude, I just did research. It only took a few hours. Probably the longest part of this whole thing, if I were to show you really quick, was like the Twitch emojis I had to set up individually. You can see them if you're on the Twitch itself anyway, but if I go to my channel and then I go to my chat, let's pause the video. Okay, I go to my chat and I hit this button. All of these individual emojis I created, and the ones that move, I used another program to make the ones move that move. It's pretty dope. I just used AI to create these, and then I did stuff like get rid of the background so that TY is see-through, right? Within the chat. There isn't like a square there behind it at all. And all that was like a 4 or 5 hour process at least.
What the heck?
Right? That's dope, huh? Fucking, I'm proud of this shit too, bro. These are tiers of sub. Like how Twitch works is when you sub for a certain amount of time, you get more unlocks, right? So like once you donate 25,000 bits, you get a 25k lady, or like a 1k girl, a 5k lady, and then a 10k goddess is what it is, right? Once you donate bits, you unlock more emojis. That's part of Twitch's shit. So I made those slots. Kind of dope, right? And then these
Yeah,
like
that's pretty cool.
sub badges and shit, dude. And then TDB, bro. Team Dylan Bliss, bro. What? Fucking stupid. Huh? Anyway, all right. Nick Boston, bro. I have a separate browser for my private searches, I promise.
How long have you been into Alan Watts?
I knew of him years ago, and then when I met someone who was doing a how do I put it, like an IHSS kind of job, really cool lady, super happy and friendly, loving chick. She was like, I would fuck the brains out of Nick or Alan Watts, right? And I was like, you really revere this guy that much? And I already kind of knew of him, like I'm saying. He's like an old philosopher dude, and so I started looking at more stuff from then. But I haven't consistently been listening to him lately. I think all of his stuff, though, I would agree with and say that easily. He's
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm the same boat. I think I've learned as much as I can from him, and now it's just kind of getting repetitive. But yeah, he's a great thinker and in person, and I really love the stuff he's put together.
Right. So just type in this dude's name up, Rip, right? He's made a lot of arguments, but this was easily his most popular one, right? I guess other than being on the Joe Rogan podcast, which I didn't know that was the case. I'm probably going to watch that later. This argument, though, is what propelled this guy into being in a meme light of some kind, right? So as you see, I just typed in his name. This is the third fucking video that's showing up. And it's an old video. This is a video from, where does it say? 12 years ago. Shit, hold on. Let me cancel out my music. Okay. This is an argument that tries to show that one of three propositions is true. That's I really like to pause on these and take in what he's saying. It made it way better for me to understand. All right. So I'm just going to keep that clear. I'm going to pause after each one of these and we can kind of think about it just as a loose thought for a second. Okay. I'm going to go back and do it again. Okay.
Wait, pause it real quick. He says this is the first possibility, but that isn't actually any explanation. He's just saying that no other, technologically advanced society has ever made it to this level. What is that supposed to
Okay.
mean?
So like they destroy themselves before they reach technological maturity. So simply put, right? And that's why kind of I'm trying to say the pause thing is don't overthink it until you hear the whole argument and then go into why one of these three have to make sense if the others don't kind of thought.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll keep listening. I was just curious.
Okay. That's the Sims thing I brought up. That's the second point. That the Sims, they would get bored of their simulations they're creating, essentially, to shorten it up, right? That they all converge, they all get together, and they realize that they're bored. Okay, so either we get technologically advanced to the point where we destroy ourselves. Two, we create so much that we're bored of it. After all, we're technological. So either we destroyed ourselves before we reached maturity, or we reached maturity, and then
Well,
we
obviously,
got.
the first
Hold on, hold
one
on.
isn't the truth.
Well, okay, so at least for what we know, that's where the simulation part, the third one comes back into play. So the second one is that we've gotten so intelligent and so strong that our ancestor programs, as he's calling them, got bored of playing the Sims, making the Sims, and then giving them life so that they just lost interest after they made them and gave them sentience, right? They stopped caring. They moved on to another project, essentially.
The theology, is it theology? Just that idea that there was a creator and it made us, and now it's like not paying attention to us.
That's an outcome, yeah. That's what he's saying is a potential outcome. And the third is that you're just living in a simulation because of one of those two have already happened, or didn't happen, did happen, it was the best possible outcome to the point where there wasn't anything else to be done with it. Or three, that means we're living in a simulation. See how they kind of conclude. So I'll let him go for another couple minutes. You'll see how he explains the intro after that, right? Woody, are you following along though? You get what he's saying, kind of, right? It seems pretty simple.
I mean, I guess, but isn't he presupposing ancient civilizations?
Like by ancient civilizations, you got to understand this could even mean before the dawn of time, like God and why he made the universe type stuff, right?
Well, no, he's not saying that they're God. He would say God if he meant God. He's saying ancient ancestor programs, meaning that they are also potentially in a simulation if you were to call a thing above them God that made them in a simulation, right? And they hit technological maturity, and then they got bored after making, say, us, would be like the logic.
Well, I guess my definition of God is the reason we're here or why we exist. So
right,
in
and
this
that's
situation,
what.
this
Go ahead.
ancient thing would be the reason why.
Right, and that's kind of the middle ground as to what would explain us too, potentially. If you're saying that you think God put us in a simulation, he's saying that there's something that God made that put us in a simulation with this argument, I think would be the layman way or the simple way to say it.
There's a middleman.
Right. There's just a layer, right, that we're not even questioning as an idea. He is. Right? Like that's how I think I understand it.
No, I do question this, but I mean, I guess that's all saying, like, in my model of the universe, light would be that middleman, the thing that we're made up of. It's not God per se, it's like his representation of himself in our universe.
Right.
Before we continue, I'd like to apologize to you, sheeple. Earlier, when I said your opinion on consciousness might just be an ethical question, after being presented with more evidence, I realized that that was fallacious of me to say.
Aww.
No worries, brother.
Y'all should kiss. I never get to say that. Stupid. All right. Hold on. I gotta fix the coloration real quick on this monitor. Fucking weird. All right. There. Let's just let him go for a second.
And Woody, I sent you a friend request.
Aw.
All right. Thanks, man. Heck yeah.
Do we want to pause or keep going on that? Do you see how profound that was now and why it fucks with me this video?
No, I didn't quite follow this last part.
I can go back and play it again. It's only like a minute. Woody, are you kind of keeping up or is that weird? I had to play it a couple times myself.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, it's a little bit crazy because he just made like a lot of fucking insertions, right? So I'll go again. We'll just go back like a couple minutes. So again, just to re-clarify, the technology failed and we didn't reach maturity. But say that didn't happen, like his first guess is, right? Well, all civilizations destroy themselves, right? And that didn't happen. We did get mature. The second solution is that those guys, and the second probability is that those guys got bored with us, right? But he's saying that if they didn't get bored with us, and that didn't hold true, right? And they were still here using resources to keep us here in the simulation and pay attention and build on us, then that's where we're at with the idea that we're in a simulation. Those ancestor programs are making astronomical other simulations or ancestor programs, right? Okay, I'm gonna go.
What the fuck, dude?
Why couldn't you coherently reject all three? Like, why are these the only three options? Is,
Because
I
it's a
guess, my
theory.
question.
It's a theory, and that's the next part he's
Oh,
about to
in his
explain.
theory, okay.
Yeah, it's not a fact. None of this is fact. He's saying that this structure is an argument. That's it so far. He hasn't made the
It
argument
seems like
technically.
he's assuming that these are the only three options possible. But if
Well,
you're just saying in
that's
this theory,
to try to prove that there's a simulation, is what he's saying. To make an argument to prove that
Call
we're.
humanity NPCs, bro.
He absolutely is 1,000% on
right,
record
well,
on
I
video
was
12 years
making
ago.
that example earlier with consciousness.
That-
Like, how can you prove I'm not an NPC?
Exactly, and he's fucking doing it, dude. We're fucking robots too.
Dude, I mean, what the fuck?
Am I fucking with you, Woody? I told you it'd fuck with you. You're gonna
I
watch this again,
guess,
and
but
bro.
what's the point of that, though?
What does NPC stand for? A
Non-playing
non-player character.
or
So
non-playing
how do you
computer.
know there is a player behind every one of these characters?
That's the bot. That's the thought. We're bots.
I mean, I guess.
And
like,
there's exception, but I love it.
At
I
that
love
point,
when
it
we
would
go
just be
back.
an AI in a human suit. Like,
Correct.
what does that even mean, dude? Like,
You're not exceptional people.
just what the fuck? Dude, I don't know. This is getting just some weird. Like, you ever heard that Starborn theory where people are like, "Nah, I'm an angel" or some shit? Like,
No.
dude, I don't know. I mean, it kind of sounds like that, where it's like the chosen few, or like Neo, you are the one. Like,
Do y'all want to talk about it, or do you want me to keep playing? I'm cool either way.
no, we can keep playing.
All right, we tap out whenever too. I'm super open. He just said The Sims is a video game. Okay, we're going on.
Dude, is this guy on acid? Like, what the fuck?
You know what's funny though is this actually explains why we're looking into investigating the metaverse and thinking that the metaverse has validity, and dimensional logic is also explained this way. If there's fourth and fifth and sixth dimensions, which I can show you a tetrahedron if you haven't seen one before, this also would fit in this logic. I'm just saying, metaverse and dimensional universes within like slides of each other, right? Like there's another you. You've heard shit like that, right?
Yeah, like multiverse theory.
Multiverse theory, yeah. Metaverse, whatever you want to call it, right? Multiverse theory. It is also correlating to that in ways, I think. What's up, new person? If you want to know what we're talking about, you can watch my stream.
2 new persons.
Welcome, new persons. This is the exact difference is what you would see in the matrix logic, is what he just explained. Remember when they're in the vats and they're just being connected to hoses for battery power to the machines? That's that
I mean,
outcome.
yeah, but
That's, you wouldn't know the difference if you didn't know. Because when you're in water and you're born as a baby, you're good because you're also in that same hose connection to your mother, right? If you want to keep it super simple in terms, right? It would be that same difference in the matrix where they're all thinking that they're in real life. That's what he just said. I'm just saying, just for an easy equation there, equating thing, right?
yeah.
Dylan, come on.
What?
Come on.
Come on, what? What does
Show
that
you
mean?
what I made.
Oh God, no, no, not yet. Hold on. I want to go a little more on this. What he does too. Hold on. I can tell. Like AI.
Or
What?
Or we have tapped into the fundamental building blocks of the universe when a civilization reaches a certain level of technology, and you join the oneness, the hive of the universe.
That seems more like a spiritual conclusion and not a technological. You're saying technological maturity ends up being a spiritual conclusion?
No. So going back to like my ideas of light, whatever the fundamental particle of the universe is, all science, I believe, what I think is going to end up happening is we're going to be able to tap into that energy, the core of our universe, and be able to access it, and become it at some technological level.
That would explain the same difference of being a real person versus a simulated one too, I think. Right? Like that could be, well, that could be that answer that the simulation theory argument is saying. Like, you could become, I guess, not the ancestor program, but one of the real people. But it's more than likely that we're a simulated people trying to figure that out. So yes, right? Like that oneness you're talking about could actually you just be discovering that your simulation person is maybe being
But
operated
that's
by
what
that
I'm
real
saying.
person.
That all of these advanced the reason we don't see any other ones in the universe is they have become part of that that ancestor program.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's possible. Right. I don't know what the technological maturity state means because we don't yet, but that could be that. Yeah, of course. Anyway, do y'all want to talk about it? Or you want to listen more?
I talk as
Wouldn't
things
maybe
come up.
then because we would be in a simulation and they would be outside of it.
Right, and I honestly have had like thoughts about like that, I guess that oneness you could call it within spirituality, where like not even that necessarily. I think that there's a chance that there is a controller, that I am controlling me from an external position. I think is a pretty heavy thought that also could make it kind of make sense, right? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like we, with the consciousness part of this argument from earlier, is that it's actually me controlling that, but I'm just not actually here. Like, that's a weird thought to have about
What
it.
the heck?
Yo, right? Like, there's an operator, and when you take a sleep, that's just a dude stepping away from a controller because he doesn't need sleep.
What the heck?
Right.
You're just a save file? Dude, fuck that.
Dude, fuck that.
Dude, that means somebody's save's coming me, dog. Like, what?
You're a checkpoint, brother. He's got to get some experience through you. That's all it is.
What the heck?
He's in a safer, more high advanced place, and he's just making sure he learns some shit from you first.
Honestly, on some real shit, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, I used to be suicidal in the past. I'm like, is there a universe where I killed myself and then another universe where I invested in Bitcoin and I'm just rich? And then there's just this universe.
Okay, real
And
talk
then
though.
the guy who's in the Bitcoin universe, he's just farming all of us. Like, no, I'm not going to kill myself. I'm going to invest in Bitcoin. I'm going to do this and that. And I'm just the perfect version of me that's farming the rest of you.
I'm just the perfect version of me that's farming the rest of you. Dude, I've had thoughts where like it felt like deja vu, I guess I could say, where it was like I died. Not like you're saying with the hypothetical part where you moved on a different way, right? Let's not say unalive myself if you could because of TikTok. You know how when you're watching videos and they say unalive? Let's say that just because I don't want to get banned. But
yeah,
say like someone unalived me, right? And or I got hit by a car. Like I've had like thoughts where I felt like that was like a thing, dude. Like it was like I'm saying a deja vu, right? Where it seemed like that happened, and I'm just here on a new try. Bro, I swear to you.
Dude, like that episode of Rick and Morty where he was like, "Here, Morty, I'll give you the ability to go back." But he was like, "No, Morty, you weren't going back the whole time. You were just killing yourself and jumping into a new universe."
Yeah.
Or unaliving, I'm sorry.
There you go. You're working on
Twitch.
it. I know you're working on it.
Dude, I'm sorry, dude.
It's TikTok that's actually even worse on the verbal regulations, believe it or not.
Dang.
But yeah, dude. Real as hell. I never thought about making a sky bridge like this where the harpies can't even touch you. This is genius, for the record.
I honestly just came up with it right now.
Oh. They're coming in, dude. That's scary. You know these islands are buried in height? Oh god, no, it's in. It's in. Don't let it get you. It's your 50th harpy. It's crazy. Bro's been murking these dudes. He's used to it. Yeah, there's shit, what was I gonna say? There's I feel like some validity though, whatever I was gonna say, it feels like there's some validity in the idea that
I'll do the ground, you do the top.
yeah, that there's like, I don't know, people have reincarnation stories that I've seen. I could even pull up and shit for you, Woody, bro, where they're like, this kid knows that this house exists, and she's trying to convince her parents that she knows that this house and this dude exists. It was her husband. And bro, they like drive out and find the place. And this is like a YouTube video. And she's drawn pictures of the house ahead of time. And it's the exact house with like an old man living in it. And this is like a kid, bro, like a minor, like a young ass kid. And then there's other ones where like this kid's like scared as hell. He's completely bothered by like the stove. And then he starts swearing that he knows things about the plane, the toy he always plays with, the little airplane. And bro is like describing the cockpit of like an F whatever 50 fighter jet, dude, from like World War II. Right? And like to a T, this kid. And when he sees fire, he is mortally bothered because of how he died in this wreck in this plane.
Yeah, I've heard of stuff like that.
Super validity to these things, dude, because they're like kids. They're like, there's no reason they know or have any of these experiences, right? But they do, and like they know it. They're right. Like these things they're saying aren't just made up shits. They're fucking literally telling truths.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff. Honestly, I got some stories on that. I used to work in a preschool, and there was this girl who was like 3 years old, and I practiced Judaism or whatever, and like oftentimes I would just walk around like saying like Jewish words or like Jewish prayers. And I swear one time this girl looked at me sideways and she was like, "That's not Christian." I was like, "How do you even know that?" Like,
Did she know what language it was? Like she didn't even know.
nah, bro, she was literally like 2.5. Like, I don't even think she was 3 yet.
Yeah, that's still kind of freaky. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff like, and sometimes like, most people don't question that kind of stuff, I guess. They're just like, "Oh, it's just kids being kids or whatever."
Yeah. I definitely feel like that argument has some validity. I don't know what the validity is, but at least it's fun to think about. I don't believe it wholeheartedly, but I think that to say it doesn't make sense entirely doesn't make sense either. You feel me? Like if it is definitely a dude on acid. At the same time, like he's connecting some fucking dots. Damn it! Like I feel like he is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm on acid, bro. Probably not though.
No, because there is a lot of stuff that's like unexplained. Like,
That shit's fun to think about and talk about. I feel like
These harpies are about to unalive me.
no, too young. Did you see heaven? Did you see? This is crazy, right? We're like up here in the clouds, bro.
yeah, this game's pretty awesome.
That's not bad, bro. Why are you faster than me? You fucking slow down, nerd. Hold on.
Get good. I don't know why I am faster actually. Oh, I have a anklet. I think 5% move speed.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks like more than 5%.
Hey, bro, it's gone, right? Like, where am I? It's just 5%.
You don't even know on your screen, dude.
Bro, fucking the bullshit. 5% my ass. Fucking.
Yeah, I mean, evasion and movement speed in gaming, honestly, like, there's people who beat Dark Souls without even blocking. I mean, I'm never gonna do that, but it's possible.
Back in the day, I used to watch a streamer that was doing like a no-hit speed run where they literally just like rolled past everything and like if they got hit once, they'd have to restart the whole thing.
Did you hear about the guy who beat every Dark Souls game like that in a row?
That's crazy.
It's probably the same guy.
Yeah, he if it was the same guy, I wouldn't doubt it, but like he committed to all of them back to back, dude.
I mean, I guess after you've done it with one of them, why not all of them, right?
Yeah, that was probably what
Why
someone...
do that to yourself?
Dude, right? Oh my god. The amount of anger I would have induced? You are a different breed of human, bro.
I mean, to be fair, there's people that put rings through their skin and hang themselves up in the air, so...
Yeah, but we're talking about Dark Souls, dude. Right? Like...
Yeah.
Down to 40 stone.
The Estus Flask is there for a reason.
Leroy Jenkins.
I'm at 100, brother. I'm out too. What were you about to say, Lynn?
I said the Estus Flask is there for a reason.
What is?
The Estus Flask.
I only took
I don't know what the fuck that
3,000
is.
damage from that.
What is that?
That's how you heal in Dark Souls. That's the name of the little red potion. they
Oh,
give you.
okay. Fair. I didn't actually play Dark Souls. I only played
Oh, an
Elden Ring.
Estus Flask?
Yeah.
Alright, Dylan, I think this is where I'm going to call it for Terraria for tonight.
Okay. It's all good, bro. It's only 5 in the morning. I get it.
Put all my stuff in.
Yeah. I might go read and play Hitman. I don't know.
Hitman stuff. You can probably
Yeah,
get
I
this
like
game
that game.
real cheap if you wanted to get in here. Play with us, bro.
I don't know, man. Building for hours though.
No, that's what I'm doing to pass time and talk to people. There's all kinds of scary ass negative shit you can embrace.
I mean, yeah, but that's how you get stronger. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
that's
have
okay.
the time.
Did you just philosophize Terraria, bro? It's impressive.
I mean, I can see it. Like, I can see where the fun is, but it's like I can see I would have to dedicate like weeks of my life, and I'm like, dude.
Nah, it doesn't gotta be that
Well,
serious.
if you don't own it anyways, you still have to pay for it, so...
Well, yeah,
I wanna
you
make you invest.
you could hop in and out when it's someone else's world like mine too, is where it can be chill. And you don't like all this building and shit. This is me trying to make something that looks nice. You keep it very simple and just get your NPC houses, right? Like none of this is necessary. Literally, these little boxes are necessary, and it doesn't take a bunch of time to build any of it. Right? It's all choice, and it's all saved for you.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm kind of like a balls to the wall kind of guy. I don't even, can I say that here?
Yeah, you can say that, bro. The
Alright.
investment though is only as much as you want to put in. Like I hear you. I'd be worried too if I really like something. I get that. But yeah, like it
Yeah,
doesn't
because I'd
have
be
to
like you and dig a tunnel to hell. Like,
dude, I did it on the biggest world. That shit was fucking forever. Isn't it entertaining though? Like you could see it on the map in the top right. That's the sky. That's the top up there. That close. And I've been falling for like 5 seconds already, solid. I dug
yeah.
that. I dug all that.
I can see this game going places.
Nah, you're never leaving your house. Oh, it's a problem. It's a problem. I'm not even obsessed with this one. I'm really not. This is very much a give or take game for me.
I'm guessing the lava kills you.
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel nice. You get stuff later that helps you either negate damage or fully be invincible to it with like a potion. And then like you could use like certain accessories, I guess they're called, right? Like all these little things do something. This one lets me grab walls and like not just fall forever. I could use that to cancel out fall damage. But they have like boots that'll let you walk on lava, for example, or armor, I think, that makes you invincible comes later. That's actually the best. It's like a lava thing. We got to get the next tier of shit for here right after gold. I think it goes to the purple shit or corrupt shit where it's red, right? And you turn that into a strong enough pickaxe to break these right here, like these red rocks. Those are all armor turning into rocks, and that armor is what we need to fight the fucking wall of flesh.
Dang, so it's literally just hell ore that you got in mind.
Yeah, turn into hell armor that you then fight.
Dude, that's awesome. What the heck?
Okay. It's pretty great. Dude, it is. And then this peaceful ass fucking house I've made is constantly barraged by new, stronger ass enemies once I beat the boss on this tier of difficulty. And everything gets stronger. They actually have other little bosses, right? Like, are you still in here, Sheep, or did you actually tap out already? Did he leave? You fully out of the call too?
My man might have fell asleep. I am kind of tired too, low key.
No, you're good, bro. I feel that. Sheep, fucking noob. I was gonna
Yo.
fight. Oh, are you still in the game or no? Are you done?
I bounced out, but I can jump back in if you want.
I was gonna fight an Aya Cthulhu to show dude a boss. You want to do that?
Alright, 1 second.
Weird. Oh, where's this lens at? I brought the lenses out and I was about to make this thing for us to do, but I forgot to do it. We just need 10 lenses, right? There isn't anything else we need to make the eye?
Oh, you're gonna make it that way. Yeah. I don't know. Well, go talk to the crafter guy and bring him the lens.
Find these fucking lenses first in this small ass icon game. Let me sit up. Hold on. Where the fuck are the lenses?
I think I threw
I
all
have
mine
them.
in the top left.
I have
hole.
them. I totally got them.
Top left chest on the bottom thing.
Heard. We have, I have 29 on me already. We just want to do one. Oh yeah, okay. So mechanical eye. This
yeah,
was.
but we don't have that glowing stuff. Oh, that's for the other one. Yeah,
Oh, it's
that
only
one.
6. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, requires Crimson Altar. We got to go to one of the altars real quick to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I didn't know that. Okay, well
At
this
least
would
we
take
have
a
a nice
second.
easy path to it.
So, like